orchestrated media shit. People are just aren't going to watch it. But even if you look at the people, and of course the Democrats are pissed, and to be fair, that was.
Oh, they?
No, we're talking shit about Republicans. We're talking about the news.
I have one question. I'm a foreign guy. I don't know much about that. But when we get...
Wait, hold on a minute. So what were you, I was trying to follow you.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that, like, even the ownership of the media has largely changed. And then you have the really big example, that was X. When Elon Musk bought X, or Twitter, and changed it to X, that changed everything. No longer this depth grip on information. Now, a lot of you can say...
Yeah, around the COVID-19 vaccine. And that's censorship. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was the Pepe Show. Sorry, you're not a moderator, so I just thought I'd talk a little bit. Sorry for interrupting you, Dr. BP.
Okay, don't do it when I'm talking. Goddamn, dude. But when it comes to, holy shit.
Twitter, X, that was the last point you made. There's a grip on information.
Yeah, you were talking about how Elon and the right. Yes, and so, okay, so...
Got you again, Dr. BB.
Leading up to the election, and that was some crazy shit with the Hunter laptop stuff. It was like you couldn't even share it in private DMs and just weird stuff. And then all of a sudden, here we have X. Then even when it comes to, even Zuckerberg was saying, like, yeah, dude, I mean, we were getting a fuck ton of pressure to just, like, cooperate, as far as the Democrats go, in terms of censorship and all of that stuff. And I think that was a really rough era that nobody really wants to repeat. And, of course, a lot of the Democrats way overreached with their propagandistic bullshit. And I would warn the right, too, though, that, like, all of this Iran shit.
What?
I mean, you guys, I know a lot of you MAGA people are going to be like, oh, well, they make justifications for it. That's fine. But overall, this is incredibly unpopular in our country.
I would warn the right if anyone listens to Pepe.
He's pulling this shit. Okay, inflation's gone back up. Gas prices have gone back up. For what? And I'm going to tell you what I think is going to happen, and I don't know what's going to happen. He's not going to overthrow the IRGC. It's not going to happen.
No, I don't think they're working for them.
Roasting Dr. BP, one roast at a time.
Of the open night, a riddle of shadows where whispers lie, the thorny thigh, the maddening cry. Open. I am
This is what he does.
I lost my dad. I can't lose my sister. And I don't care if I lose myself. You're wrong about him. He's not a monster. He wants to be better. Maybe I can help. In all the darkness, I can find a light. Your purpose is not what you
I can't move That's the one guy. You're gonna need to find more voters. Says the guy. You're gonna find more voters. Taking one photo with the same guy all the time. Shadows whisper truths as the baseline drums. The will is fire, unchained, untamed. No path is written, no soul is blamed. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Feel the surge, let the silence fill your will. On place, it's alive, it's still. Deliver from the lust of the thrill. Pause the phone, Seven. If you don't, I'll shoot the game. All right. What you say? Don't harm her.
Everyone else in the ship.
Then fuck it. You shoot her and I'll let me get top alone.
Right.
Yeah.
Then just kill yourself and everyone here.
Shoot you, Trevor, if you don't do what I say.
I'll just say someone else.
It's getting a little complicated, Rocco. Let's look at this life. You ever signed Charlie? You should have the envelope. I should have the gun. So enjoy.
All right.
On the phone, Trevor, if you don't. Outside the gates. I'm gonna do the same.
could have done this to AI.
I wear pop-on ears because no shadows chase, no voices come. The air is thick, it wraps me tight. No fear, no sin, no way to live. The sweetness whispers everywhere. Sweetness of sunshine fills my veins.
Kill him. This is fucking kill him. Chicago.
Satellite space things.
What's the Pepe show? I'm so sorry, Pepe. That is.
It was a joke.
Yeah, Coachella, huh? You're gonna need to find more voters. This is true. You're gonna need more. You never be mayor, Boza.
No fire burn like passion wild. No losing through like hatred piled. This body aches, a cage of stone. Rest whispers soft, the only throne. Hunger's the beast, the sharpest sting. Body cries, its constant claim. But all it truly sees waits. It sets us free.
Bacteria water silver cups.
Pain walks A shadowed friend. Each step we take, it will attend. But joy lies quiet, just out of view. A higher peak, the sky is so blue. Feel it break every day.
They're supposed to follow the same guy trying to find some new voters. He's got to be mayor, though, son.
Which is why we make it to the pool. It's happened with an excellent reputation on the road to road, not 2 miles away from every step. We managed to make the first strike in the name of his grace. I assure you, my nephew will not begrudge me a night of comfort. As soon as you're proud, we will rendezvous with your army at first sight. Or if their wine is good, perhaps as well at first sight. Works out. Right. Call. Secretary! Insurance person. Hiding your day. They know we're abroad, they'll be hunting. We must move under the trees in my cover of dark starting tonight. And no fucking ends. Wait! Help! Wait. Our company has come back yonder. On the cold, hard ground.
Dragon.
Which is why we make the floor. It's happened with an excellent reputation on the road to road, not 2 miles away from every step.
I can take a picture of any book. You have to fight your way.
Let us live, let us breathe, free as air. No hate, no chains, no despair. Among the shadows, we shine so bright. We carry peace into the night. Happily there, we'll rise again. No hatred, no pain, no bitterness. Happily there, live life again. Among the broken, we'll back again. Let us walk, let us heal, free from strife. No wounds cling, no weight on life. Among the weary, we'll stand tall. A gentle voice for one and all. Happily then, we'll rise again. No hatred,
The hood is fucked. The hood is cooked. You can't get 10 supporters. Oh, nobody gonna win. Fucking 1,600 petition signers? Who were they? Who were they, Darren? Oh, Congressman Noli. You can't get 10 supporters to attend the town hall. Nobody gonna win. 1,600 petition signers? Who were they, Darren? Congressman Noli. The hood is cooked. The hood gonna lose. The hood gonna lose. He's a rape murderer.
Give me the sign of the open night. A riddle of shadows where whispers lie. Thorny thigh, the maddening cry. Open, be open.
That's so smart.
The serpent shakes. Do as thou wilt, as a God can. You won't find. The eagle strikes with its jagged claw.
You can't get 10 support. 1,600 petitions. Who were they, Darren?
A storm of silence, a broken law.
So much for business. So much for business.
I am born to death, reborn on the
Magic.
horn of a unicorn. Do as thou wilt, as a God by the mystical union of fairy and fawn. A dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Unspoken the whispers that drift through the trees. Unbroken the vow carried soft on the breeze. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, I invoke, through the flames and the embers, the spell is bespoke. Your arrows and slinging, the spring's tender glow. A force wild and brilliant, a power I know.
The master psycho.
A secret communion of hearts left unsown. The listless, resistless, tumultuous tone. Through veils of the morning, her armor does gleam. The warrior spirit ignites every dream. No godhead could charm her, no throne could command. But manhood awakened, she took up her stand. In brilliance resilient, her fire does burn. A goddess of spring, with the world left to turn. With fire, with flattery, I invoke, through the flames and the embers, the spell is bespoke. Your arrows and slinging, the spring's tender glow. A force wild and brilliant, a power I know.
Get any more voters? Say vote the one super. Dozens of scheme Spanish frauds to steal taxpayer dollars and launder to Johnson's gang of cronies and racers. Vote John, liberate Chicago. Daddy Dickman. Daddy Dickman.
I dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Unspoken the whispers that drift through the trees. Unbroken the vow carried soft on the breeze. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, I invoke, The listless resist its tumultuous tongue. Through veils of the morning, her armor does gleam. The warrior spirit enlights every dream.
What the fuck was I saying? I said, I mean, I figured out the fuck. Maybe that's it.
No throne could command.
You're just getting a little pig still, but so cute. I love truffles. Do you guys like them or no? Some people hate them.
No, I like truffles. Truffles are good. Truffles are very abstract. It depends on where you put them into. I know people have put it into everything.
Yeah, what do you do? No, it's bad on. I mean, I've had truffles on sushi, which is like the grossest thing ever. Yeah.
Truffles,
Like some like ridiculous stupid
Truffles
things.
Truffles are really good on Italian food. They're shit that's
Yes, pasta with truffles. I mean, I love it on eggs.
Have you ever tried making a stir fry, like a Chinese stir fry with truffle? No. I want to try that honestly.
Actually,
That could actually work because they put a lot of abstract flavors in there. It's gonna taste a little weird, but it should be interesting.
unless I go to umami flavor, depending on what you eat it with. I don't know. I think truffles kind of taste good with miso, like the miso flavor a little bit.
I love miso soup.
Oh my god, I love miso. There's this like recipe that was like I love to make pasta sauce, and there was this recipe that was like, I don't know the right word, like viral a couple of years ago, and it was anchovy pasta sauce, and so it was like tomato paste, onions, and then they put anchovies in it. And I don't hate anchovies, but a lot of people do, and so I started making it where I would substitute miso paste for the anchovies, and oh my god, I love miso paste so much. It's like the best thing to cook with.
Hello?
Jules is right. Jules is right about this.
What? What?
And up at the top, some guy going, asking how he's eating his meat sounds kind of gay. I don't know, man. You saying that sounds gay.
That's actually really funny.
I want like some serious beef, you know?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
You know, sometimes I look at two ends of the spectrum I detest. It is the fake nutritionists that make bad arguments to meat, and the fucking vegans. And to them, I say two things. I say, on the meat end of the spectrum, there's some people who, even though they're supposedly carnivores, cherry pick a lot. And on the vegan end of the side, I have to say the ideology with which they respond to this stuff is insane. Because for someone who's apparently a vegan, you do be having a lot of beef with people, bro. Like insane.
I will say, whenever you're trying to figure out the truth, the worst thing you can do is go to a fucking centrist guy, right? Or centrist book, or centrist religion. That's the worst thing you can fucking do.
Mm-hmm.
The guy will be like, oh, well, both sides have good points, whatever. Nah, here's what I do. I find the most extreme side of both, right? I find the most extreme side of anything I'm looking up, and I look and I read both of them, and then I fucking compare where are like the differences, why is this the case, bullshit, right? And then I figure out what I think is the truth, based on reading the fucking extremes. I don't read some dickhead who's like, oh, well, you know, both sides have good points, and, you know, meat is good, and a balanced diet of, you know, seed oils, and fucking, I don't know, soy and whatever other fucking bullshit. But this applies to anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of a good way to be, is to just understand.
Here's a rule of thumb.
Like you said, the extremists are thinking.
Here's a rule of thumb. A centrist stands for nothing. A radical centrist stands for everything that works.
Exactly.
That's it.
Yeah, exactly.
Have any of you guys ever been like plant-based or anything like that, even for a period of time? Not even for like a fast or anything?
Have we been what?
Plant-based.
And like plant-based or like done a fast,
no.
like just
I've done a fast, but I haven't done the plant-based poultry.
a water fast or like a.
Water fast.
How long did you go?
The longest was 10 days.
Yeah. Okay.
Wow. And what did you get out of it?
I lost a ton of weight.
Was that the only reason you did it, or was it for like anything else?
No, it was to lose weight.
Interesting.
I think you don't really have many benefits in fasting after 3 days. You get pretty much all the benefits in 3 days. After that, it's not really useful.
I had like a situation like this for myself, for like about average 2-3 days, quite frequently. Because what my parents would do to punish me was just withhold food, so all I'd have access to is water. So I've already done that many times in my life. I can tell you, fasting's a little overhyped. I'm not gonna lie to you. It sucks ass, man. Personal experience.
I think it's like you kind of get like a high from it. I think
As somebody who's gone through that multiple times, absolute bullshit.
I mean, it's just kind of like because the body's like a little bit freaking out, and so it's not like a good thing. But I think
I wake up in the morning and I feel like I'm gonna die in 10 minutes. It's not what I'm looking forward to, honestly. Like,
yeah,
it's overhyped.
Well, I think you eat very well though.
Yeah, I eat very well now. Like, there's a difference, right?
Well, for people who eat badly, it's like a break from like chemicals and processed food, and so then they like feel better because of that. But for somebody that eats well, it's like you're just depriving yourself of nutrients, and I think though that most people don't eat well, so they feel just like a break from like their body like having to like combat inflammation and that sort of thing.
I guess. But I think, like in many cases, fasting's kind of overhyped. I'm not like,
In yoga, like the like philosophy and ideals behind it, there's the idea that every month for one day you're not supposed to like plan it, but your body will kind of tell you that there's one day that you're not supposed to eat, and like it gives your digestive system and your nervous system kind of a reset, and it's supposed to just be like you don't feel hungry, like you wake up and you just don't eat, and you just have one day a month where you just take a break. But it's just, I don't know, it's not supposed to be like a planned thing, but
yeah, fuck plant-based diets.
I've learned to never listen to women about anything health related.
I mean, it's not women saying it. It's male yogis who decided it, but it's not. I don't know. I don't necessarily.
I don't know. Every time I hear some woman say she's on her healing journey, it's always like the worst shit ever.
I mean, yeah, I couldn't think that. That's probably pretty accurate, because I think people kind of torture themselves to feel like they're getting better. But
look, man, the examples where people torture themselves to feel better is the one where they go, hey, let's do the heroin chic. It's like, that's retarded. Who the fuck wants this? I've met a single fucking guy who goes, yes, I absolutely want this person who's completely malnourished and on the verge of death. No guy wants this shit. Like, by the end of that process, you look like a fucking dude.
Did you see the surgery? Did you see the surgery where women are removing their collarbones?
yeah,
Yes.
What the fuck is going on about that? Why would people not want to have prominent collarbones? Isn't it kind of like good looking to have nice collarbones?
It is. The thing is, like, these people just do random fucking shit and then blame it on someone.
Not a single guy in human history has said, she's hot, but she has collarbones, so I'm not interested.
I mean, I thought, like, I've, like, always been in the headspace that, like, people find collarbones, like, attractive. And then, like, have you seen, like, I don't know, but it's, like, I think it's, like, a Chinese thing where it's, like, if you have, like, prominent enough collarbones that you can put water and put a fish in your collarbone. Like, do you know what I'm talking about? Have you guys seen that? It's, like, an attractiveness test. I think it's kind of funny. But so, I don't know why.
What's the size of the fish?
It's like a little tiny fish. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, I can actually do that. Although I have to put
the shoulder forward a little bit, then I'd have the palms thing and a little fish in it.
And I can definitely do it.
That reminds me of Surf's Up. There's like one scene in Surf's Up where the guy's like, "What's up with your hair, dude? Looks like you could fit a whole fish in there."
Okay, wait, look, I just heard that. Did you see that?
Yeah, the collarbone shit is just insanity. Like, nobody's ever asked this. I don't know anybody who's ever said this. Who's like, "Yeah, guys, we need to remove people's collarbones." Like, the fuck? Like, I genuinely do not understand where this is coming from.
Weird.
Like, somebody has to explain that to me. Because I don't know.
Yeah, you get a bunch of women that are like, "Oh, men will fuck anything that walks," and then in the same breath, they'll tell you that men impose unrealistic standards on women.
Yeah, I can do this thing. I can do this. Yeah.
Do what?
Huh? The fish thing. I can do that.
What fish thing?
Like one, maybe.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I see.
I have to like kind of lean forward, basically like she's doing also. It's ridiculous, man.
I don't know. I think this is some stupid shit.
It is some stupid shit. It is like traditional Chinese medicine. There's a good saying about this, and it is that if Chinese medicine would work, then it would just be called medicine.
I don't know. Sometimes the Chinese.
Sometimes I will say it works, but a lot of the shit that you see is obviously bullshit. It's like, okay, here's a video of some fucking guy taking a bunch of urine, curing that shit outside for fucking 3 months, taking that shit out, and then washing out the fucking salts for the next 3 months after that. This is not medicine. That's condensed piss. There's no medicine here, bro.
I think Starman would love that.
Yes, you would. Yeah. First guy gets the access to the dimensional portal that leads to this dimension. It says.
Have you guys done cupping or acupuncture?
No.
Does that
Would you ever try it?
even work?
No.
It technically works, like, in the sense, but it's like, it's like, there's no way to know if it's a placebo or not.
So basically, it's bullshit.
Well, it's like anything where it's like you can technically, study it and see that it has the intended result, but how do you know if it actually works? You can't really know that because there's no, science behind it in the sense of, there's no actual way to prove, if there's it's like correlation is not equal causation. It's one of those things.
Right. 99% of the time that phrase is used by someone, they're a faggot.
What, correlation, causation?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, I think we've already established that I'm a gay man at this point.
Yes. I hate when people say that phrase because whenever someone says that phrase, I can almost guarantee they're retarded.
Well, I mean, I think it's a little bit less retarded than pretending that things are actually causing each other.
Well, I mean,
No, they're equally retarded, if not more.
well, yes, it's true that sometimes correlation doesn't equal causation, but it's like sometimes they'll it's for the most obvious shit ever. Like it's on the level of being killed does not necessarily correlate to being dead. It's that fucking retarded.
Yeah.
Whenever someone says this shit, it's always the most retarded thing I've ever heard. No actually intelligent person says these things anymore because they realize every single intelligent person has realized that every single time someone says this shit, they're retarded.
Yeah, but again, I think it's a little bit less retarded than just being like, oh, acupuncture works because someone's headache went away because they did it. It's, I don't know. I understand where you're coming from, but I think it's context is important, with everything. Okay,
Look,
seeing if I can
we
play
know
order.
that sometimes science is mega gay, right?
I mean, science is ridiculous.
I get that sometimes science is mega gay because, like, you have these fucking science-based lifters that kind of make fun of how other people fucking train all their life. And then you get that these fucking people are like 10 times smaller than the guy that just fucking does whatever the fuck he wants and goes based off bro knowledge. And he's like the fucking number one fucking bodybuilder or some shit. It's always like this, right? Like you get some dickhead that's talking about science-based. And it's like they have the most bullshit advice ever because the entire field of fucking science has been run by facts, especially in terms of medicine or anything medical.
I mean, in psychology, it's like
Psychology is complete bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, it's
The only field of psychology that is actually legitimate is the field of psychology where they manipulate you to spending more money. Everything else is bullshit.
Yeah.
Everything else in psychology is bullshit. The only part of psychology that is actually legitimate is when they get you to spend money.
And yes,
I mean, I think though it's like using that
psychohistory. All right, everybody, let's we're gonna get to go to Discord. Thank you for coming. You want again next week. Make sure to join the Discord server. Link is up at the top. Subscribe to the advanced notice thing so you can basically get one of these spaces every single day on Discord. Yeah, see you all there.
Bye. Happy weekend.
ass man. What are you talking about?
You're an old muscle ass man. What are you doing here in Scottsdale?
You know, I don't really give that much information away. I already given you way too much, to be fair.
You didn't say anything. I said everything.
Shut up.
Hey, he's an Arizona boy, so don't fuck with them.
So are you? Are you Persian?
Yes, I am 100% Persian.
So are you Baha'i?
Fuck no.
No,
You said fuck no.
Yeah.
If you know how like
They're like Mormons. I grew up with Mormons. I'm not Mormon or Baha'i.
so like okay, so you know like with a lot of the we'll just talk about Middle Eastern people here. You know how in Scottsdale East you have, I would say the dominant ones are attended. You have like Chaldeans, Assyrians.
No,
you have Persians.
Where do you know that they're dominant?
No, I just say in numbers that there's.
Yeah, numbers. There's a lot of Arabs in Arizona. Yes. And there's a lot of, because this is a refugee place. Arizona is like
Yeah,
a
so,
location.
yeah, it's all Russians here, and that's why I was bringing up the Persians, is that
They have refugee camps in Arizona?
I was telling this earlier, I hired some girl came to me, Mina, you're opening a restaurant, like these guys are Baha'i, I joined an organization, and I'm Persian. I'm like,
What
okay,
kind of refugee? What kind of refugee?
No, they don't have kings.
Somali?
So let me finish.
No, it's
So let me finish. Let me finish. So I hired
next.
and then they all fucked me over, baby.
Political asylum. Most of Baha'is get political asylum because
My restaurant was in DC Ranch. You know DC Ranch?
Iran.
Yeah.
Well, there are Africans seeking asylum from Uganda because they can't be gay over there, so.
I'm not talking about other people.
Hold on. We're not talking about the niggas. We're talking about Iran. We're talking about.
I thought you were talking about Africa. And some of those Africans.
No. We're talking about Iran.
They're only coming over here because they can't be gay over there.
No, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. So you don't talk bullshit when you don't know. Please relax.
What they call uneducated people like you thinking about that the country.
You just make yourself look stupid, sweetie. And we're talking about.
I'm talking about in the religion. It's not just about being gay or anything. The Baha'i are being killed by all Muslims, so they don't believe in Baha'i religion existed. So they were killed.
Yeah, they can't be gay over there either.
No, we can't.
That's fine.
They'll fucking kill them.
Okay, guys. We don't need to do the. We were having a different conversation, and we do not need to go to the I don't know, pity Olympics, which group has it worse. This is fucking retarded.
And kind of retarded, but it's not pity Olympics. It's the truth. Because a lot of people.
Into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river, they reach to the edge of the moon. And I behold now. The storms are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan. On all sides, Pan, to the eye, to the ear, the perfume of Pan pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. Six interior sense of flame with the inmost self of him, myself thrown down the precipice of being.
Splash down
darkness comes, the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold, the snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what am I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan on all sides, Pan to the eye, to the ear. The perfume of Pan pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The six interior sense of flame, the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss. Annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to
So you're taking dry aged beef and you're wrapping it in beef tallow and then you're gonna dry age it again.
My God, how I love thee.
It doesn't get oxidized. And the beef tallow also gives it flavor
At
too.
the type
You're
of
gonna
a beast, I hunt thee
and
through
then
the
you're gonna dip it in the tallow fat.
Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle, at the edge of some fortified city. I am white and perch upon thee.
150 days, dry age.
Thou art my lover, I see thee, as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss. There is none other.
Alright, you have 150 days, dry age.
Art thou not Pan?
This half a year.
I am he, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art hard on tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat, and the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst.
Never seen a cricketer suicide. Splashdown again. Yeah, the splash.
My God, how I love thee. With the vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle. At the edge of some fortified city, I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee, as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized centaur, oh my God. From the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse, thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not heal this body and soul? I will be with the dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God. A little white rabbit in the burrow night. I am greater than the fox and the hole. Give me thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning came and licked up the little flock of sheep. There is a tongue in the flame. I see a trident walking over the sea. A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey God, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of all fear, my God, I love thee. Nor haste thou whisper so ambiguous things. Waste thou afraid, oh ghost one, hold one, oh gathered lightning from a lightning falcon. These dog boys are pointing. Give them guns. These dog boys are punks. Give them guns. Thy bloodthirst, oh my God, thou art a little white rabbit. I am greater than the fox and the hole. Kiss me thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning came and licked up the little flock of sheep. There is a tongue in the flame. I see the trident walking over the sea. Phoenix hath before its head. Below two prongs they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey God. Unless thou beware from axe headed for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware from the grave to the goal, from the goal to that which is beyond the sounds of offer. My God, but I love thee.
Friday was the final day of pregnancy. Chicago's
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things? Wast thou afraid, O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning? From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing. Like we saw one, not afloat in the air. My God, my God. Oh, thou great son,
I didn't want to get into trouble.
cut off these eyelids. Nature shall die. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. Oh, thou great eye, oh, everything.
I ain't come to me to say, Uncle,
Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself, but the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon. So may I be.
love each other, man.
Oh, you left out a bunch of stuff.
And thought is evil.
You'll have to grease the soapy from you know. There's the kid back to the top. And you tell you're getting selected. I'm sure the team split out of chat. And I'll hope you're something good on the expect. I don't know if you're familiar with the process, but I can assure you it's not the voice. Then they find it out, Mr. Miller. Any bribes and kickbacks and nasty appeals. How you do business, they are not part of the legitimate business world. Do I make myself clear? Sorry, just trying to help. Now, notwithstanding Mr. Miller.
Think that
The
death
next question
is
was
the
asked is,
best.
where will
You were fooled.
how about fantasy land? Oh, you left out a bunch of stuff.
Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind. A phoenix hath thrown its hand, below are two prongs. They spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of offer. My God, but I love
Everybody's so sensitive.
so I make mistakes. Waste thou afraid, O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning. From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing. I based all on one, one on not a floating ether. Oh my God, my God. Oh, thou great hooded son of glory, cut off these eyelids. Nature shall die out, she hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. Oh, thou open eye, oh, ever weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself, but the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon. So may I be. Their thought, and thought is evil. And it is enough. Fall not into death, oh my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind. Find your seat, feet on the ground, spine rising like a calm, tall wave. Let your hands rest, heavy jaws, tongue soft, gaze easy behind closed eyes. Notice the noise in your chest, thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix them, just let them pass by. Breathing through the nose slow, like you're sipping time. Hold that beat, feel the rhythm draw out. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath. Now count with me. In, 2, 3. You can lose the hood. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let it go. Shoulders mountain down. Transmission now. My mission is to liberate Chicago from frauds, liars, thieves, and Masons like Brandon. I'll have one coming. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath. If fear comes on, I'll do it, friend. Name it softly and breathe again. Fill the fire, I'll pour the ash, let every exhale burn what you can hold. Breathing through the nose, slow like you're sipping time. Hold the beat for 4, feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty until the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Losing sex with you. Gentle deep, one long exhale. Feel the ground keep you when you are ready.
The video of you grabbing the female sex worker's head and forcing your tongue down her throat. You are calm, no one will vote for you.
Sunday morning, doorbell ringing, Bobby in a house coat, humming, grinning, a paper bag crinkling, steam on her glasses, new, eat something you'll grow with passion. I got everything bagel from the inside of my cradle. Obviously, praise, sesame grace, all our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, feels like sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Counter crowded, passing tablecloth. Cousin on accordion, laughing too soft. Uncle tells the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a really good bagel from the inside of my cradle. Obviously, prayer, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good bagel. I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Tears in my eyes, how did a circle hold so many lives? Take one more bite, pass one more plate.
It's the Nanny's baby?
It still tastes great.
It's the Nanny's baby?
Everything bagel from the heads that held my cradle. Obviously prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite keeps every good bite. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the keeper's breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Yeah, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby.
Did you think it took Avery to have sex with sex workers?
Strike the master chord, try to play it so. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Yeah. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. 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 Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go.
It's Brandon's mission now. My mission is to liberate Chicago from frauds, liars, thieves, and racists like Brandon. Ticket Richard is a fraud. They're all frauds.
Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go, 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 go. Oh, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9.
Stop the taxes and fraud. Liars and fraud.
Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh, 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 oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11 to not 9. Hold, hold, hold. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, go, go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa
Oh.
Strike the master chord, draw the flame sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. Take
You got teabags, baby.
off the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, 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 oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, 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 Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, 11, 10, 9, hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, 9. Hope, 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 hope. Let it go, 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 go. The magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which are his burring bell, the rubble and two of the cakes of light. In the sign of the enter, he reaches west across the altar and cries, "Hail, thou that goest in thy bark into the caverns of the dark." He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. He still the altar see me stand with light and music in my hand. He strikes the hands of the bell. Free, free, and fifty-five. Free, free, places the fire in the barrel fall. I strike the bell, I like to play. I answer the mysterious name. He strikes the hands upon the bell. Now I begin to pray, thou child, holy thy name and undefiled. The rain has come, the will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood. Bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good. Let my one crown of all the 10, even now and here be mine. He puts the first cake on the fire of the thorough ball. I'm ready to escape, proclaim these generations of thy name. He makes them resurrect religious and strikes 11 times upon the bell. To bear it even makes upon his breast a proper sign. Behold this bleeding breast of mine. Catch with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the wound. I fetch the blood. Don't wait for snow. Serve it up. And I priest in low. He eats the second cake. This bread I eat this oath I swear. As I inflame myself with prayer. There is no grace. There is no guilt. This is the Lord who wants the wilt. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. The magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which are his burning bells. And two of the cakes are light. In the sign of the emperor, he reaches west across the altar and cries, "Hail, rod that goes in thy bark into the caverns of the dark." He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. He still the altar, see me stand with light and music in my hand. He strikes 11 times on the bell. 3 times 3. thou shalt. Holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood. Bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good. That thou won't crown of all the dead. Even now and here be mine. Amen. He puts the first cake on the fire of the thurible. I burn the incense cake. Proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes his medicine live, let Jesus Christ again. 11 times upon the bell. The burning that makes upon his breast. The prophesy. Behold this bleeding breast of mine. Yes, with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the wound. I stench the blood. The wafer soaks it up in the high priest and move. He eats the second cake, this bread I eat, this oath I swear. Yes, I inflame myself with prayer. There is no grave, there is no guilt. This is the law to what the will. He strikes 11 upon the bell. And cries, Abracadabra. I turn him with woe. With mirth I now go forth and with thanksgiving. To my pleasure on the earth among the legions of the living. He goeth forth. He goeth forth. The magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which shine his burning bell, thurible, and 2 of the cakes of light. In the sign of the enterer, he reaches west across the altar and cries, Hail, Ra, that goest in thy bark into the caverns of the dark. He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. East of the altar, see me stand with light and music in my hand. He strikes 11 times upon the bell, 333, 333, and places the fire in the thurible. I strike the bell, I light the flame, I honor the mysterious name, Abracadabra. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. Now I begin to pray, thou child, holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood, bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good, that thy one crown of all the 10, even now and here be mine. He puts the first cake on the fire of the thurible. I burn the incense cake, proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes them as in live religious and strikes again 11 times upon the bell. With the burden he then makes upon his breast the proper sign. Behold this bleeding breast of mine, gashed with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the wound. I stench the blood, the wafer soaks it up, and the high priest invoke. He eats the second cake. This bread I eat, this oath I swear. As I inflame myself with prayer, there is no grace, there is no guilt. This is the Lord. Do what thou wilt. Into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river, they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold Pan. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me, only the distant flute, the abiding vision of man. On all sides, Pan, to the eye, to the ear, the perfume of Pan pervading. The taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense of flame with the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being.
Thanks for that. So thank you.
Annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold Pan. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan on all sides, Pan to the eye, to the ear. The perfume and pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The six interior sense of flame with the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being. Even to the abyss, annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to all mankind. My God, how I love thee, with a vehement appetite of a beast I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God, let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat, and let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God. My God, how I love thee. With a vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God. A little white rabbit in the burrow night. I am greater than the fatness and the whole. Give me thy kisses, oh Lord. lightning came and licked up the little flock of sheep. There is a tongue in the flame. I see a trident walking over the sea. A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs. They spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey God, unless thou be led from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of all fear. I love thee. But haste thou whispers so ambiguous things. Waste thou afraid, O ghost one, O horned one, O covered in lightning, from a lightning falker, from with a spell of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. Thou art a little white rabbit in the burning night. I am greater than the fox and the hole. Kiss me thy kisses, oh my God. The lightning came and licked up a little flock of sheep. There is a tongue in the flame. I see the trident walking over the sea. The phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey God, unless thou be wed from the grey to the gold, to that which is beyond the gold of the sea. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Waste thou afraid, O robust one, O horned one, O killer of lightning, from the lightning a phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey God, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of offer. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things? black specks of nothing.
I based all on one.
I'm not.
I float in the ether.
My God, my God.
Oh, thou great hooded Son of glory,
Cut off these eyelids.
nature shall die out.
She hideth me.
Closing mine eyelids with fear.
She hideth me from my destruction.
Oh, thou open eye, oh, ever weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself.
But the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon.
So may I be.
Their thought
And thought is It is enough. Fall not into death, oh my soul.
think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, how I love thee, oh my God.
Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind. A phoenix hath it for its head, below are two prongs.
They spear the wicked.
I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware. From the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of Ophir. My God, but I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously?
Waste thou afraid,
Oh, goat-hoofed one.
O horn one, O pillar of lightning. From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing. I based all on one on naught, afloat in ether. Oh my God, my God, oh thou great hooded Son of glory, cut off these eyelids, nature shall die out, she hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear, she hideth me from my destruction. Oh, thou open eye, oh, ever weeping one.
Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself.
But the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon, so may I be.
Their
And
thought
thought is evil.
is enough.
Fall not into death, oh my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling.
Oh, how I love thee.
Oh my God.
Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind.
Find your
Let your hand rest heavy, jaws come soft, gaze easy behind closed eyes. Notice the noise in your chest, thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix them, just let them pass by. Breathing through the nose slow, like you're sipping time. Hold that beat, feel the rhythm draw. Breathe out through the mouth long, like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath. Now count with me. In 2, 3, 4. Hold 2, 3, 4. Hold 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let it go. Shoulders mountain downward. Heart of lantern in your chest. Break. Steady, simple, guiding you back to center. Breathing through the nose, slow like you sip the time. Hold that beat, feel the rhythm travel by. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the if fear comes on, go to it, friend. Name it softly and breathe again. And fill the fire up, pour the ash, let every exhale. Burn what you can hold. Breathing through the nose, slow like you're sipping time. Hold that beat for, feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty until the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Inhale, gentle deep, one long exhale. Feel the ground keep you when you are ready. Open your eyes, but know this calm is yours on demand. hubby in a house coat, humming, grinning, a paper bag crinkling, steam on her glasses, new. Eat something, you'll grow it fast. I got a really good everything bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Obviously, prayer, sesame grace, all my stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, you like sitting at the table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Counter crowded, plastic tablecloth, cousin on accordion, laughing too soft. Uncle tells the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a really good everything bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Obviously, prayer, sesame grace, all my stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, you're sitting at the table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Salt on my fingers, tears in my eyes. How did a circle hold so many lives? Take one more bite, pass one more plate. We're late for everything, it still tastes great. I got a really good everything bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Obviously, prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, it's like sitting at the table. Every little crumb, every little bite keeps every good bite. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the monster chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go. Hold, 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 hold. Go, 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 go. Hold, 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 hold. Yeah. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike a master call, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Yeah. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. 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 Strike the master code, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go, 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 go. Oh, Santa baby, oh, my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh, my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10. Not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for seconds, 10. Not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh, 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 oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10. Not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, hold, hold. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, go, go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, 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 strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, 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 strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa must be cold, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. A magician, his breast bare, who stands before an altar on which are his burring bell, the rubble and two of the cakes of light. In the sign of the altar, he reaches west across the altar and cries, "Hail, Rise, goest in thy bark into the caverns of the dark." Thou child, holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign has come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood. Bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good. By one crown of all the 10. Even now and here be mine. He puts the first cake on the fire of the thurible. All the nations escape, proclaim these generations of thy name. He makes them as a live religious and strikes 11 times upon the bell. Bearing healing makes upon his breast the prophesied. Behold his bleeding breast of mine. Yes, with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the womb. Now that's the blood. The way for so. It up. And high priest invoke. He eats the second cake. This bread I eat this oath I swear. As I inflame myself with prayer. There is no grace. There is no guilt. This is the Lord who what the wilt. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. And cries. I enter in with woe. With blood now go forth and with thanksgiving to do my pleasure on the earth among the legions of the living. The magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which are his burning bells. And two of the cakes are light. In the sign of the emperor, he reaches west across the altar and cries, Hail, rod that goes in my bark into the caverns of the dark. He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. East of the altar, see me stand with light and music in my hand. He strikes 11 times on the bell. 3 like 3. He strikes 11 times upon the Now I begin to pray, thou child, holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood. Bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good. Let thou one crown of all the dead. Even now and here be mine. Amen. He puts the first cake on the fire of the third bowl. I burn the incense cake. Proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes the massive liver, let Jesus Christ again 11 times upon the bell. The burning that makes upon his breast the prophesy. Behold this bleeding breast of mine. Yes, with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the wound. I stench the blood. The wafer soaks it up in the high priest and oath. He eats the second cake, this bread I eat, this oath I swear. Yes, I inflame myself with prayer. There is no grace, there is no guilt. This is the law, do what the will. He strikes 11 upon the bell and cries, with woe, with mirth I now go forth and with thanksgiving. To my pleasure on the The magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which shine his burning bell, thurible, and two of the cakes of light. In a sign of the emperor, he reaches west across the altar and cries, Hail, rock that goest in thy bark into the caverns of the dark. He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. East of the altar, see me stand with light and music in my hand. He strikes 11 times upon the bell, 333, and places the fire in the thurible. I strike the bell, I light the flame, I utter the mysterious name, Abra-dabra. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. Now I begin to pray, thou child, holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood, bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good, and thy one crown of all the 10. Even now and here be mine. He puts the first cake on the fire of the thurible. I burn the incense cake, proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes them as in religious and strikes again 11 times upon the bell. With the burden he then makes upon his breast the proper sign. Behold this bleeding breast of mine, cast with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the wound. I stench the blood, the wafer soaks it up, and the high priest invokes. He eats the second cake. This bread I eat, this salt I swear. As I inflame myself with prayer, there is no grace, there is no guilt. This is the Lord. Do what thou wilt. He strikes 11 times upon the bell and cries, Abra-dabra. I entered in with woe, with mirth. I now go forth and with thanksgiving to do my pleasure on the earth among the legions of the living. He goeth, he goeth forth. Into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold Pan. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of God. On all to the eye, to the ear, the perfume of Pan pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense of flame, the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss, annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold the snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan on all sides, Pan to the eye, to the ear. The perfume of Pan pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense of flame, the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss, annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to all my God, how I love thee, with a vehement appetite of a beast I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God, let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat, and let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God. With the vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle. At the edge of some fortified city, I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not pale? I am his, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not heal this body and soul? I will thee with the dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. Let the spout of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. A little white rabbit in the burrow night. I am greater than the fox and the hole. Give me thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning came and licked up the little flock of sheep. There is a tongue in the flame. I see them tried and walking over the sea. A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey God, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold. Fear my name, I love thee. What haste thou whispers so ambiguously? Waste thou afraid, oh ghost one, oh horned one, oh cavern of lightning, from a lightning falker, from with a spell of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. Thou art a little white rabbit in the burrow night. I am greater than the fox and the hole. Kiss me thy kisses, oh my God. The lightning came and licked up the little flock You'll see. There is a tongue in the flame. I see the trident walking over the sea. The phoenix head before its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee. O thou little grey God, unless thou be wed. From the grey to the throne, that which is beyond the cold of the sea. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Waste thou afraid, oh, go fool the one. Oh, killer of lightning, from the lightning a phoenix hath it for its head, below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey God, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of offer. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things? Waste thou afraid, O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning? From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing. Like they stall on one, but are not afloat in the ether. My God, my God. O thou great hooded Son of glory, cut off these eyelids. Nature shall die out. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. O thou open eye, O ever weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself, but the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon. So may I be their thought, and thought is evil. It is enough. Fall not into death, O my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, how I love thee, oh my God. Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, violently diffracted in the haze of this mind. They spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware. From the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of Ophir. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Wayest thou afraid? O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning. From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of night. I based all on one on not a floating ether. Oh my God, oh thou great hooded son of glory, cut off these eyelids. Nature shall die out, she hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. Oh, thou open eye, oh, little weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself, but the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon. So may I be their thought, and thought is evil. And your hand is love. Fall not into death, oh my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, how I love thee. Oh my God. Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind. Find your seat, feet on the ground, spine rising like a calm, tall wave. Let your hands rest, heavy jaws, tongue soft, gaze easy behind closed eyes. Notice the noise in your chest, thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix it, just let him pass by. Breathing through the nose slow, like you're sipping time. Hold that beat, cold for feel the rhythm draw. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Now count with me. In 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let it go. Shoulders pointing downward. Heart a lantern in your chest. Break. Steady, simple, guiding you back to center. Breathing through the nose, slow like you sip the time. Hold that beat, full, feel the rhythms rubber wire. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. stillness inside. Ride the breath. If fear comes on, go to it, friend. Name it softly and breathe again. And fill the fire out, pour the ash, let every exhale. Burn what you can hold. Breathe in through the nose, slow like you're sipping time. Hold that beat for a four, feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty until the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Gentle deep, one long exhale. Feel the ground keep you when you are ready. Open your eyes when all is gone. Is yours on demand. Sunday morning, doorbell ringing, Bobby in a house coat humming, grinning, a paper bag crinkling, steam on her glasses, new, eat something, you'll grow it fast. I got a record, everything bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Obviously, praise, sesame grace, all my stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, you like sitting at the table, every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Counter crowded, passing tablecloth, cousin on accordion, laughing too soft. Uncle tells the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a really good little bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Obviously, prayers, sesame grace, all our stories and every taste. I got a really good little bagel. Hey, you're sitting at the table, every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Salt on my fingers, tears in my eyes. How did a circle hold so many lives? Take one more bite, ask one more plate. We're late for everything, it still tastes great. I got a really good everything bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Obviously, prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, he's like sitting at the table. Every little crumb, every little bite keeps every good bite. Feeling like Santa baby. Santa baby. Oh, my little Santa baby. Santa baby. Oh, my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Yeah, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, try to play it so. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Yeah. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. 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 Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go, 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 go. Oh, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. 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 Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go, 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 go. Oh, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day. Seconds 10, not 11 to not 9. Ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho. Let it go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh, oh, oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flames sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10. Not 11 to not 9. Hold, hold, hold. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, go, go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the mustard chord, draw the flame sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, 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 oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw a flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Spin the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day, hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9, hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. The magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which are his burring bell. The rubble and two of the cakes of light. In the sign of the answer, he reaches west across the altar and cries, Hail, round the ghost in thy bar, into the caverns of the dark. He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. He's to the altar singing, stand with light and music in my hand. He strikes the last of the child, holding thy name and undefiled. Our reign has come, now will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood. Bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good. Red by one crown of all the 10. Even now and here be mine and men. He puts the first cake on the fire of the throughball. All the leaves escape, proclaim these generations of thy name. He makes them resurrect religious and strikes 11 times upon the bell. The barony that makes upon his breast the prophesied. Behold his bleeding breast of mine. Catch with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the womb. Now stretch the blood. The wafer so burn it up. And now high priest invoke. He eats the second cake, this bread I eat, this soap I swear. As I inflame myself with prayer. There is no grace, there is no guilt. This is the Lord who wipe the wilt. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. And cries, I enter in with woe. With blood now go forth and with thanksgiving to do my pleasure on the earth. Among the legions of the living. The magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which are his burning bells. And two of the cakes are light. In the sign of the emperor, he reaches west across the altar and cries, Hail, rod that goes in my bark, into the caverns of the dark. gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. East of the altar, see me stand with light and music in my hand. He strikes 11 times on the bell, 3 like 3. Places the fire in the fireball. I strike the bell, I light the flame. I utter the mysterious name. Abracadabra, he strikes 11. He strikes 11 times upon the Now I begin to pray, thou shalt holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood. Bring me through midnight, you son. Save me from evil and from good. That thou won't crown of all the dead. Even now and here be mine. Amen. He puts the first cake on the fire of the third bowl. I burn the incense cake. Proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes the massive liver let Jesus strikes again 11 times along the bell. Dirty that makes upon his breast the prophesy. Behold this bleeding breast of mine. Yes, with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the wound. I stench the blood. The wafer soaks it up in the high priest knows. He eats the second cake, this bread I eat, this oath I swear. Yes, I inflame myself with prayer. There is no rain, there is no guilt. This is the law to what the will. He strikes 11 upon the bell and cries, Abracadabra. I answer him with woe, with mirth I now go forth and with thanksgiving. To my pleasure on the earth among the legions of the living. He goeth forth. He goeth forth. The magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which shine his burning bell, the bull, and 2 of the cakes of light. In a sign of the enterer, he reaches west across the altar and cries, Hail, Ra, that goest in thy bark into the caverns of the dark. He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. East of the altar, see me stand with light and music in my hand. He strikes 11 times upon the bell, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, and places the fire in the thoroughfare. I strike the bell, I light the flame, I utter the mysterious name, Abracadabra. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. Now I begin to pray, thou child, holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood, bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good, that thy one crown of all the 10. Even now first cake on the fire of the thoroughfare. I burn the incense cake, proclaim these generations of thy name. He makes them as if liberal legis and strikes again. 11 times upon the bell. With the burden he then makes upon his breast the barbarous sign. Behold this bleeding breast of mine, gashed with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the wound. I stench the blood, the wafer soaks it up, and the high priest invokes. He eats the second cake. This bread I eat, this oath I swear, as I inflame myself with prayer. There is no grace, there is no guilt. This is the Lord. Do what thou wilt. He strikes 11 times upon the bell and cries, I entered in with woe, with mirth. I now go forth and with thanksgiving to do my pleasure on the earth among the legions of the living. He goeth forth, he goeth forth, he goeth into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness, and I behold Pan. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan. On all sides, Pan, to the eye, to the ear, the perfume of Pan pervading. The taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense of flame with the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss. Annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness, and I behold the snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan. On all sides, Pan, to the eye, to the ear. The perfume, Pan pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him tense on every center of pain and pleasure. The six interior sense of flame, with the inmost self of him. Myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss. Annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to all mankind.
My God, how I love thee, with the vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle, at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee, as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God, let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel, there is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat, and let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God. My God, how I love thee. With the vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle, at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee, as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel, there is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with the dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God.
of blood quench thy bloodthirst. Oh my God, a little white rabbit in the burrow night. I am greater than the fatness and the whole. Give me thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning came and licked up the little flock of sheep. There is a tongue in the flame. I see a trident walking over the sea. A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey God, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold. Feel my hand, I love thee. What haste thou whisper so ambiguously? Waste thou afraid? Oh, go with one. Oh, hold one. Oh, cometh lightning from a lightning focus. From love. With the spell of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God. Thou art a little white rabbit in the burrow night. I am greater than the fox and the hole. Kiss me thy kisses, oh my God. The lightning came and licked up a little flock of sheep. There is a tongue in the flame. I see the trident walking over the sea. A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey God. Unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, that which is beyond the gold of the sea. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Waste thou afraid, O gold-hoofed one? Oh, killer of lightning, from the lightning a phoenix hath it for its head. Billow her two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey god. Unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of offer, my God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things? Wayest thou afraid, O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning? From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing. Like they stole on one, but I'm not. I float in the ether. My God, my God. O thou great hooded Son of glory, cut off these eyelids. Nature shall die out. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. O thou open eye, O ever weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself, but the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon. So may I be their thought, and thought is evil. It is enough. Fall not into death, O my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, how I love thee, oh my God. Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind. A phoenix hath it for its head, below are two prongs. They spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of Ophir. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things? Wayest thou afraid, O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning? From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing. I based all on one on naught, afloat in ether. Oh my God, my God, oh thou great hooded Son of glory, cut off these eyelids. Nature shall die out, she hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. Oh, thou open eye, oh, ever weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself, but the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon. So may I be their thought, and thought is evil. Fall not into death, O my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, how I love thee. Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind. Find your seat, feet on the ground, spine rising like a calm, tall wave. Let your hands rest, heavy jaws, tongue soft, gaze easy behind closed eyes. Notice the noise in your chest, thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix it, just let him pass by. Breathing through the nose, slow like a zipping time. Hold that beat, core four, feel the rhythm draw. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath. Now count with me. In 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let go. Shoulders mountain downward. Heart of the turn in your chest. Break. Steady, simple, guiding you back to center. Breathing through the nose, slow like you zip the time. Hold that beat, feel the rhythm travel by. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the if fear comes out to it, friend, name it softly and breathe again. And fill the fire up, pour the ash, let it exhale. Burn what you can. Hold, breathe in through the nose, slow like you sip in time. Hold that beat for, feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty until the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. Inhale, gentle deep, one long exhale. Feel the ground keep you when you are ready. twinkling, steam on her glasses. New, eat something, you'll grow it I got a really good everything bagel from the inside of my cradle. Obviously, prayer, sesame grace, all my stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, you like sitting at the table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Counter crowded, plastic tablecloth. Cousin on accordion, laughing too soft. Uncle tells the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a really good living bagel from the inside of my cradle. Obviously, prayer, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good living bagel. Hey, I'm sitting at the table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Salt on my fingers, tears in my eyes. How did a circle hold so many lives? Take one more bite, pass one more plate. We're late for everything, it still tastes great. Oh, yeah. I got a really good everything bagel from the hits that held my cradle. Pussy prayers, sesame grace, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, it's like sitting at the table. Every little crumb, every little bite keeps every goodbye. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go. Hold, 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 hold. Go, 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 go. Hold, 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 hold. Yeah. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 yeah. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. 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 Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10. Not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for seconds, 10. Not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh, 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 oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10. Not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, hold, hold. Hold, hold, hold. Let it go, go, go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10. the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, spin the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold, 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 let it go, 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 Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, 11, 10, 9, hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 a baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, hold my little Santa baby. Santa baby, hold my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. The magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which are his burring bell, the rubble, and two of the cakes of light. In the sign of the altar, he reaches west across the altar and cries, Hail, the ghost in thy bark, into the caverns of the dark. He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. Leads to the altar, singing, stand with light and music in my hand. He strikes the last as a child, holy thy name and undefiled. Our reign has come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood. Bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good. By one crown of all the 10, even now and here be mine. He puts the first cake on the fire of the thurible. All the names escape, proclaim these generations of thy name. He makes a mess of live religious and strikes 11 times upon the bell. The barren heathen makes upon his breast the proper sign. Behold his bleeding breast of mine. Yes, with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the wound. Now there's the blood. Go get the snow, turn it up. And now I priest in both. He eats the second cake, this bread I eat, this oath I swear. As I inflame myself with prayer. There is no grace, there is no guilt. This is the Lord who what the wilt. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. And cries, I enter in with woe. With blood, now go forth and with thanksgiving to do my pleasure on the earth. Among the legions of the living. The magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which are his burning bells. And two of the cakes are light. In the sign of the emperor, he reaches west across the altar and cries, Hail, that goes in my bark into the caverns of the dark. He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell Now I begin to pray, thou child, holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood. Bring me through midnight to the sun, save me from evil and from good. That thou won't crown of all the dead. Even now and here be mine. And then he puts the first cake on the fire of the third bowl. I burn the incense cake, proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes his massive liver let Jesus strikes again 11 times on the bell. The burning that makes upon his breast the prophesy. Behold this bleeding breast of mine, yes, with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the wound. I stench the blood. The wafer soaks it up in the high priest and loaf. He eats the second cake, this bread I eat, this oath I swear. Yes, I inflame myself with bread. There is no bread. There is no guilt. This is the law to what the will. He strikes 11 upon the bell and cries, Abracadabra. I answered him with woe, with mirth I now go forth and with thanksgiving. To my pleasure on the earth among the legions of the living. He goeth forth. He goeth forth. The magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which shine his burning bell, thurible, and two of the cakes of light. In the sign of the enterer, he reaches west across the altar and cries, Hail, rock that goest in thy bark into the caverns of the dark. He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. East of the altar, see me stand with light and music in my hand. He strikes 11 times upon the bell, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, and places the fire in the thurible. I strike the bell, I light the flame, I utter the mysterious name, Abracadabra. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. Now I begin to pray, thou child, holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood, bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good, that thy one crown of all the 10, even now and here be mine. He puts the first cake on the fire of the thurible. I burn the incense cake, proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes them as in liver legis and strikes again 11 times upon the bell. With the burden he then makes upon his breast the proper sign. Behold this bleeding breast of mine, cast with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the wound. I stench the blood, the wafer soaks it up, and the high priest invokes. He eats the second cake. This bread I eat, this oath I swear. As I inflame myself with prayer, there is no grace, there is no guilt. This is the Lord. Do what thou wilt. He strikes 11 times upon the bell and cries, "Arise, enter in with woe, with mirth. I now go forth and with thanksgiving to do my pleasure on the earth among the legions of the living." He goeth, he goeth forth. Into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold Pan. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of God. On all sides, Pan, to the eye, to the ear, the perfume of Pan pervading. The taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense of flame, the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss, annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold them. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan on all sides, Pan to the eye, to the ear. The perfume and pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense of flame, the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss, annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to all mankind. appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God, let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God. My God, how I love thee. With the vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with the dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God. A little white rabbit in the burrow night. I am greater than the fox and the hole. Give me thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning came and licked up the little flock of sheep. There is a tongue in the flame. I see a trident walking over the sea. A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of all fear. I love thee. But haste thou whisper so ambiguously. Waste thou afraid? Oh, ghost one. Oh, horned one. Oh, covered lightning. From a lightning falker. From love. With the spell of blood quench thy glad thirst, oh my God. Thou art a little white rabbit in the burning night. I am greeted. The fox and the hole. Kiss me thy kisses, oh my God. The lightning came and licked up little flock of sheep. There is a tongue in the flame. I see the trident walking over the sea. A phoenix has it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey god. Unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, to that which is beyond the gold of the sea. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Waste thou afraid, O ghost one? Oh, killer of lightning, from the lightning a phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey god. Unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of offer, my God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things? Waste thou afraid, O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning? From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearl those black specks of nothing. I based all on one. I'm not. I float in the ether. My God, my God. Oh, thou great hooded son of glory, cut off these eyelids. Nature shall die out. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. Oh, thou open eye, oh, ever weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself, but the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon. So may I be their thought, and thought is evil. It is enough. Fall not into death, oh my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, how I love thee, oh my God. Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind. A phoenix hath it for its head, below are two prongs. They spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware. From the gray to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of Ophir. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Waste thou afraid, O goat hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning. From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing. I based all on one on naught afloat in ether. Oh my God, oh thou great hooded son of glory, cut off these eyelids. Nature shall die out, she hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. Oh, thou open eye, oh, ever weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself, but the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon. So may I be their thought is evil. Fall not into death, oh my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh my God. Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the see. Feet on the ground, spine rising like a calm, tall wave. Let your hands rest, heavy jaws, tongue soft, gaze easy behind closed eyes. Notice the noise in your chest, thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix them, just let them pass by.
You ain't gonna kill us in cold blood, are you? I'm new at this sort of thing. If I were you, I'd just go and forget the whole thing. We were just joking, but you ain't me. Tell you what, you guys fight it out. One of them remains on his feet. Just there. One. Go to it, boys. Finish him off, will you?
Stop those. I can't catch a break bullshit. All the time you're complaining, you could be instead hustling.
Slow like you're sipping time. Hold that beat for feel the rhythm draw the wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long and quite tight. Explaining that whatsoever. And I dare you to ask them when they said he was alive. And they'll self-defense kind of mission. Gentle deep, exhale, feel the you when you are ready. Open your eyes, but know this calm is yours on demand. paper bag crinkling, steam on her glasses. New, eat something you grow with. I got a ridiculous bagel from the inside of my cradle. Fancy prayers, sesame grace, all our stories and everything. I got a really good bagel. Feels like it's a chill. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. That's what I like about you guys. You guys are such a gentleman. It's such a pleasure to you. Cousin on a accordion, laughing too soft. Does the same trick years before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a good bagel from the inside of my cradle. Obviously prayers, sesame grace, all our stories and everything. I got a really good bagel. Hey, you're sitting at the table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Salt on my fingers, tears in my eyes. How did a circle hold so many lives? Just take one more bite, pass one more plate.
We heard the debate. But yeah, I want everybody to look up the Satan abortion clinics named after Satan, and look up the UK hospitals, a hospital that were powered up by aborted fetuses. Look it up.
He's right. That's right. He's right. That shit is insane. He's right. He's right.
He's not right, Andrew.
No, he is, brother. 2014. 2 hospitals were found guilty, or found doing, I guess I shouldn't say guilty, it might be completely fine, incinerating waste from fetuses to, waste to energy.
Well, I looked up the Satan thing, by the way.
I haven't done the Satan thing yet, but the waste to energy is true. He is correct. They are doing that. They did it in the UK. Two hospitals were in fact doing it. They
What's the source of that, Andrew? Like what's
yeah, so here and there's actually video.
There's a
news. There's
the day and age of AI, Andrew.
No, I got you.
I was being so information. I got way more information on this stuff.
Let me tell you the same thing.
Let me look at the source. It's Satan is behind abortion.com. No, it's alexjones.com. No, wait.
No. It's true. No, wait, hold on.
This stuff is true.
Oh my God, it's true, but it's true not the way he's saying. The Church of Satan opened abortion clinics for one of the, remember in Texas they had that whole yeah, so it's
I believe it's
it's not right. It's not like a satanic thing and like
no, there is abortion clinics named after Satan. I'm not being
that's just okay.
You can ask Deepak again. Hold on, Ben. When you get a chance, brother, I don't know when you're going to get to take a break. It sounds like you're a trucker or whatnot, which is good because that means you can hang with us. But when you get a chance, when you pull over or do whatever, if you're picking up a lot lizard, if you get a chance, if you can look that up and like provide the names of these abortion clinics. Oh, actually, there are several abortion clinics. It looks like. Yeah, so he didn't say, guys, just to be clear, he's not saying that normal, these are normal clinics being started by the government or something. These are clinics being started by people.
In England, they would be supported by the government because it's a national healthcare system. So
yeah,
that would be part of the claim.
By the government, wouldn't they? Because
yeah. So
dude,
let him find that. Deepak, I have a question. I've asked it 2 times.
Sorry.
I want to ask it a 3rd time. Where is it analogous saying like abortion to tie-in ovaries or a vasectomy? How is that analogous?
Analogous in what context? I mean, obviously it's analogous in the sense that they're both medical procedures.
Well, no. Yeah, they're both medical procedures, right? But one out of the 3 eliminates a life form. The other two are established to not create a life form. So how is it analogous in the way that you said it?
In what way? Like I don't. I mean, maybe I did, but I don't remember like comparing abortion to.
You actually did. That's the reason I spoke up the first time.
Unless it was in the context of saying that they're all like medical procedures that entail like some non-zero amount of risk, just like any medical procedure would, right? Just like a tonsillectomy does.
No, actually, I brought up where is like the statistical risk of having an abortion for the past 50 years, right? I brought that up. What is the death rate? What is the death rate of women who have abortions in the last 15 years? Is it statistically dangerous? Is it statistically dangerous versus, and that was the original conversation that I brought up to you when you were talking about like abortions being like, a procedure.
I don't have a number offhand, but I just think it's a reasonable inference that it's going to be non-zero because it's a medical procedure.
Yeah, dude, of course it's non-zero. And then you even, this is a direct quote for anybody who wants to check the replays. He had to cite a drunk doctor. He had to say that, let's say there's a drunk doctor that performs it. That's how extreme his position has to be. No, dude, that's how extreme your position has to be.
No, that's what it takes to get you to shut up.
You're so deep, dude. Like,
yeah,
you're deep talk, right? You're so deep. You're in too deep, as the movie says. But what I'm saying is, like, if you're making an analogy in any form about, like, even from a procedural, like, life of saving the mother, right? If you're making that as your premise, and then you're talking about tubes tied or vasectomies, which is like, snipping various. Hold on a second. If you're talking about tubes being tied or vasectomy. Oh my gosh, dude, this guy is ridiculous at this point. So
look, you're just like droning
on. Dude, just saying, like a surgery, right? Let's just start at your base level of a surgery, and it could have like implications, and it could be like negative towards the participant, the patient, right? In all three of these circumstances, only two of those are treated gate-like. The third is that it's already life already existing. And taking away but just so you know, statistically, all those surgeries have the same fatality rates, right? Like they're all so then it's not the same argument.
The fuck? Look, why do you think I brought up this whole thing in the first place? Like, what was the context? Do you remember?
Yeah, the context is just so everybody knows, the context is you support the concept of abortion, that you'll make claims that your false analogy to not being conceptualized, right? Like not being to the point of conception. Yes, that's the reason those surgeries exist, is to not have conception.
That wasn't the context. The context was in the middle of a discussion with Andrew about this. Like he read out that whole like sort of whatever, right? That like little preamble thing on the website of like shout your abortion, right? And I was saying the only part of that I disagree with, I think at least, the only part that I disagree with is where it says that abortions. Right? I do think they should.
No, then you led to vasectomies.
What?
Then you led to vasectomies. Vasectomies are to stop the concept.
If I did lead to vasectomy, it was only because I was saying that that an abortion is just a medical procedure like a vasectomy, right, that carries some non-zero motor risk. So for that reason,
No, but the difference, real quick, just so you know why they're not analogous, right, is that a vasectomy is a surgery so that you don't conceive and that you don't have to have an abortion. No, it's that you don't have to have an abortion.
Analogy. I could have just replaced vasectomy with tonsillectomy.
Do you understand that? Like a vasectomy. No, do you understand that a vasectomy is so that you don't have to have an abortion?
Let's explain it to him.
Why Deepak doesn't understand how babies work, and I've been trying to explain this to him. He doesn't understand.
Andrew, do you understand the point that I'm making? Does anybody?
Why? I had a very good funded white school, so I understand birthdays. I know how vasectomies work. I understand what it means to be pregnant. Deepak has the order all backwards. He doesn't even know what's going on. He thinks reading comic books gets you pregnant. It's very weird.
Wait, the thought doesn't bring them?
Yeah, you said one of your brothers gave you the wrong information, Deepak. That's not how that works.
Yeah,
exactly. But I'll just say why, yes, I think Deepak, just to be clear, why Deepak understands the distinction between a vasectomy and an abortion. I think he gets the distinction. He does. I think we're good.
But he didn't equate it the same, did he?
I don't remember him equating.
I'm not saying that they're exactly the same procedure. No, that's not what I'm saying.
No,
I'm not saying that. But
He doesn't rely on that.
He's like,
but but the reasons of having them are different, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Yeah. Okay.
That's this why they both stop babies.
Yeah, no, I agree. But the difference is one of them stops before conception. The other one is that for conception, a life has already formed.
I agree.
Is it a burden for you to constantly remember that you have to breathe every minute?
This crap is ridiculous at this point. Do I have to remember to breathe?
I'm trying to explain it. Maybe you should use smaller words or something. The point of the analogy, right? The point of the analogy is just to say that an abortion, like any other medical procedure, like tonsillectomy, for example, right, carries a non-zero risk to the patient. And for that reason, even if no other, for that reason alone, it should be rare. Right?
Dude, here's the thing. You're saying a non-zero, and I agree with that, right? But if we look statistically, all three of them, right, tubes tied, fucking vasectomies, and abortions, are not like a life-threatening operation. They're not. Getting your tonsils taken away is not, statistically, a life-threatening. Now, we could agree it's a 0.0001%, but that doesn't elevate your argument.
Deepak never argued if it was life-threatening or not. He said it was just a risk. If you was listening to me, he said there's no risk.
And I agree with that. It's a risk.
Yeah, but
it's a risk. But the difference is No, the difference is
that was your argument.
Yeah.
No.
Are you saying that risk is so negligible that it's not worth considering at all?
No. The risk is already after conceiving versus two others, but the risk is that you don't conceive.
Yeah,
but you're trying to conflate those two. You understand?
There's
a risk that you put a condom on and that you have an allergic reaction. That's just a fact. There's a risk that can happen, right? Would you agree that there's a risk of that?
I don't know.
Whether it's a 0.001%, there's a risk that a male, puts a condom on and that they have allergic reaction, or the woman has allergic reaction, correct?
Yes.
Now, is that point of doing that condom to possibly not have a child?
Go ahead. And Christian, do not leave, by the way. And Universe, I'm proud of you for not using pregnancy. Go ahead, Deepak.
What was the question?
Is there a percentage chance that a condom could cause an allergic reaction either for the male or the female?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Why can't? And what is the purpose of that condom? To not have a child, Deepak?
Very good. So yes. So a condom is something that's necessary, right? So there is a reason, right? So it is true. Right? So for example, like the analogy would be like, you shouldn't like be just putting on condoms for no reason, right? If you're not planning to have sex, right, don't just put a condom on and walk around, right?
Dude, even your school system disagrees with that. No. Even your school system says that's not true. They say that you should test condoms on yourself to make sure that they fit.
I mean, if that's true, then it's a necessary thing, right? It's something that you need to do.
And now nobody is telling you to do that. Hey, if you tell me to do that, it's a necessary risk. Like, dude, I'm just showing, like, you haven't thought this out.
Okay, yeah, like, I'm the one who hasn't thought this out.
No, honestly, you haven't. Dude, I'm just,
I'm making
your own words right there.
To abortions, and I'm the one who hasn't thought this out.
Dude, I use your own words there. Right? Like, you try to say, oh, if anybody uses a condom, because the original conversation that it could cause an allergic reaction, right? Firstly, that would be the male putting on the condom. You wouldn't know any female have an allergic reaction until the condom is inside them or rubbing their skin. So then, therefore, the school system actually teaches children to put on condoms to make sure that they fit them before they have sex. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't get it, dude.
No, I
Why couldn't you just admit that one of your thought experiments was incorrect?
Just do that. You win, whatever, you're right.
Oh my gosh.
Why? I think, so somebody asked if you could, there's a request from a longtime patron that you dial down the volume just a little bit. And then secondly, someone said that they wished your dad would have used a condom, which I think was a little bit harsh. But,
yeah, secular. I get it, secular.
He means that in love, though. He means that in love. So secular. I just thought it was kind of I mean, it was mean, but it was actually kind of funny. But only because
it's just a common joke. That's like, oh, your mom should have swallowed. Yeah. It's like a common joke, dude. It's like
you're good.
It's like Tony. Kill Tony type comedy, dude. It's fucking ridiculous.
Kill Tony's off the chain. Okay. Spirit and by the way, Ben, I think there's only 3 satanic temples. If you find more, by all means. But I actually didn't know about that. I didn't know about the burning of fetuses to heat the place either. Both of those are true. Pretty fascinating. Spirit, and then the testosterone stopping men from crying or making them less, susceptible to crying. That was interesting as well. You've got
that apparently is true.
Yeah, no. Ben's dropped some stuff, and I know you don't like the other stuff he said.
That's true. Ben has been dropping some crazy stuff, but it's all checked out so far.
Yeah, it really has. No, really, dude. I found him in one of these rooms, and I was like, dude, this guy's cool. I want him to come hang out. So I'm glad you came over, Ben. I'm glad you're here. Spirit, do you want to weigh in, brother? And by the way, Universe, you can come in too here in a second because you've actually been good, which is surprising. You guys realize that's the John Kitover. That's the real man. That comes in with 58 different accounts and streams us live on 30 different YouTube channels and has that real annoying voice that he does. That's it.
Streamed on YouTube?
Bro, I came into it. I looked at a video on YouTube and it was him with no shirt on in his basement with a big Israeli flag behind him. And he had like Snoop Dogg filters on his head. And then in like actual dog filters, and then like Snoop Dogg, I don't know, weird. And then and he was listening to us on his phone. He had his phone sitting there at his desk. He's listening to us. There's like 2 people watching. It was weird. I don't know. I don't know. It's creepy. And
actually subscribe.
My wife doesn't find it streaming.
Just subscribe.
Bro, yeah, just subscribe. Because listen, Nathan actually asked him one day, hey, we don't record our rooms. Can you help us find a replay? And he had the replay of the room or something.
Okay. Maybe this is what Sasha needs then, right? The long fabled, thing that she's looking for.
The long fabled.
I don't know how many people have told me on this app like, you're not supposed to record.
More than anything.
Abe.
Well, no, the Roger one.
Oh, the Roger one. I thought you were going to say something concerning. Okay. Yes. The Roger one. Oh yeah, I couldn't. Man, that was so rough. I wish I would have. You guys missed it.
My bad.
No, it's all good. We just.
No, but the one before. I think the one she really wanted was the one before that. Right?
Dude, that one's still there. I need to go back and find that.
Oh, I'm confused. I thought she said she didn't have a copy of that.
No. I don't know if she has a copy of that. We don't have this most recent one. That one, I just have to go back and find. Huh?
I mean, the last one wasn't so, whatever.
No, it wasn't very good. No, it was not really No, the first one was really intense, and they really got into it. And it was less hostile. It was more substantive. They actually went down all the different counters to psychophysical harmony, and Sasha did good on it. But nonetheless, or all the different counters. I shouldn't say all the counters, but whatever counters that Roger was bringing to the table. Him and Oppie and others brought forward. Anyway, Simon, good to have you, brother. Spirit, you want to weigh in, bro? Feminism, abortion. By the way, anybody in the audience, we don't bite, you can come up here. Sigma, you should come up. MJ, you should definitely come up. Abu, come up here and spit some Islam at us, brother. We love you.
This David guy never
40 days. 40 days is the Islamic position about abortion, just so everybody knows. 40 days.
Wait, what'd you say? What?
Yeah, look it up. 40 days is the concept of Islam because it takes 40 days for the spirit to enter the baby.
Of the womb, right? Isn't that also like a concept in at least, I don't know, I thought it's in some countries also you do.
If you want it, I'll provide it. I don't want to look it up. If I have to, I will. But
She's correct. The only thing I'd say it's still wrong. Like we say, it's still immoral to, let's say, abort your baby, let's say, after 1 month. And the reason why is generally having
40 days is not 1 month.
I know. I'm saying even though we don't consider it murder, like it wouldn't qualify as murder because there's, like you said, there's no spirit. We still believe it's wrong to, just promote abortions at any time.
Yeah.
That's not true.
I just want to say, Abu Assalamu alaikum. I also wanted to say Islam is going to do really well because of this policy. For the most part, this helps them, the longevity of Islam, by having such a high, birth rate. And them not aborting, because I don't know how prevalent abortion is, even in the most liberal Muslim countries. I don't know. I haven't looked into that, but I think that helps you guys as far as the longevity goes, and just kind of conversion real well.
I'm pretty sure Saudi Arabia created a law about the 40-day abortion. I'm pretty sure they created a law about that.
Yeah, what do they do if they get an abortion at 6 months, Abu, like a secret abortion or something?
But there's no Islamic state. It would just be illegal. I don't know what happens. It depends on which Muslim country. They would just make it illegal, and if you get caught, it depends on the law of the country. But I don't know,
what if there is an Islamic state?
If there isn't, then you've just done a sin, right?
Yeah. Yeah. When you think of Saudi Arabia, I just wanted to ask you about this real quick. I guess it's in 2024. Y'all might find this interesting. I think it's in 2024. I could be wrong. They've had a massive uptick in beheadings and stuff like that for drug trafficking or for drug dealers and stuff like that.
Okay. Can you put a source down?
Yeah. Let me see.
There's 24 people, if I'm not mistaken. They executed them in the public square.
I'm not familiar. Well, let's just assume that it is happening.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but are those just late-term abortions?
We're talking about drug trafficking right now, but
I think the state, if they want to really tap down on crime and show people a strong hand, it does have its benefits for the general public, right? So I'll give an example, you get school shootings in America, so people are worried about their kids. That's not something anyone worries about in Saudi Arabia. No one sits there thinking, maybe most people don't even think about it in America, the average person doesn't. But let's say it was even more common than it was. More people would be worried. In Saudi Arabia, I lived there, by the way. I've seen people leave their car doors open. I've seen people, be very like they leave their house and their doors open and they walk out for.
You said Iranians would be mad if you stopped these attacks. So why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure, to cut off their power? Wouldn't that be punishing Iranians for the actions of the regime?
They would be willing to suffer. They would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living when the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back. These are the people. I don't know what they do. All I can tell you is they want freedom. They have lived in a world that you know nothing about. It's a violent, horrible world where if you protest, you are shot.
Deliberate attacks on civilian infrastructure violate the Geneva Conventions and international law. The New York Times, result from the New York Times. Are you
circulation way down at the New York Times?
concerned that the threat to bomb power plants and bridges amounts to
I hope they don't have to do it. But again, I just said 47 years they've been negotiating with these people. They're great negotiators, and because they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And if somebody that takes my place someday is weak and ineffective, which possibly that will happen because we had numerous presidents that were weak, ineffective, and afraid of Iran. We're never going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And if you think it's okay for people that are sick of mind, that are tough, smart, and sick, really sick, from a policy standpoint, from any which way you want to say, mentally, these are disturbed people that you think I'm going to allow them, and powerful and rich, to have a nuclear weapon. You can tell your friends at the New York Times, not going to happen. You no longer have credibility in the New York Times because the New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election and I won it a landslide. I won every swing state. The New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election. The New York Times has no credibility. The credibility they have is it used to be all the news that's fit to print. The old gray lady, it was great, but they're running on past fumes and you can't keep doing that. You have to be able to give the correct news. And people like you, who I know, are fake. You're fake.
You said Iranians would be mad if you stopped these attacks. So why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure, to cut off their power? Wouldn't that be punishing?
I don't care what.
Carry out these sentences in prisons. In
Afghanistan,
since the Taliban
never,
returned power,
never say sorry to bother you.
Let me try it. The only consequence is what? By the way, not trying to.
Why does no manage?
Some people don't see how much you do for them.
Nike is looking for people to test.
This is really heavy.
This is 10 years, I think 10 years ago, right?
What did you think of that? What did you think of that, Abu?
But the way I see it is, I always wonder, well, as long as due process, my only concern is, was due process done? Were they 100% sure they were guilty? If they were, then I don't really have a problem with it because I know I feel safe in Saudi. I know I feel much safer in Saudi than I do I couldn't stay there. First of all, I couldn't stay there. I'd love to live there. So just before you say, oh, why don't you stay there? I'd love to live there, but citizenship there isn't as simple as like in a Western country. So if I had the choice and citizenship was easier, I would live in Saudi Arabia. But I'm living in a country that is like a Western country where I feel, at least when it comes to crime, a bit less safe. Like your phone can get stolen any minute. You can't walk around with cash. These sort of things. Someone might steal it. Like I'd be worried about kids getting into drugs. It's just these concerns don't really exist in Saudi as much.
Yeah. Let me read this. The last 2 years have seen a record-breaking increase in the number of executions carried out by the Saudi state. 2025 record. Saudi Arabia executed at least 356 people in 2025, the highest number ever recorded in a single year since monitoring began. And in 2024, this followed a previous record of 345 executions in 2024. The primary offenses, the majority, nearly 70% of those executed in 2025 were considered.
If you're a small content creator,
the smarter previous moratorium of a previous moratorium on such executions. The execution process. The condemned person is typically brought to a public square or courtyard near a prison. They are blindfolded and made to kneel. An executioner uses a traditional longsword, often called a sword.
I said that even about the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Andrew, this is my point, man. If I was in charge of Saudi Arabia and it was like a very safe, crime-free country, and some filmmaker wanted to come in and bring in crime, I might be very like, I'm going to stamp that quick.
So your presupposition is that Saudi Arabia is a very safe, crime
it's not completely crime-free. It's not completely crime-free. It's not completely crime-free, but you will feel.
But that was your presupposition.
Well, I just said it's safer. Okay,
yeah, it probably is. It really probably is.
The thing is, some people don't like. I met many Western people.
I don't know. They allowed women to drive about 2 years ago. I don't know how sad.
But what I'm saying is, I met many Westerners who lived in Saudi Arabia, non-Muslim Westerners, right? And some of them didn't like it because they were like, I can't find alcohol. I can't find there's no way to have fun. And some people really loved it. They just loved the idea of just feeling like secure, feeling safe, just doing their own family things, going to the mall. They just like that very simple lifestyle. So it just all depends on do you want to live in a country that has a bit of restrict your freedom a bit when it comes to, I want to drink alcohol, I want to go clubbing, or do you want to live in a country that's prioritized safety and things like this? It's up to you. At least there's the option.
No, that's a false analogy, right? Saudi Arabia has taken away every freedom to individuals. Let's just look at women, right? Women are not allowed to leave unless they can prove that their husband or their guardian, their mahram, as Arabic says, said that they're allowed to leave.
That's not practice. That's not practice in the actual country.
Yes, I agree. It's not practical in the sense that Saudi Arabia has millions of people. So how are they gonna prove it individual by individual? But if you start a law that is not practical and you can't disprove it, then you're gonna start your statistics off of that law.
Look, I knew many Western women, nurses especially, they're Western, actually non-Western too, many Filipino nurses, even maids would come in, who liked living there. I mean, they were even you could argue they would be the least type of people who would like it because they had even less freedoms since they were working as a maid and they don't be allowed out there.
Let's just do this. Anybody who wants to, look up when Saudi Arabia banned slavery. Right?
I don't know what you bring it up.
I'm just showing the concept of human rights, right? Yeah. And you're trying to say essentially Saudi Arabia does promote human rights and it's so safe.
I'm not saying it promotes human rights.
But you're saying that you're comparing the concept of Saudi Arabia, which denies human rights, to countries that do have human rights, and that says there's laws that women or individuals can make their own lives free. Let's just say that, right? They can do what they choose.
No, that's not. Literally, what I said they can't do. You have less freedoms in Saudi Arabia. I'm admitting that. I don't know where you're understanding my point. I'm admitting there are less freedoms. I've met people who don't like the fact that there are less freedoms there. And I've met people who absolutely fine with it. It doesn't bother me, women and men. It doesn't bother them that there are less freedoms. They like the fact that they're in a place where they feel safe. Maybe they came from a place in America where they...
We live in America and we still feel safe, right? People do feel safe.
There are people, for example, I know a woman in this country, I'm in the UK, who don't go out at night. They don't feel safe. They won't walk out by themselves. While in Saudi Arabia...
Can they do that in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, and they feel safe.
Real quick. Can they do that without, permission?
Yeah, most Western women can, yeah. I don't know about...
No, in Saudi Arabia, can they do that without permission?
They can. Yes, they can.
Oh my gosh, this guy's a liar.
Show me the legal law. I don't know.
You have to have a mom.
Is why. I don't know what your point is. I'm following discussion. Are you saying that country doesn't have to do their own law or something like that?
No, so there is even a concept that a woman who doesn't cover up inside of Islam, right? She doesn't cover her hair.
I understand.
He doesn't want to hear it.
Go ahead.
No, dude, you're so confident. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry for cutting you off. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, when you bring up Saudi Arabia, women can walk around even at nighttime and they feel so confident that nothing's gonna happen to them because of the laws and the punishments that would be applied to them. You're talking about there's also laws that they're not allowed to leave without certain restrictions. One of them being a Imam saying that they can leave. Going back to Muhammad saying that
I'm arresting you.
To go outside
on suspicion.
This is the moment a 30-year-old was to visit her parents. And then you also have, and that cannot be denied. And that's part of Saudi Arabia's rulings inside of their kingship. Nobody can deny that. And then you also have the concept of if a woman is not covered up in Saudi Arabia, if something happens to her, then what? If she's not covered up, right? You're bringing up false analogies about the West concept of freedom and how safety works versus your concept. You believe that this protects women, that their hair is covered up, even their face is covered up possibly, or that they're given permission to go for X reason or Y reason from their guardian. That's not the concept of the West, but you're trying to conflate those two.
Wait a second, who said that the concept of the West apply on any other country? And again, I ask you a question. Are you saying
trying to conflate those two?
Okay, are you saying that countries aren't allowed to have their own restriction and they all
I completely agree, dude. I'm a relativist on this. I believe that any country wants to rule any way they want to. That's okay with me. I don't give a fuck, right?
Okay,
that's the reason.
So you agree? Okay.
No, I'm just pointing out that it's not a relative. It's relative in the sense that, hey, one country does X and another country does Y. But it's not relevant to a conversation to say that X country rules X way and Y country rules Y way. And then therefore, that country is being safer, even though, right? The people who travel to that country, they are treated differently. And they could be executed. Here's the thing. Think of this, right? If a non-Muslim travels to Mecca, what's the punishment? What's the punishment if a non-Muslim? What is the punishment for a non-Muslim that travels to Mecca? What is the punishment for a non-Muslim that travels to Mecca?
Okay, are you saying that punishment of that country doesn't suit you? Are you saying that?
Oh my gosh, dude. Firstly, we start out with
I'm asking yes or no. I'm asking yes or no.
The Islamic position and inside of the conversation that we're holding is not about shooting. It's about public execution from being beheaded through swords.
Okay, are you saying that punishment? Okay, are you saying you don't like the punishment of certain country?
Dude, I don't care how they punish people.
So why you bring that up? Like we agree, then we disagree. Like for example, you saying that I support the relative.
No, I'm just saying like dude, you can make comparisons and then we can critique those comparisons.
Okay, that's a good Okay, that's a good point. I could agree to that. Like that's a good point. Like you allowing your own rules, but you can.
That's all I did.
Wait a second. We have to have criteria to decide which is better. So in this time,
I never made a comparison about which is better.
Are you gonna cut me off every time?
No, Mohammed. I just want you to understand. I never said some way is better or some way is worse. I never did that.
So why are you mentioning a certain type of, punishment?
Because it seems like what Abu is trying to say is that Islam in Saudi Arabia is safer and better for X reason. Now, we don't have evidence for that. What we do have evidence for
Okay. Can I stop you on that? Because what we're talking about is something to secure the human life in that country. And if you did a comparison between a country that is more freedom and a country that have less freedom, you will notice that if those rules abide by, the result of it is a country is more safer. By the data alone, not my opinion, not your opinion. This is what the data say.
That's also not fair because Saudi Arabia is a more harmonious country, right? Like you can't go out. You can't go out there and start speaking about Jesus. You can't start saying like Islam is false.
That doesn't matter.
No, it does matter. No.
Are you accepting? Wait a second. You arguing the point like you going back. You already said every country have their own law. I accepted that relatively.
Right. I'm just saying that
Wait a second.
You can't compare the two.
Wait a second. After they have their own law, you come and say, I don't agree with that law. I'm not saying if you agree with that. Okay, what do you say?
What I'm saying is that you can't compare a country that says, hey, if women leave without their mahram, we can persecute them. As opposed to a country that says a woman has a right to leave without any mahrams.
That's a law.
Dude, I'm just showing. Dude, real quick. You can't talk about like being free when you're talking about like a country that if you go out into the streets and you say that Muhammad is a pedophile, you'll be executed, as opposed to a country where you can do that. There
is no actual freedom.
No, dude. Do you not understand that?
I'm just pointing something like that. There is no actual freedom.
Dude, what you're trying to compare is a country where a king can say, execute that motherfucker in the public square, versus a country that says, no, they have to hold a trial and they have to be convicted by their peers. There's a complete fucking difference, my guy.
Okay, I understand. So you already said, like you negating your first initial statement. You say that you support relative ruling. Now you say, I don't support relative ruling. Shut up for 1 second. Man, let me finish. At least I'll let you finish. Let me finish. First initial statement, you said, I support XY for certain country. Now you say I don't support XY for certain country because this is my preference or this is what I think right. You contradicting yourself.
Negative.
Do you see that?
Negative. I'm just showing you that it's not a fair comparison. If you're saying that, like, there is a country, right, hypothetically, that says, hey, if you defame X person, then you're allowed to be publicly executed, and that's
okay,
a concept. That's a concept of freedom, right? You can do it privately, but you can't do it publicly. And then there's another country where you can do it publicly, and you can't be like ostracized to the point where you will be publicly executed.
I understand that, by the way. You don't have to.
I'm not
You don't have to repeat
I'm not negating that a country is allowed to do that. What I'm saying is that they're not comparable in the concept of like open ideas or freedom or justice, right? They're just not.
Are you saying more freedom? Okay. Now you're shifting the conversation to another thing. You're saying this country have more. Okay, you're saying this country have more freedom. This country have less freedom.
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Okay. Now we have a discussion about other thing. Is more freedom better than less freedom?
I would say more freedom.
Okay. If you have the freedom to kill each other, is that better than having the freedom not to kill each other?
This ridiculous guy.
I'm asking you a simple question.
No. When you talk about freedoms, you're talking about laws, right? Laws are established.
No. I'm speaking about freedom.
Just so you know, laws are to protect freedoms, at least in the West.
I know. I'm asking you a question.
That's not the concept of laws.
I'm asking you a direct question. You said more freedom is better than less freedom. I'm giving you a situation. Is more freedom, like for example, the ability you are free to kill anyone, is it better than the freedom? Okay. I'm asking you a simple question. Yes or no?
But you're not talking like anarchism is like the ideal system of like quote unquote freedom, right? You don't fuck with me, I don't fuck with you. But if you do fuck with me,
No. I'm saying that you can, is in that category.
Yeah, dude, you could just insert fuck with kill. In my
okay.
analogy.
Are you saying that society is better than the other society?
No, the difference is, firstly, I've never said any society is better than any other society. What I'm pointing out what I'm pointing out to you is that they're not comparable at certain stances. Like, if there's a society that says that, hey, you can kill anybody that you want, it's not comparable to a society that says if you kill somebody, you're not allowed to do that. I'm not
I'm not making a moral framework. You want to make this a moral framework. I'm not doing that. No, not moral framework.
In any country, right, any group of people, let's say a tribe. If a tribe comes around and they say, hey, we are no longer going to accept anybody of this tribe killing another person for disbelieving or for saying that the majority of the tribe's beliefs are wrong, and we're not going to ostracize them, and we're not going to fucking kill them, right? That's not the same thing as saying that there's a different tribe just like 20 clicks away. I'm not saying that either one is right or wrong. What I'm saying is that one of them has a different form of justice, right? And it's not comparable to the other one as far as freedom.
Okay.
If you say,
I just want to say on your behalf, don't forget that. So please, what you were going to say. Why you're being unfair. First of all, you kind of just are bulldozing them quite a bit. I think it's a little unfair. I've been listening, but it's been rough. You have been pretty unfair to Muhammad. But the other thing is you did say more justice is better. You did say that. And then he asked you, do you think one society? You already said no society is better than the other. But you did say that more justice is better than So you did say that.
Yeah. So how is that contradictory?
You can't say one society. You can't say neither society is better than the other and saying more justice is better than the other.
Both societies have their form of justice.
Yeah, but you think
now when I say, like, my basis is off of, like, let's say freedom, all right? For an individual.
Right.
An individual. I would say that individual that has more freedom inside of the justice system, that's, like, comparatively better. I'm not saying it's like, I'll say better.
There's no mark.
Because I think we would all agree that a person who establishes and says their opinion could, like, progress society more than a person who's being repressed.
Well, let me say this real quick.
Potentially.
Well, hold on. Why progress better? In the fact that we would all agree, but saying something like progress or better, those two terms have some kind of standard in mind. It doesn't make any sense to say that unless you're comparing it to the standard. Otherwise, you're just going to be saying change. And it really doesn't matter which way you go, progressive, regressive, or whatever, unless by progressive you mean there's a goal or there's some better mark, right? There's some metric to compare a worse society to and a better society to. It doesn't matter about agreement. It doesn't matter if everybody on the planet agrees, unless you're saying there's some actual standard.
Well, no, that's like the standard would be the progression.
What does progression mean? Is progression?
It could be anything from economical, it could be scientific, it could be philosophical, it could be any numerous.
What I'm saying is, why is it? It's progression. Unless you're talking about there's a mark that you're trying to go towards. If you're just saying progression, it's just all horizontal. It doesn't matter which direction it goes. It doesn't matter if you enslave women, if you kill animals, if you eat them, if you don't eat them, if you chop people's hands off or not, unless you're going to say it's better to do something than something else, it doesn't matter. All of it's the same. But if you're saying there's a standard that you're comparing it to, then that would make sense. You could say it's getting better. If you think freedom and liberation, as you might say, if you think that's a better thing, then you have a standard of that, and you're saying that's a better thing. Otherwise, it's all just change. There's no distinction.
Okay, maybe I didn't explain my position well enough.
Okay.
I mean, keeping that in mind, though, have a lot of
any group of people that want to live a certain way and govern themselves a certain way, I support that.
Okay.
That doesn't make it.
Okay. So if a group of people want to rape, pillage, and do everything, and kill their own babies and eat them and do everything, you're going to support that. You just said that.
That's their society, dog.
Right. So you.
I don't have to agree with it.
Well,
right? I don't.
What does it mean?
Well,
what does it mean?
So, I don't agree with Sharia.
Yeah.
Right?
What does it mean to support it, though?
Like, I don't think that I have to intervene with it.
Wait, so you're not okay? So let me get this straight. If there's an island of 1,000 people and they're raping each other constantly and eating their children, okay? You're telling
it's not my position that we have to intervene with that.
I'm not saying it's your position that you have to. Are you? If you have the ability.
No, I'm not going to do that.
That's wild, bro. So why do you?
I'm not going to intervene with it. At what point intervention becomes?
Why do you make a distinction between countries and your neighbor? So if your neighbor here in the United States was like eating his pig or raping his pig or doing whatever he's doing, why would you intervene there? Because it seems like you're for laws in the United States.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's the conversation is like outside the United States, I don't care what other people do. Like that's their thing. Like, so if a group of people in some other place outside the United States have these weird, killing, eating, cannibalistic family member concepts,
whatever. Yeah,
that's their fucking thing.
Okay,
it's
so
not my thing.
So just to be clear, so are you against all intervention into other countries?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I've stated this before to you that I'm an isolationist.
No,
absolutely.
I mean, to some degree, I can respect that to some degree. But I do think it becomes a problem when you have people doing massive human rights
Yeah,
violations.
but that's the issue, right?
Yeah.
At some point, that becomes where, hey, we have to step in. And I don't think that we should ever have to step
Well, no,
in.
I know you're saying that, but I think that's fine. We don't have to have that discussion right now. Why?
I think I'm being consistent.
No, that's fine. You're being consistent. The only thing that's not consistent is you use terms like better and progressive and stuff like that because
That's my flaw of terminology.
That's all right. That's all right. Okay, well then you're fine. It's all good. I do want to give some coming in. I appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, I'll mute up.
You're good. Yeah, I appreciate you, buddy. Kia and Muhammad, I appreciate you guys. Simon, Abu, Muhammad. Go ahead.
Actually, you didn't know what your view was. If you asked me, so what do you think? Would you prefer the state to be maybe not as harsh as Saudi Arabia, but at least harsh or at least so far?
Yeah, to be quite frank with you, Abu, I'm very sympathetic to these kinds of laws that you guys are doing because I think there's something about getting everybody involved. So, two things. Here in the United States, capital punishment is typically a private affair. Okay, it's done on a private closed circuit TV or direct visual and they're in a building. And there's like the family members that were of the victims, maybe of the also of the the criminal or the one that's on death row being put to death, and then some state officials and stuff. But when you privatize it like that and you keep it away from the society at large, then they don't experience the gruesomeness of what's happening there, and they don't associate the crime with the punishment. But what you guys are doing, what I think that on chairs and you all get some rocks and you toss them at them until they lay down and they don't get back up. So when they did that, I think it had a mental involvement. Yes, because I bet you can, Kia. Hold on real quick. I just want to say that
I was checking. You agree with the fact that it's public, and you agree with the fact that it's very harsh.
Harsh and public, yes. Because here's the thing, I can almost bet you, your bottom dollar, that whatever it is that these folks were doing, that caused the people to pick up and throw rocks at them, there probably wasn't much of that going on afterward. You probably had a lot of deterrent. And so I am a strong supporter of the idea that if you are going to do capital punishment, that it should be something like that. So yeah, I'm actually, I mean, as intense as that is when you said the bodies are strung up in Saudi Arabia and the hanging there for people to see or whatever, as intense as that is for people in the West, we're killing people too over here. We just brought back the firing squad in Idaho. There's all kinds of stuff like that, but it's not done where people see it, and so people aren't getting the deterrent effect that is present there that I think God instituted when He gave the death penalty. But anyway, go ahead, Kia. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was in criminal law courses for a while. I thought I was going to be an attorney. My life didn't turn out that way, but nevertheless, I remember being statistically in a class. My professor asked, why isn't the death penalty really effective for Americans? And I answered, because it's not across the board. It's not unilateral. It's unique. And it's not an eye for an eye. If you kill someone, you get the death penalty. You don't even know where that should begin. You could spend life in prison. And most often people think that that's what they are going to face is life in prison, not death. If capital punishment were across the board, was more standardized, then we don't need to see I just don't think we need to see the gruesomeness of death. I just think we need to understand where that line really is. So as, the way that we perceive meat, we tend to treat meat as it doesn't, we cut it up in such a way that it distracts us from the actual animal, right?
Right. Well, that's because people don't see the process, and that's why I'm a little confused as to why you're saying to keep it public. Most people know by the state they're living in, unless they're crossing state lines to do crimes, which does happen, but that's not going to be the predominant amount of crime that's caused. It's going to be caused in your own state. People who live in their own state are going to know if the death penalty is available there. So I'm not exactly sure.
No, I've been in Georgia, I've been in California, those are my two spots, and I have zero idea I don't even have
zero idea what the divorce laws are. Is if there's it's a split between husband and wife. And most
that's fine. I got you there. That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, that is fair. So from state to state, we don't know what we're into. We're not, we're not diligent in understanding law. When law changes, most of us don't know unless it shows up on the news and we happen to catch it and then try to apply it to our practices throughout life. But besides that, we're ignorant to the law. It's not consistent in a lot of countries. There's some strong rules about if you cross this line, regardless of circumstances, this is going to happen to you.
Yeah.
That's different in the United States, and I think it's something that we should be comparing it to. And before I get off, I just want to say another thing. You guys talked a lot about women. All men were talking about women. And I just think, the whole time I heard y'all talk, I just thought about all these women who walk around with no shirt on, with titties hanging, and the men respect that the titties are for the babies, and they are safe. Why, in certain other countries, women have to almost disappear for men not to want to suck up their titties?
Okay, appreciate that last one. Kind of state rights and state ability to kind of determine their own laws. I think that's good. It kind of helps keep a separation of powers and stuff like that. I think that's a good thing, right? Have a state seat from the nation, whatever. I think that's good. So that's one thing. So I don't think necessarily uniformity, but insofar as we think the death penalty should be ubiquitous in the United States, the thing that would solve the thing you're talking about, Kia, is make it public. Right? It would solve this whole thing about the PSA and let people know, hey, we do it here. Not only do we do it here, it's in your states, it's in the town square. Meet us there at 3 o'clock, bring your aunt, bring all your children, let's have a good day. Let's make a day of it, right? Okay? It's going to be a beautiful day. No, but the point is it would be known. People wouldn't be wondering about where it is or which state they carry it out and how they carry it out. You just know because they do it and it's public. So that would solve that. I do think having people involved is much better than privatizing it. I think making it a private matter is the same thing you just talked about with the meat industry. People have no idea how grotesque these factory farms are. No idea. They have no idea what these animals are going through and the way that it is just gross. For me, it's gross. It is immoral. A lot of them are immoral, but it is actually gross. It's gross. And if you look at it, it blew me out watching Dominion. I was done. So what?
No, we finished.
So what? I'm asking you a question. So what?
I haven't even got to my point.
Well, you said we saw it play out. What?
Can I finish?
Well, you interrupted me, so I'm gonna.
Well, but I heard many points that you made, and you kind of, I think we're going back. So what in the middle of half a sentence is like, wow.
Because I feel like you're gonna deviate here, so I'm just trying to figure out what you're saying.
Okay, well, hear me out.
Well, can you answer me about what? Can you tell me what you saw?
I don't know what you're saying because I haven't even finished what I was saying.
No, well, you said we saw that play out in Europe. So what?
That's only finished that.
Why can't you just say what played out in Europe?
And I'm trying to.
Like, why can't you just say what it was?
That's part of finishing a sentence.
You got a pronoun in a sentence. You can't just put the reference of the fucking pronoun. If I said I got it from the kitchen, you say what was it? The lemonade. It's very easy to do that. Like there's something weird socially right now. Just there's no desire to communicate what your pronoun was referring to.
So Andrew, before that, and it only created more.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What are you talking about, you crazy bitch?
Fuck's sakes.
Sam, did you see it? No, did you see it, Sam? Did you see it? What? What did you mean? Did you see it, though? She also had this weird thing where she was like, and then all the girls, their titties is out, and then we just kind of breezed by that, like a weird. She was making, hell, man, with them titties out. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you for that, Abu.
Yeah, coming from the guy who completely doesn't believe in respecting women, but whatever.
I think the
believe in enslaving them. You believe in enslaving them and having them as sex slaves, but this guy's like, don't disrespect women.
So you're gonna compare like this? you're just going to say something completely false or compare with something.
Dude, absolutely, that's true. You believe it's... Dude, we can look it up. We can look up what your belief says about having 6 slaves. What are you talking about?
Could go anywhere talking with one because he doesn't let the conversation.
Yeah, you don't like that. You don't like the truth.
They just say.
Why Muhammad's pretty chill, brother. I think you're being a little unfair to
That was to Abu, then Muhammad spoke while you were gone.
Andrew, the Quran explicitly allows you to have sex slaves. It's just right there.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine.
The point I was asking is, Chaya wanted to say something and he started talking about her life in a very derogatory way about women. So I said, don't do that. Chaya,
What are you talking about?
This is the
You believe that you can rape them and have their fucking children as slaves. Fuck out of here, bro.
Right in front of a woman's face. And when you call them out,
a woman's face? You don't believe in a woman's face. Hey, Abu, why didn't you ask her if her muha, if her guardian allowed her to be on here? Why didn't you ask her if her guardian allowed her to be on here?
Andrew, he wants to say something really nasty.
Sorry,
I'm not gonna let you speak.
Toast, have a good night, brother. Removing you and remove. Okay, go ahead. What'd you say, Abu? Sorry.
No, I'm saying he wants to say something really nasty about women. I said, why don't you ask this to her? But I wouldn't do that. Right? Muslims don't be nasty like this. And I think most religious people...
You just own them as property.
I think most religious people don't be nasty like this. But what we're seeing is that...
You just own them as property, my God.
Disgusting and nasty, directly to a woman's face, and when they get called out, what about Islam? You can't make stuff up.
No, dude, you're like making a false pretense.
Well, why? You don't care about you said whatever country wants to act however they want. If Abu is indigenous,
I'm talking. This is a religious belief, not a country.
Well, no. But these religious.
Those are separations.
No, but wait a second. The religious belief is what's in the country, right? The country.
No, but if you start with just a religious belief before it becomes a country, then I think you can criticize that.
Well, what I'm kind of baffled about is if he comes from, say, another country, let's say he's indigenous to another country and he has that religious belief and he's talking to you, say you don't know where he's at, you're just talking to him on here and you're like, you're bad because you guys subjugate women and all this stuff. It's like kind of weird because you don't really think that any country's worse than another.
No, I'm not saying anything bad about anything. I'm just saying, no, what I'm saying is don't misrepresent what your belief system says. Your belief system says that you could...
It sounds a little more than that. It sounds like...
Abu, 100% your position is, according to Allah's perfect words, if they're not fucking Muslim, and you battle them... No, I'm just telling you, according to your position, anyone who's not a Muslim woman does not have the same...
I think Andrew and Muhammad were having a conversation and then someone came in and started being very derogatory and nasty to her. And then they probably claim to be feminists, like atheist, feminist, liberal, all this stuff. They just goes to show how, right, these people don't have standards, and then they love to talk about Islam. Okay, fair enough, talk about it.
1 second. It can just be shown. It can just be shown in the Vedas and the Mahabharata. You know, when you read the Vedas, you can see it just very clearly. You know.
Why wouldn't you just apologize? Like,
you
do the right thing.
It can just be seen in the Mahabharata and the Vedas, the various Hindu texts. And then you're gonna ask me what? You're gonna ask me what is shown? Then you're gonna put the name of it.
You guys claim to care about.
Let me finish.
I don't know what you're saying. Okay.
He's doing what Keo was doing. When Keo was like, it's just we saw it play out in Europe in the Middle Ages and it didn't go well. I'm like, well, what are you talking about? But no, please. My phone died.
That's my point. So
I didn't do that. Okay, you just didn't say my phone died and I didn't hear what you said. You said something about it played out in Europe, and I don't know if were you talking about the death penalty? Is that what you were talking about?
I'm talking about the spectacle of the death penalty. I was talking about here we go. I'm talking about all the people who showed up at the witch hunt. The witches were burning.
the gladiator wars, all that thirst for blood is a result of watching executions and making it, commonplace. And that
Now, just to be clear, I was adding a little bit of a flourish there. I don't think people should be taking it as a joke or lightly at all. I think it should be traumatizing, and I think people should be affected by it, and it should diminish their desire to want to do it.
What I'm trying to say is being traumatized by it was not what we saw happen in Europe. They started to fetishize over it to the point where they were making gladiator wars and
okay, well, that's clearly not the case.
Coliseums. Can I finish, Andrew? You let me finish their
Yeah,
I've listened for like the last 30 minutes, and you at least let other people get out 2 sentences. 2 sentences. You won't let me finish a thought.
You're very disjointed.
Coliseums.
Go ahead.
Because this is a man-centric. You have coliseums, so these public executions did end in deterrence. It ended up being a fetishization of torture, which what those coliseums were designed for. They wanted more blood. The public wanted more blood. And so I guess when you say that America,
you have something to say about that, Kia?
I don't know these countries.
Okay, you ever heard of Saudi Arabia?
I have heard of Saudi.
Yeah, they don't do that. They don't have
other laws on top of that. The Americans don't have.
Kia, I don't know what you're saying right now. You just tried to say that public executions lead to people celebrating and doing coliseums and doing all of this kind of, crazy blood battles and stuff like that as executions. It doesn't do that. That's just not how that works.
We're talking about 2 different things, Andrew.
No, we're not.
We're talking
you
about
said public executions.
Saudi Arabia. I just want to say this. When you brought up Saudi Arabia,
you said that's what leads to.
The human instinct goes out, savage human. The human instinct goes out, savage human instinct goes. We are allowed to goddamn do that. Saudi Arabia and other countries in the world are trying to contain it with layers and layers of dumb shit that Americans are like, it's not democratic and they need to be more free. They're like, it's not democratic and they need to be more free. They need to be more free. Well, the fact that they're
you said it played out that way in Europe. We don't want to do that because it's going to happen again. You're trying to now equate the U.S. to Europe and say that's what would happen. Obviously, any kind of gambling or weird stuff that could be coming out as a result of that could be mitigated in whatever ways Saudi Arabia is instituted or whatever it uses to subdue the people, where they don't do those things, make it illegal to do certain things like that. Okay, can't gather, can't do coliseums, can't do things like that. Okay, so whatever protections need to be put in place to prevent that kind of spectacle, that kind of bloodlust, that kind of weird stuff, it can be put in check. All right, you just have to make it seem like.
It wasn't during Jim Crow, and Jim Crow was not in Europe. It was in America.
What was it during Jim Crow?
It was where you allowed your friends, your children, your neighbors, all that stuff to gather around while somebody getting hung, and it only created more thirst. I don't know why that is American.
Yes, when you dehumanize people.
But it still happened in America and Europe. So I'm not just. All right, go ahead.
So they're taking people and calling them less than human, and then they are thinking they're polluting their race, and then they're stringing them up and killing them for trying to read and raping them and doing all those things. That's horrific.
Execution. We're not talking about why a person was executed. We're talking about the public.
Yeah, you're not understanding. The point is that in Saudi Arabia, they don't look at the people like that. They're looking at them as other citizens who have broke the law. And the people who have broke the law, then they carry out a uniform punishment. That's the idea. Okay? I'm not saying it's perfect or whatever. The point is that it's quite different than a group of people who are different skin color, who think that the other skin color is subhuman. And we can subdue and rape and do whatever we want to them. You understand? Those are different, right?
That's not relevant. That's irrelevant.
Yeah,
that's not relevant at all. It is people gathering around.
Because there's some
top ones hung. White people were hung.
Black people had white slaves.
So the argument you just gave is null and void.
No, the predominant
was a public spectacle. And so Americans, when white people were hung, came together and invited their friends and neighbors and families off to see it. Yes, they did. Yeah. Yep.
The predominant overwhelming. No, you're just trying to say it's null and void because you take a very small contingent of whites. That's fine. But listen. The predominant oppression. All right, hold on. Hey, hold on. The predominant is you're trying to say that white people would gather around and watch other white people and go, what? While they're hanging out. Yeah, I'm sure that happened. People do that stuff anyway. There's degenerates in all countries who do that to a subset of the people. I get that. That isn't the point. I'm saying the predominant overweight than having a country who has uniform laws where citizens view each other as equals. Completely different. So you're just trying to do comparisons that are apples, and they don't deviate or degenerate into these things. That's not true. Then you try to appeal to Antebellum South or whatever, Jim Crow, etc. That's sugar. Good to have you.
Hey, Andrew.
Andrew,
What's up, Greg?
I've got a funny story about feminism.
All right, lay it on us. If it's too much, I might have to kick you, buddy, but go ahead.
It's nothing explicit or anything. Anyway, I was reading that there was one occasion when there was a female philosophy prodigy in Hegel's time who was invited to some kind of event with the prominent philosophers of the day. And of course, Hegel was there. And Hegel shows up and sees her and goes like, she shouldn't be here. He was like, she should not be here. Like, he wouldn't even address her. I thought that was pretty based.
Yeah, I think Nadia and many people here think that's very good. It's a good way to treat the opposite sex.
Yeah, I thought that was fucking based. Andrew, I'll send you something actually really based that Hegel wrote about Floyd's book. It's in DMs because I can't send an image in the chat.
All right, appreciate it. Welcome, Sugar. One of my favorite pink-haired liberals. How are you, my brother? Sugar is poison. Are you there, buddy? If you can't speak, it's all good. Justin, welcome back. Did you drop off your passengers?
Yeah. Okay.
Justin, what's the craziest thing you've had in your car apart from those people making babies? What's the craziest thing you've seen?
That's it. I mean, other than that, maybe lady refused to leave my car. She drove into somebody's driveway and trying to get her jumped. But she was a crazy lady that was trying to not pay somehow, and she was trying to report me, and she was just yelling and would not like leave.
What did you do?
I just sat there cool. I started recording, and I was being calm and cool, and she's just yelling and wouldn't leave, but I think 3 cops was passing by, so she assumed that they were actually coming. So she eventually left.
Have you ever had anybody say, let me out of the car because of your conversations? They're like, we can't handle this. Let us out of the car.
Justin, you there?
We might have lost him. We need
All right, Andrew. Good news. You remember Yeah, I remember the conversation that Bill and I had with Venus about things, and I think Venus now has gotten more and more convinced of skeptical views.
Nice. Very good. Justin, you bet.
Yeah. Oh, Justin is back. Okay, here you go, Justin.
Yeah. Yes, welcome back, Christian. I keep saying don't leave, and then you do, which is really wild. I don't know why you do that. I guess because you're rogue. Is that why? Christian, you're rogue. You don't care. You're like, I'm not going to listen to anybody.
Well, I mean, you're vegetarian. I mean, what do you expect from a positive?
Coptic, yes. I'm happy to hear that. By the way, Bob, thank you very much for this for the Ethan News debate with Dustin Clement, I guess, or Brian Cutter, Dustin Clement, I guess, on the Fatima Miracle. Super cool. Appreciate you sharing that.
Is that debate on YouTube?
It's on YouTube. It's on. This is epic stuff you guys do, by the way. But it's on YouTube with on Matthew Adelstein's YouTube channel, I think. Yeah, and Ethan's like the GOAT, and Adelstein is really sharp as well. He hosts it, and then so Ethan is debating with Dustin Crummett, I think, on whether the Fatima miracle is a legit miracle or not. And as you all know, or don't, it's kind of weird the way that it's like Cutter or no, put in Crummett, Crummett Muse Fatima debate. Crummett, I don't know if you're
Listening on and off, yeah.
okay. Well, if you get a chance, I definitely will be weighing in on feminism. I imagine you're gonna see, you know, but it's all good. But you made that point before, Greg. I appreciate it. But Christian, what do you think of feminism and abortion?
Well, you see this is gonna get messy, Andrew.
Yeah, abortions get messy.
I've heard. I've never had.
Yeah, you should.
But
you should.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I'll start off with feminism. Feminism is one of those things where, I mean, like anything, I mean, they always say have things in moderation. I've always been like pretty neutral in the stance of feminism. I think it's a good movement when it's meant in the spirit of, you know, what it stands for. But now out of any time I've heard, there's like extremist feminists now, where there's like an extremist when, you know, the modern feminist movement started. But now, I mean, it totally lost its message from there, and now it's just turned into something I can't even recognize anymore. So with that, it's like, how can I really like support something that it's not even supporting itself? It's kind of turned into one of those things. I've always been a supporter of it, but now it's just like I don't even know what it is anymore. So that's kind of my thoughts on feminism. I mean,
nice. No, I appreciate it. Okay, what about on murdering your babies? I mean, abortion.
Well, Andrew, I am, you know, like any Protestant, you know, pro-choice.
You mean pro-life?
No.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, my gosh.
You can have this debate, man.
I can't do it. I don't know. Let me get my energy. It is my topic, but I'm disappointed in you, sir.
Well, at least I don't believe in like the like third trimester abortions. You know,
at least you're only 6 months in. You go to 6 months, right? Only when they've got like all the limbs and heartbeat and mind are complete persons, quote unquote, by anyone's lights. Well, not anyone's. Well, I'm saying you said third trimester, but let's just make it as let me straw man you a little bit and say that you're okay with it. You know, 5 months and 29 days. It's a horrifical thing. Horrifical. Greg, are you concerning? Are you D-based as well?
D-based about what?
D-gen about abortion.
Oh, no, I already told you I'm pro-life.
All the way through. No exceptions, no incest, no rape exceptions.
I think so. I have to.
I do remember.
Yeah. But I would say I
yeah, good. I appreciate that. Very good. You probably think that women should be voting. Christian.
Well, I'm an independent. First of all, I mean, I don't know if you
sold on the no vote thing, but
Andrew, do you not think women should vote?
No, I said I'm not sold on the no vote. I'm not sold on the no vote.
Like, so you're saying you're considering it, but you're not here.
Yeah, I mean, I get I've heard some arguments for it, and I see some concerns, but I'm not saying.
So you're constant on it.
Yeah. I know.
Andrew, you should have a conversation with Ethan. I think he believes in no vote.
He usually does. I mean, and you should.
I should debate him.
You guys should have heard him on this one. No, you'd love it, Christian. Ethan's ago. Bob wasn't. I don't know. I can't remember what Bob thought about this, but it was interesting. But him at the you can kind of miss the days of him at the Naughty Mike caught him in San Antonio. And Ethan is very conservative, Catholic, very prude, you might say, whatever. person, the non-trans person, didn't know, right? But finds out afterward. You know.
You're trans?
No, I'm not. I'm saying, no. I'm not. Thank you for that, Christian. But if they find out afterward, would it be the case that they've been raped?
Yeah, it's fucking assaulted. Yeah.
Yeah. So Ethan argued that that's actually rape, and he was defending that it's not, and so Ethan called him a rape apologist.
Oh
my god! It was epic.
I've almost been there. I've very nearly been there myself. And I can say from experience, yeah, I felt fucking violent through this shit.
Yeah, no, I get that. But the thing is so the way he said it's not valid consent because had the person known, they wouldn't have gone through with it. So it was not actually valid consent. So Ethan was fine with that.
I don't know. I think it's that's funny. I know like Ethan takes some hard positions. I think.
Yeah, no, Cap's on catfish is. Was this ever a job? Can someone like can you
Oh, you would love it. No, if I can find the link. Oh man, we have some bangers. Yeah, lay it on me.
Pause. But yes.
Double pause.
Yeah. We'll run it back. But like I was saying, I think that when you host these rooms, like these general, I presume it's you in the room, correct or no?
Generally, yeah. I mean,
generally,
yeah. I join others though, but yeah.
Yeah, of course. Like if you open up a room like this, then you should always have replays on because I'm sure there's things that happen in here that are probably not safe because the replays are turned off or there's no replays from the beginning.
Yeah.
And I also think that you should start doing like semi-organized debates where you get like people who genuinely want to debate on stage, like two people that you got scheduled for a room and then like do that.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Yeah, I'm big on that, man. I do want to do that. You know, my funding's limited.
Your funding?
My time is. I definitely. I want to bring people together. We do try to do the replays by and large. I made some retarded, because I am willing to take off replays to allow these two to come on stage and be absolute numbskulls most of the time.
Fucking stupid.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, that's it. Yeah, Sugar. It would be cool to get him back in here.
And so what to do for a living?
Well, we don't talk about it.
He does like.
Televangelist. Yeah. Well, I wish I was related to Holstein. But no. But Sugar, can you give us your take, Bob? I'm sure you're a feminist, pink-haired, liberal, progressive, leftist, Democrat, Satan, satanic, baby blood drinking freak. But what's your view of feminism and abortion? Sugar. Sugar is.
Kill them all.
Sugar is just not. He's not been very good. Bob, I want to tell you that Universe here, which is that John Kitover guy, the real weird guy that's for Israel and comes in and does a real high pitched voice and records like 50 different rooms and streams it to YouTube. That guy, he's been in here for a while and he hasn't said anything. Like maybe once he chimed in, but he's been actually behaved. He hasn't been doing anything weird. I just wonder what you thought about that. Maybe he's recording us right now.
I think I'm the better one to ask about that.
Okay, what do you think he's doing?
Honestly, I think this is gonna be really like awful for me to say, and I'm sorry, close your ears for anyone who doesn't want your sensitive content, but I feel like that he might be self-pleasuring himself listening to us speak.
Okay.
I think that's my.
Thank you for that, Christian. Universe, if you're doing it, knock it off. We don't really want that to happen. And sorry for any of the audience members who heard that. Carlos, you want to weigh in on abortion and feminism? And assalamu alaikum, Carlos.
Hey, Carlos.
Good, buddy.
Yeah, I'm not really on the feminism thing. I'm more of a policy guy. I mean, in general, I would say like we should have equal rights and abortion rights, but I'm more of a policy guy, so I just talk about individual policies rather than like feminism as a general thing.
Okay.
It's not a good thing. It's like the lesser of two evils.
Keep the lesser. Regardless, you're like, hey, it might put a little stress on the income, might make you selfish, you're like, you gotta weigh these two evils,
Yeah, it's not a good thing that we have to end the life of the baby, but there's also the life of the mother, the rights of the mother. You have to take those in consideration.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I get you. That's fair.
Yeah, and if you take it to be a life of conception as well, don't get into like drawing arbitrary distinctions or whatever. Just say it's a life of conception.
Actually, it's a massive consensus among biologists that life starts at conception. Human life. So it is a distinct human life.
Have you ever heard the self-defense arm?
Yeah. It's like, oh yeah, the intruder. Yeah, the intruder. You got to use lethal force to remove the intruder.
Situation. Like, oh, the baby's gonna crawl and hit the lever that's gonna hurt a bunch of people. Can you kill it?
Yeah, I don't agree. I don't think you can.
Well, I mean, I think like you set the situation up for it is very simple.
No, well, I'm not sure what you're saying right now, but the baby crawling on the button, that's always, well, first of all, I've set things I've set things up like that before, but it's always set up similar kind of, scenarios for me.
Oh, Andrew, I'm so sorry.
But no, I don't think if the baby, so that's just going to be, if the baby is getting ready to crawl onto a button, and when the baby gets onto the button, it's going to kill 100 people. Can you shoot the baby if that's the only way you can stop it from crawling onto that button? And
You'll shoot the baby, right, Andrew?
Oh God, crazy.
Well, Andrew, I think I have heard an argument that's a lot more controversial than what you gave.
I'll lay it out there, bud.
Pregnancy is slavery. This is an argument I've heard. Let me basically summarize it for you. Basically,
this is so diabolical.
I know.
Go ahead, bro.
By the way, basically the argument is that their pregnancy is framed as a continuous physical labor, and forcing a continuation is compared to like forced labor or slavery or servitude, and basically like they're trying to make it so that pregnancy is slavery, it's unmoral, so it shouldn't have to happen, and that's basically the argument.
Oh my gosh, that's brilliant. Oh my gosh, listen, check this out. No. You can do a massive equivocation. Just say, ready? Pregnancy, ready? Check this out. Pregnancy is like slavery because it involves forced labor. Come on. Yeah, that's it. That's diabolical.
No, but Andrew, what's crazy though is that this is a legit argument.
What do you
mean? We do that.
They do care. If you're talking about the prison, they do care.
Really?
A lot of people, most people, when you ask them, because the comparison's been made. So when we talk about slavery generally, MJ brought that up. They do actually fight that. They're like, no, that shouldn't be. We shouldn't have. I'm thinking that's kind of weird because, like, why not put them to work? If you're gonna if they've done something wrong and you're putting them in jail, why not make them work?
They even want but you're saying against their will, like make them work.
Yeah, against their will, right? When they make them go do, like different jobs. I understand that they can work to make some money and gain new skills and stuff like that, but there's also like the first forced labor, like work crew type stuff for local jails and stuff like that, and also kind of work that's done at factories and whatever.
But even the elected stuff, they might have to say that that's slavery because they're paid like fucking 20 cents an hour or something.
Like a lot of prisoners shoot like that because it takes them out of their cell in a way, right? It's time outside of being locked in a room, right? I thought that this was people would have wanted if they're in that situation, but it turns out like no, maybe they don't want to.
Yeah. Well, sometimes it's kind of like part of the punishment too. I mean, a lot of times, there's a movie called Castle or something like that with Robert Redford, and I don't know how much this happens, but like they had the inmates carry large boulders. It was pretty messed up actually. There's a scene
scene that's pretty messed up. But Adam carried like large boulders. He's all okay, not just carry them back. It was like it was messed up. So there's like no reason for it. I don't know. People probably have different views on that, but I think it's interesting to start to try to make the case as to how that's acceptable. But then certain types of slavery are not. It's kind of weird, right? If somebody thinks that the prison system and these kind of forced labor situations are immoral, then it's interesting that, or if they don't think that they're immoral, it's interesting to see why they have such an outcry of certain types of slavery. I'm not saying
maybe I'm going to go on a tangent, but are you pro-capitalism?
I lean more towards it than away from it. But I'm not. Yeah, but I'm not quite there. What about you?
So is pro-life a misnomer then?
No, see that's a misunderstanding. Let me clear that up real quick. So people are like, you're pro-life, but then you say you're in favor of which I'm not in favor of, or more in favor than against it. In favor of the death penalty. No, pro-life is a particular position regarding abortion. It's not about any stage.
But it is a misnomer.
Well, I mean, if you want to, you can say
like it's a bad name, and it's kind of like if you describe yourself as pro-life, it just isn't what you're saying, and I completely agree on that. The label gets expanded to stuff that isn't relevant to abortion, but it's a misnomer.
No, that's actually
you just call yourself anti-abortion.
Well, no, I mean no, because I'm still going to use the term.
Well, that doesn't have a good ring to it.
Yeah, that's large. Yeah, I'm still going to use the language that's largely the convention that we all accept, right? I'm going to say pro-life because
it just happens to also be like rhetorically virtue signaling. It's also a good thing.
Yeah, thank you for that. Actually,
I'm pro-life.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm pro-death, bro. That's the opposite. That's the opposite position. The pro-death position.
Actually, you're right, and I'm actually happy it's set up like that. That's actually good. I'm willing to tilt the hand in our favor. I think that's actually a good thing. But here's the thing: we could do it this way. We just say I'm anti-baby murder, but I don't know. That probably wouldn't.
That's pretty good.
So another argument I've heard is abortions are like morally neutral medical waste removal. Have you heard this? I don't know. This is not like an extremist pro-choice rhetoric. This is like actually used.
Why did she say no and then say a bunch of stuff that is like completely consistent?
No. You're right.
Well, you know what he means by no.
Yeah, the annoying verbal tick that people do.
Yeah. But it's okay.
It's really annoying.
He's like, no, calm down. I'm explaining it. That's what more like me. But go ahead.
Yeah. But basically, what it's saying is that like early abortion, right? So like in the first trimester is not a moral issue, and the embryo or fetus, either or, right, is treated as this
waste.
as quote biological tissue. So and not
that's right. So.
Yeah.
Well, but the first half of that is fairly uncontroversial.
Well, hold on, because it goes further though, and therefore, right, this is why I mentioned biological tissue, is that abortion is compared to removing a cyst, removing a tumor, or disposing of biological material after a procedure. So it's basically like framing abortion. Yeah. So you're a Christian, right?
Yeah. I try to claim it every once in a while.
And you're you claim to be pro-life, correct?
Yeah, through and through. Yeah.
So like when God, I'm gonna bring up the Malachites.
I'll bring them up. I love it. They're my favorite. Yeah, good.
But when God's like, we're gonna kill all the Malachite children and all that jazz. I think he even goes to say like the babies too or whatever.
Yeah. When I meet a Christian sometimes is I say, well, let me see how Christian you are. First of all, you agree that God told the Israelites to go in and kill all men, women, children, and sucklings. And if they say yes, I'm like, okay, you passed one bar. Second bar, do you believe God told people to pick up rocks and throw them at other people until those people lay down and don't get back up? And if they say yes to that, then I say, cool, we're on the same page.
Yeah, you're a good Christian, all right?
Yeah, you're a good Christian. You follow the scripture. You believe the Bible. Good work. So yeah, no. First of all, I think their historical God didn't tell them to do that. I think it was just it's rough. It's not abortion, and just because God is killing babies, I think you can. God has the right to kill people. You don't have the right to kill people unless He gives you the right, of course. But yeah.
Well, let's say this, Andrew. What if someone just claims to be God?
Well,
This is good stuff, guys. This is good stuff.
are they God? That's not really. I mean, look. I think if somebody claims to be God and then they kill their babies, I mean, I think you'd have to try to do some kind of test there. But I think there's some stuff that you have biblically as far as who God is and what it'll look like when He returns. I don't think you're just gonna believe the person. I think there's ways to tell. You can ask Him. You'd be like, if you're God, can you convince me you're God so I can trust it? It's okay for you to kill that baby right there.
One last question.
Go ahead, Rob. Go ahead.
For all this, they're feminists, all that, you're not traditionalists, all that good stuff. What do you have to say to those Christians, who are just totally against, what's supposed to happen?
Well, they should figure out the methodology by which they are holding to their beliefs, because it's going to be usually when you examine it, it starts to get really wild. And if they believe the Bible, then try to be on board with the Bible.
Andrew, I'm not asking for what Andrew's saying. I'm asking for what Andrew thinks.
Oh wait, what's the difference?
Well, sorry, I was expecting a drastic difference. You answered that very general. I want to hear from the Hari.
Well, I would have to have look. I mean, I could get passionate and wild, but Bob's kind of trying to curtail my steam a little bit. Bob's been very negative. He's been negative Bob. I'm gonna say you've heard of negative Nancy. He's been negative Bob. He's been negative Bob for the last couple of rooms. And so I'm trying to, he chimes in, takes a couple little jabs here and there.
Well, about a few things.
Yeah, about a few things. He's not exactly appreciative of certain content and certain dialogue. And it's hard to tell because Bob's a little unpredictable. But I do try to keep that in,
Andrew, what is your height and weight? Andrew, what is your height and weight?
6 feet and 180, 195.
Okay, so I height logged you as well.
Are you okay? Well, Greg, you might be one of the most peak cringe people to come on the stage, but it is bad, but that's okay. I'm glad you're mogging. Mog on, sir. Mog on.
He'll grow up at some point.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, exactly. Because
just for reference, if I can ask this now, go get I promise. Great. How
Bob's like 7 feet tall, just so you know. Greg, so watch your mouth. But anyway.
Christian, 24.
Go ahead and grab that.
Okay, you're 24 years old. So this guy's 24 years old. You're talking about like some Gen Z.
You didn't get the, edgy early 20s energy immediately?
No.
24 is Gen Z. What are you talking about?
Trying to keep like
Kiwi farms and 4chan with the way of bringing.
Are you really so football?
No.
Bob's tall. No.
Bob's like
6'2".
Okay, there you go. 6'2" and a half. He's made it down to that. He's like 6'2" and.
Well, that's what it converts to. We use the metric system.
Oh, that's a good point. That's fair. Okay, all right, that's fair. I was gonna say, Greg. So I'm hoping you can maybe talk to Bob, so Bob can take the baton since he's made.
I don't historically have good interactions with Bob, and I don't want to start.
No.
Nobody fucking asked you, Pickerwood.
Yeah. Well, I did say Greg take the baton with Bob, but here's the thing. I did something. Bob, you got assaulted, Greg, by a trans person. Do you think? And you think? No. He said he did.
It also happens to be true, and I don't
Sugar has been consistent. John Lee has been consistent.
I don't know why I would lie about it. Why would I lie about it?
Why? It's virtuous in
Aren't you supposed to believe women? Believe the victims. Aren't you supposed to believe them? Okay. Greg?
Yeah, I mean, this did happen, and I don't know why I would lie about it. I would lie about it. Yeah, that did.
I don't want to claim this. Greg's correct. What?
For the record, I keep mock everyone on stage.
That's
Mike got every question right on the IQ test, scored 100.
Especially you, Bob, by at least 30 points. But anyway, Andrew, continue.
Just happens to have a lot of right-wing opinions.
Well, let's see. I don't think he's really. I don't think I've ever. Well, I don't know. There hasn't been anything. I'm trying to think of redeeming thing. I mean, he's polarized. All right, geez, Bob.
Maybe I'm wrong about him being like, no, but this guy is like the most uninteresting person to ever come in. Let's talk about it.
Somebody say my name?
Yeah, who is this? Is this Marshall?
It's Austin Powers.
Oh, Austin Powers. Austin, you don't come up very often, buddy. You are a very strange person. Are you neurotic or?
So, Andrew, did you just get browbeaten?
I'm just psychotic, not neurotic. There's a difference.
Did you just get browbeaten into abandoning that line of dialogue?
Oh no, I abandoned it because there's you and Bob, and Bob doesn't want to talk to you. So I don't think that.
Yeah, but I'm not talking to Bob. I'm talking to you.
No, but the reason was I was trying to set you up with Bob.
Okay, Craig. Okay, Bob and Craig, you guys are gonna have a dialogue now.
No, I'm good.
Greg, if you were my child, I would recharge you.
This guy Bob is not capable of stimulating me in any kind of interesting way. Yeah, including sexually, but I meant intellectually.
Greg's cognitive loads are way too
I meant
thick
intellectually.
and ropey for me.
Greg, have you had the sex?
Just like super dense cognitive loads.
We need to ask Austin because he is raised like a leprechaun. He comes in, goes, he says some pretty wild stuff in chat. But Austin, are you there?
I am.
Austin, can you give the best reason for Uncle Bob up there to believe that God exists, first of all, and secondly, that the crucifixion, the atonement, was a good thing? Go ahead.
Sure. It's called hedging your.
Oh, that's pretty.
That's really pious.
I mean, it didn't really. It's not like rationally compelling, but I mean, it's definitely like a. It's like a. I don't know. What do you think of Pascal's wager, modified version of whatever one that's apparently better? Any thoughts? All right, we lost Bob. I'm joking.
I think Austin murdered Andrew.
He might be. This might be a.
Andrew, can I ask you? Can you restate the modified version? I don't know about.
It was like some long thing that this lady, that she gave on Capturing Christianity.
Okay.
And you put. I wish I didn't know. I was hoping maybe Bob has heard a more sophisticated version. Maybe hear his take on it. But okay. Then secondly, by the way, welcome. That's Austin, the different Austin. Sorry, that's a different leprechaun. Okay, never mind about the atonement. Austin, what's your take on feminism and abortion? Go ahead, sir.
I think that in order to have an abortion, you need to be feminine.
Okay, thank you. Clapton Cheeks. It's always good to see you, sir. Your name actually kind of, I don't know, it kind of tricks people because they don't think you're going to be sincere because it's like a trolling name. Then you're actually you're actually sincere.
It's a swirly name.
It is swirly. Clapton, what do you say about abortion and feminism, brother?
I got called once early. Abortion, I guess at a certain point it's bad, and then before that, I guess we have to argue with when is a human or when is life life. I guess once you figure out that line, and depending on what's on the line you are, I'm against it. But before that, I guess to each his own. Yeah, actually, Andrew, do you want to hear my real answer? I think it started out well, but like all isms,
I was called Satanism, probably some other isms. You get carried away.
Objectivism.
Why is Austin on there, though?
No, I would actually agree if I'm giving a serious answer with what Clapton just said. I don't think it's like, I think it's more of a medical thing. I think it's, I don't want to murder people. I don't think people should murder people. Let's decide, is this a independent, separate life or not, medically speaking? I know that's a precarious and just kind of kicking the can down the road, but that's kind of how I feel about it. I don't think it's a good thing to murder babies. I also don't think it's a good thing to force people to have a baby they don't want. But you need to define that shit. It's like not really defined.
Well, luckily, all of those things are basically all agreed upon.
Alright, can I put
Those questions we figured out.
Everyone in your church?
My church.
Yeah, Latter-day Saints.
The Church of Satan.
Andrew, I would have been nice with you.
Alizé, I hope you haven't been drinking Alizé tonight. If you can boost your compassion level a couple points for brother Alizé, he's
I'm a troubled man.
These questions of like, oh, is it alive, and when does the human, like those questions are open, so you can go ahead.
Did you fill me in?
Yeah, it's a human, and it's life at conception. No,
So, but how many cells do you divide? Just one? Like, at what point?
as long as it's fertilized, it's life.
That's when it's human.
Yeah.
And according
it's
to
human before that too, but
according to who?
According to the medical sciences and biology.
So if I look at my medical science book, that's what it says.
Yeah, you're gonna see like if you take a zygote, a biologist is going to classify it as a separate human organism. That's right.
It's going to classify it as a human or an organism related to human.
No, not an organ. Like that's a human.
According to the medical science book, is there a medical science book? Is that a thing?
I think he's trying to.
There are medical science.
You have the Dewey Decimal of that book because I would love to.
So you're saying at conception it's a human, but it doesn't have a heartbeat yet? Is that you're still claiming?
I mean, obviously it does have a heartbeat. It's a single cell.
So you don't need a heart to be human.
That's right.
You don't need to have a brain to be human.
You need to have a brain.
I think you need do you need toenails?
Well, it's human life, isn't it?
Yeah,
I think what you're talking about is person.
I
think
don't know.
when you say human, you mean person.
I don't know. You're saying you know.
Yes, everyone agrees that it's human life. Everyone agrees that it's alive.
But I don't agree. I'm saying I don't know, so I'm not agreeing.
I'm saying everyone who is in view.
Find out how we classify things by DNA, and then find out if it has that DNA, and then you'll have your answer.
But if I can
I'm saying that the people who aren't view.
It says DNA. It's as human as like my nail.
Human cell, yes.
Yeah, okay, I heard of that. It's a human cell.
As in it's.
But when is it? I think if I use the term independent life.
Yes, it is an independent life. As in, it doesn't have your DNA.
So because it has different DNA, that makes it independent life.
Right. That's typically how we distinguish different organisms.
Gotcha. So it's going to be 611. 018 Human Embryology and Developmental Anatomy.
Okay.
It's going to be called Layman's Medical Embryology, and it is going to tell you basically that development as a human organism begins at fertilization. So basically, things that's human made.
Is it Library of Congress or what?
So what?
Like what Dewey does? Yeah.
I mean, I just searched up the Dewey Decimal classification. I don't know if it's. I
don't actually remember how Dewey Decimal works. I thought it was library to library. I was just taking a guess.
Well, I know that different libraries do like 611.3 because some have like broader and older systems, but I know that there's specific subdivisions now. So it depends.
Thank you guys. Alizé, I want to get you in, brother. Bob, I know you're going to have a trigger finger trigger. But Alizé got a cover break. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it always puzzles me as to why you want to get some of these people in who have no
they're related to us.
But Andrew, you're not really interested in it, right?
I wanted us to like now, like once it's stipulated.
I'll be quick.
Maybe we continue that.
I'll be quick.
Okay,
don't worry about it.
All right, I'll say make your submission, and then we'll get right back to Austin. Go ahead, buddy.
So, feminism should be outlawed. Abortion should be destroyed. soon as you put the dick in, it's consent and it's forever. You sign the paper. Listen, you sign your soul, guys. Therefore, that means I'm not.
I'll leave because my father say.
What's that mean?
How did he leave? So. Look. Feminism, yeah, should be out the window.
Gotcha.
It's the 15th Amendment, right?
Yeah.
Am I right? Yeah. Okay. Abortion should be if you and the woman decide to have sexual intercourse and you don't want the baby, both of y'all should have one limb taken off of you. That is the bare minimum. That's the bare minimum.
Yeah,
Leg, arm, and then, well, we're all humans, so like I understand certain, things that happen, certain things that happen in life.
This is where you say I cannot land my mic.
No, I'm being honest. And therefore, if there's certain things that happen in life where the R word and all this, maybe, just maybe, you can go around it. But other than that, life is life and it happens, man. It's only forward.
Thank you, brother. Because I don't want to get you excised from the room. I thought somebody kicked you, and I was like, man, that happened quick. Brother, it is good.
Yes, sir.
I'll recover your reproduction up until the moment of ejaculation.
Thank you for that, Greg. Okay, Austin, go ahead. Bob has some line of question for you, or at least maybe try to figure out where you're at.
Well, I believe that from that reasoning, Bob would have to go first.
So, what am I going first about?
Have you met Boston? Bob?
Boston?
Yeah.
The guy I just talked to?
Yes. We're back on track.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a super genius, Bob. Ask me really smart things.
Yes. I'm so sorry. So, like the thing you said earlier was that, well, once we figured this thing's out, colony or something, some people. I mean, I say, well, imagine we figured it out. Now what?
Well, what the point of what I was saying was that it's I don't believe that we should force people to do things they don't want to, but I also don't believe we should murder humans. That was the overall point of what I was saying.
Sure, but it sounded like, once we figured these things out, then,
that's why I responded the way I just did, is to clarify that, because that was not the focus of the message. I'm not very articulate, but that was not what I was trying to explain.
Yeah, but just saying, the reason I focused in on that was it sounded like if I had these answers, I could have elaborated on my thoughts, but maybe that's wasn't.
So even now, if you want to go down that path, I'm happy to do that, because I don't think that's agreed upon in a way where that starts. I don't know if it ever could be.
No, but I'm saying it doesn't seem important to your position at conception. What would that change your view anyway?
Well, no, it would make me suspicious, because scientists, all of them agreeing on anything is clearly, sus. But if there was a way to, define that, yeah.
You agree on a lot of things.
But, what? I mean, isn't the point of being a scientist to disagree? Isn't the whole scientific method not about what we know and about what we don't know?
It's scientists disagree about it. Yeah, but you can be in agreement about the stuff that we do know. What do you mean?
No, we agree that this is our best guess. We don't agree that this is what we know.
No, but that doesn't mean they can't be in agreement. Like imagine like gold has atomic number 79. I don't know of any chemist or molecular physicist who disagrees with that. Now that might not be true in some further sense, but that doesn't mean they don't agree about that.
Yeah, that's semantics, though. You're talking about just using different. You're saying gold is a measurable quantity.
Someone could disagree about how many protons there are in the gold. What do you mean?
Sure, but
You're just saying they all agree, though, that there are 79 protons.
Let me give you something about gold that it's not.
So we agree it wasn't the semantics.
Let me give you something about gold that is not universally agreed upon. There was a guy who was smuggling gold at the airport, and the TSA agent said, "Hey, you, get back here." Now, not everyone agrees that's funny, but some people agree it is.
How is that a scientific?
It wasn't. It was a gold. I was trying to like. I gotta work on my jokes.
Oh shit!
Hey, you. Well, if you have a kid, that's a perfect joke for your kid. It's such a dad joke.
Anyway, the idea is obviously that there's like a metric fuck ton of stuff that scientists all agree on, but so
I hate the way you say that. I know
being suspicious that scientists agree on something seems like a very bad thing.
I'm not saying that the agreement between scientists is what, because that tends to be that tends to be a sales tactic. Yeah, when it's all scientists agree.
You're saying rhetorically, if someone says
rhetorically, exactly.
That makes sense. Okay, that's different. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Right.
You're not saying
we're kind of agreeing.
Disagree on something. You're just saying when people in debates to tell you scientists agree on something, you take that with a dose of skepticism.
Exactly. It tends to be somebody's trying to sell me.
It's a much different claim. I'll get one.
But the point is that we're getting back to it with where life starts. I don't think that is really something when it's a human versus a whatever stage of development. I don't know how you can definitively, scientifically, medically, absolutely define that. Do you?
Well, there's a lot of very superlative language there, but I'm just saying if you were to find out tomorrow, would your opinion change? And it seems like the answer is no. I gotta keep this one.
Well,
it doesn't seem to, your position doesn't seem to really hinge on when life starts.
Well, Bob, no, actually, if I really found out tomorrow in some convincing, non-sales way, then I'd be like, okay, yeah, don't murder the baby.
Oh, so, okay, you're saying that if you found out that it was a human life at conception, then you would say that would be murder and we shouldn't do it.
Right, but it's very subjective because it's totally dependent on my belief of that source, right? So it's not. I'm not really saying anything. So
no, just whatever. No, I'm saying if you take the source to be trustworthy by whatever empirical heuristic that you use, if you thought that, then you would think it's murder. Okay, but you think the issue is that there's a question of when is it human life? Or do you mean like personhood? Like, do you mean person when you say human?
Well, that's a really good question, and I mean that. I hate when people say that they don't mean it, but that's interesting. When are you human versus person? I don't know. I'd have to. How would we define that?
Well, person is something. It's not something that's specifically right. Well, that's not one thing, but typically, it's something that if we consider you a person, then we afford you the rights of the person, and now you're a moral patient in a much more significant way than if you were just some life,
But even being able to develop independently of your host gets complicated because the idea of having an artificial womb is very much a thing that will happen and very soon, right? So that confuses it further.
I don't think it does. Only insofar as you're making, as in, like you put it in an appropriate environment, it's going to develop. It doesn't have your DNA. It's going to be a different person. Like there's a there's a trajectory of development here that just invariably leads to this is a different person.
Well, what about a premature baby without modern medical treatment that allows it to survive? How do you reconcile that? Do you see that?
What do you think needs reconciling?
So do you think that the use of these advanced technologies changes whether or not it's independent?
It just depends on what you mean by independent. It's biologically dependent for its development, but it's independent as though at no stage is it like the same person as the mother.
Oh, and then independent, like it can develop on its own. That's where I thought we were.
Oh, sure. That's just a matter of scientific progress. I think that question is largely uninteresting, except for for the most part, practical issues.
Sure, but you have to establish it for first principles, right? Like, is that or is?
No, I think establishing that is uninteresting. Like, it doesn't seem to me to be really important for the question of
without
whether or not it can be. But I caveated that by saying it can be depending on what you're using as your justification for allowing abortions. But yeah.
I'm not talking about going down that.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm not trying to go down that path. What I was saying is for first principles, so we're on the same page. Are we saying that is or isn't part of independence? And I'm fine either way. I just want to be on the same page.
No, it's definitely part of biological independence, which is what you said you meant. But I think that's like trivial. But if it can't live outside of the womb, then it is dependent on the mother.
But without medical assistance, we're saying, for the sake of this discussion.
In whatever capacity.
Okay, no, I understand. I just want to be clear.
I think it's independent regardless of medical assistance.
Oh, because it's alive until it dies. It's alive until it dies. So it's actually it's irrelevant. You're not wrong. Because even if it's a short life, it's still alive. Does this
which threshold, like life or personhood?
Right, I think personhood, because it has life. Okay. It is alive. Okay. It is.
Okay, very good. We agree on that.
And so that's very interesting. I've never framed it like that, so that's why I'm trying to bounce it around.
No, that's fine.
What are your thoughts on that with the personhood? How do you see that?
I see that in terms of some sort of neurodevelopmental stage, where you can somewhat have an appreciation of the fact that it has primitive cognitive faculties.
As little as a fish, or as much, it doesn't matter. As soon as it's doing something.
It's doing something in terms of having qualitative subjective experiences.
Oh, so it has to have experience.
Like consciousness. Like it has to be in some way conscious. It can't be like a biological automaton that is simply responding to stimuli. And lights are on, but there's no one home.
Fishhood to fish or whatever, right? They're not self-aware.
Well, I'm saying like when it's a zygote, to me it's clearly not a person because the zygote just obviously lacks anything that I would care about when it comes to personhood. Now, religious people here are going to disagree. Like one of the necessary or maybe even sufficient conditions to be a person is to have a soul. Well, okay, it already has a soul at that point. That might be your view. So you might take a different view from mine. But because I don't believe in souls, I have to ground personhood in something that's different. It makes sense to me to ground it in some, something that correlates with mine, your qualitative experience.
So you should just go for the kill shot. He doesn't have a view at all. All of this is just arbitrary for Bob. He doesn't have a
No, he actually has a pretty well defined view. So even if I were to take some religious,
how are you, Mr. Know-it-all? How's everything?
I still know everything, so just listen. Even if I had a very strong religious view, I would find this an interesting way to explore that. Right? That's what confuses me is when people do have strong religious views and they just shut down the exploration of the different ways to explore the way this is.
Sure. I think that makes sense to me. Like I wouldn't strongly object that if you were like a devout Christian or something and you take that sort of view on ensoulment, They just find them. It just makes sense.
Well, it does. It's the same thing as personhood. It's just a different, it's the same thing. It's like, when is that endowed? And it could be at the very first, at the moment of fertilization. Whatever, just define it.
Right.
That is pretty interesting.
Even if he could define personhood, he can't ground it in the metaphysical system because he doesn't really have that view.
Right.
Well, why do you have to ground it in a metaphysical system instead of grounding it in a physical system?
It's because Bob's view is a joke. He's like an analytic retard.
Well, sir, as a retard, I appreciate Bob.
He's a troll.
So this is interesting because I apply this. I hope you can follow me on this. A bit to climate change. I feel like people don't look at it the same. Like, you see, there's so much doubt, and whether you believe in it or you don't, that all to me is irrelevant. It really bothers me when people are like, "Oh, we know this, we know that," because it's all based on models, and models by their nature are rarely accurate. Pretty much never, but sometimes useful. And that's never part of the conversation, and it pisses me off. And the whole point, how I'm tying this back, is you have these different, very volatile, very controversial ideas. When life starts, when it's independent, and it's very rarely talked about in a reasonable and just analytical manner. And it upsets me that we can't have those conversations. And I'm probably part of the problem because I got every question right on my IQ test. Top retard, dude. I'm actually top 1 percentile of smartest people on Earth ever.
Thanks. You're good.
Except in math. I didn't do so well in math. So, what else you got, Bob? Come on. What's next? Peace on Earth?
Right. Are you a Christian, Austin?
I mean, I am reserving my decision until I see which way the guy in front of me goes. If he says yes and he goes up, I'm going to say yes.
What if he pulls out it's an explosive vest?
If he does and he hits the button and he goes up, I'm going to be like, God damn it, what materials do I have around me? I need something that will oxidize.
Are you undecided on the question?
I am, but I hate agnostic. I'm more like, I know I'm not that smart, and a lot of people much smarter than me believe in that, or some variation of that, so have really strong feelings on it. I'm a bit envious of people with faith, and those two things combined make it tough for me to be like, just because I can't explain it doesn't mean there's a there there. So it's more like, I don't want to be the asshole.
The only reason I bring this up is because you mentioned the guy who's much smarter than you.
Sure. So I would like to know. I would like to see that based on. I'd love to see that over time. I think you would see that scale change. Do you know what I mean? I think that theism probably had, or practiced theist probably had far higher IQ for a long time. So there's probably a big change.
My kid pooped. So
congratulations, man. That's awesome.
That's an argument of proportionality because there's more theists than atheists. So now that becomes an argument of proportionality.
Well, it's not. I guess that might be part of it.
Well, he's saying that atheists tend there's
Did you understand what I was saying, though, Andrew?
Yeah. So you want to see how it plays out over time because you're saying you tend to think that the IQ is higher among theists because they've been around, it's been that way. But
actually, it used to be the educated people, the more that would be their path. So there's definitely not. I don't know if you could do that. How you would do that? There's probably a way.
It seems like I think I looked up a couple things he said, and it seemed like he was right. That something like it depends on the field that they're in, like as far as people who are studying certain things, professionals. Because we're talking about not just IQ, but I mean people who are like in different fields in academia and whatnot. They have different, like the distribution of theism or theist to atheist. It is interesting because it differs on the field. And yeah, and I can't remember what the distinctions were, but that being
Andrew,
said, yeah, go ahead.
I would think actually that a part of this is the intelligence. I don't know if IQ is the best pill to, or the best, but I think part of it might be that somebody who's like, I'm atheist, has put time in to think about this and explored these ideas rather than just kind of gone with it. So that there might be something to say for that rather than just IQ, rather than just like, oh, smarter people are like that. It's more like, no, it's like one of those things where it's like what do you call it, like a secondary effect or whatever of that type of
some light on it. So fields with the highest average IQ data derived from standardized testing, like logical reasoning at the top. Field of study is going to be number one is going to be physics and astronomy. Estimated average IQ is 133. Rank number two is going to be mathematical sciences. Estimated IQ of 130. Number three is philosophy. Estimated average IQ of 129. Four is materials, chemical engineering. Estimated IQ of 128 to 129. Where the mean is 100 with the standard deviation of 15.
Well, the standard deviation. So that's also, that's the margin for error. That might be the.
Yeah.
So you're basically, they're all the same when you take into the margin for error.
Well, that's interesting. But let me read this here. I hear what you're saying. So field with the highest rates of theism. Research into the religiosity of academics, such as studies by Gross and Simmons, show that while professors are generally less religious than the public, the level of belief varies significantly by discipline. Social sciences and humanities often show the lowest levels of belief, particularly in sociology and psychology.
They also show the lowest IQ for some reason.
This is actually interesting. The hard science, this actually is surprising how you don't know if you're listening. The hard sciences, surprisingly, physical scientists, chemists, and physicists are often more likely to be theists than social sciences. So, social scientists. Professional fields, the highest, yeah.
The specialization, that makes sense, actually.
That's completely unsurprising.
So, professional fields, the highest levels of religious belief among high education, the highest level
where you would find the highest level of atheists, I would imagine. I'm guessing.
Yes. So check this out. Where the IQ and theism meet. If you're so it says if you're looking for the sweet spot, fields that maintain both high cognitive entry barriers and higher than average rates of theism. The data points towards mathematics and engineering. Number one, mathematics. Despite the high IQ requirements, mathematicians often report higher rates of belief in God than biologists or psychologists. This is sometimes attributed to the Platonic nature of math, where practitioners view universal truths as discovered rather than invented. Number two is engineering. The field consistently shows higher levels of religiosity than the pure sciences. Sociologists like Gambetta and Herzog have even identified an engineer's gamut, noting that the mindset of design and function often make theism more intellectually compatible for engineers than those in the discovery-based natural sciences. And the last one is philosophy of religion. While philosophy as a whole has a high IQ and a high atheist population, the specific subfield of philosophy of religion is one of the few places where high IQ analytical rigor is paired with a high density of theists, particularly in the Christian tradition. Pretty well.
Yeah, but the philosophers are so smart.
All of those are completely expected.
Well, maybe not because you have a high.
Well, Christians have a lot of imagination.
Like I would expect philosophers of religion to be predominantly theists.
Yeah,
like you have a motivation connected to your faith.
The math makes sense too because.
Well, I didn't expect math, actually.
Oh, I totally did.
Well, math is on the back of like you read Platonic ideals.
Andrew, look up
math people are Platonists.
It makes sense when that's put together. I just didn't.
Andrew, look up like an intelligence analyst who uses multi-domain synthesis of information. I'd love to know what I believe they would have more likely to be atheists, right? Like the math and those specialties, they're so focused in their domain, they're super smart, they know they're not the smartest at everything. And I feel like that relates to that. I'm sorry, I'm not articulating this well. My point is, when
Are you able to do the search on what you're asking there? Because I actually don't know.
Sure. It was just, any career, what is the prevalence?
Yeah, so both education and nursing, average IQ, and it says high IQ plus IB is relatively is mathematics, chemical engineering, and accounting. Interesting.
Yeah, something to think about.
The platonic thing, yeah, I just didn't put that together. It is funny because that's actually one of the things I said to CM, because he's like, no, I don't believe in any of this, whatever. I'm like, don't you believe, mathematics are a real deal or whatever, numbers are real? And he said, well, I go back and forth on that. And it kind of made him a little unstable there on his view. He didn't want to accept any of these abstract objects or whatever. Yeah, so that's interesting. That's fine. But yeah, so Boston.
Yeah, it just came back with 666, just over and over. Hold on, I was trying to classify job.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. That's good stuff. Coffee or Lucian. I need you to do a Bob. He gets spicy. You're welcome to come with you, Frank. Yeah, you got people saying hail Satan up here, Lucian.
I think, Andrew, like for someone to say like hail Satan or...
Does that mean anything?
Yeah, like...
I mean, it's not, it's like a jokative, kind of a dismissive, not really considering. If somebody said that and genuinely, was of the faith or something, I think that would be pretty odd.
Yeah, Andrew, what does it mean in Christianity when someone is like noticing the number 777 a lot?
Well, it means they're nuts.
Really?
Jackpot. No, I don't know. That's not really. Again, numbers. There's number stuff in Christianity, but it's like not really. There's 12, obviously 12 disciples, 12, tribes of Israel. There's 3, spirit, soul, and body, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, stuff like that. But I don't know about 777.
I remember seeing a video years ago of this person talking about energy drinks being the devil and stuff like that.
Oh yeah. I remember
the monster one.
Monster, yeah.
That video was hilarious.
Andrew, can I read something really quick?
Sir. Yeah, you betcha.
Okay, so this is from Sage Journals, which is peer-reviewed, from Personality and Social Psychology Review, and it says, this is a meta-analysis of multiple studies. 63 studies showed a significant negative association between intelligence and religiosity. The association was stronger for college students and the general population than for participants younger than college age. It was also stronger for religious beliefs than religious behavior. For intelligent people are less likely to conform and thus are more likely to resist religious dogma. Second, intelligent people tend to adopt an analytic as opposed to intuitive thinking style, which has been shown to undermine religious beliefs. And third, several functions of religiosity, including compensatory control, self-regulation, self-enhancement, and secure attachment, are also conferred by intelligence. Intelligent people may therefore have less need for religious beliefs and practices. This isn't me speaking, this is a meta-study of 63 different studies. Yeah,
that's interesting. I appreciate that, Frank. That's actually cool, buddy. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And, that's kind of the stuff that I was kind of aware of, or at least like that kind of correlation or whatever. And I think, I'm trying to remember what Scott said. I guess maybe he was talking about the particular fields, which is the thing that kind of was a little, I just didn't know that there were certain fields that had more, there's like a higher distribution of these certain fields.
Absolutely. I think I've mentioned many times my brother is a relatively well-known physicist, and he's also a priest. So,
but is his name Neil?
No, I don't talk about his name on here, but he actually.
Joke.
Yeah. Okay. No. I actually met Neil once. Pretty cool.
Really? Because I hate him on on stage, but no, sorry.
It was very nice. It was at an IBM conference actually in Las Vegas.
Everybody that meets him says good things, but whatever.
Anyway, yeah, but we've had conversations about it, and for him, the belief comes from sort of an emotional place. He lost a child, and he lost a wife during childbirth. You know, lots of trauma, and his church was very supportive of him during that time.
Frank, I'll go down after I say this, but why doesn't he get Apple AirTags? I deal with trauma for humor. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry. I love that too. That's okay. But that's okay. Very dark, but I like it. But you know, but he also does have kind of what you were saying about math, Andrew.
Yeah.
He talks about his religious. I don't want to say his religious conversion, but sort of his religious aha moment. I don't know what you want to call that. Was looking out a window and seeing the sunset over Monterey Bay through an equation. I think it was Maxwell's equations that were written on the glass. Now, to me, that would just be, you know, interesting. But to him, that was a religious experience. He's a good guy. We don't fight about it. You know, we share the same political beliefs for the most part, and the same, you know, we have the same taste in music and things like that. So we have plenty of things to talk about. But, yeah.
Tell us more about your prostate.
Oh, you don't want to know. I have surgery coming up in May, so
Chop it out and put it in a bucket.
Yeah, that's all I'm to do. I always say, like, the first time I thought a robot would be sniffing around my junk, it would be a lot better than this. But
are you doing the robotic one, dude?
Yeah, I'm doing Da Vinci.
My dad did the same thing for results.
So
the bucket, but keep the bucket. Just because.
Yeah. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. But anyways, I think it's interesting. I think you're on the right track, Andrew. I think if you just look at it overall, the numbers are pretty clear.
Have you been praying for this, Andrew? Have you been praying for this day? Have you been praying for this day?
I gotta go meet Emma. I'm sorry. Look, I gotta go meet Emma.
Yeah, I was in the middle of saying something. So, you know, I think if you look at the overall numbers, the meta-analysis is pretty clear. But I think you're right. If you broke it down by discipline, no bad jokes, please. It would be interesting to see some of those breakdowns as well. Like if you looked at evolutionary biologists, for example, I imagine there's very little religiosity, or at least, I guess I would also break down religiosity too. Like I think a lot of people in these fields fall into sort of like a, you know, spiritual but not religious thing. You know, I don't think you're going to find a lot of like fundamentalist Christians in evolutionary biology.
I just took 30 seconds to read about this, Frank, and what I found is there's an interesting consideration we haven't talked about. There's law observance, secularism. So you know, it kind of skews or can it's less clear. We're using a defined term like, do you believe God? Yes or no?
And yeah. This is the problem with a lot of the studies, including the Templeton studies too, is that there's this conflation of, and this does point it out a little bit, that there's a difference between religious belief and religious behavior. And until you stratify that a little bit, I think we're looking at such generalizations that it's really hard to just say, well, the meta-analysis says this, or has less IQ, because that's categorically, I don't think that's not true. But if someone comes in and says, for example, I want to have a conversation with you about religiosity, but I don't want to use logic, well, then the conversation is pretty much over, because I can't really have a conversation where logic isn't the metric, isn't the substrate by which the conversation is being had, because then I would just say, well, there's the color red, God doesn't exist. Oh, that's illogical. Well, so what? You're not using logic, So, anyway, my 2 cents.
Name me one email that's listening to you.
Name what?
You trolling?
Yeah, he's trolling. Do you want to talk to any of my ex-wives?
Yeah.
Do you want to talk to any of my ex-girlfriends? I can send you a
I have
list.
phone numbers.
Exactly. I have the deeds. I have a wife. I have a daughter.
I'm currently trying to get a divorce. Let me get from that number.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, exactly. I'm an expert on that subject.
Austin, did you read
pretty erotic story. Yeah, I thought that was hot. What did you think?
No, I'm talking about like since you were reading percentages, I was like wondering, are there more areas academic or religion?
No, it's not too. It doesn't diverge too much from general society, unless you get into like the elite, the top of the top. There's a difference, but that might and probably is social norms or whatever. So it's very unclear. It's very murky about what these different numbers actually mean for this. And that's the point we're trying to make.
I made a point in the chat too about this too, and that is that you really can't go back in history and go like, well, there's always been more, because for centuries the only schools available were religious schools.
Frank, I was making that exact point earlier, where there's a flip, and it'd be interesting to see that historically. I don't know how you would track that data, but to see where the education changed from it being, where that was the path for people that were intelligent, and that's where they went, because it would be very hard to track that versus like over the Industrial Revolution.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's what it's going to lay over with. It's very different in Western Europe, for example, versus say China, and in America. Education in America was for a long time very non-secular. So public education that didn't include religious indoctrination was a relatively modern invention of education in America, I think. Someone would have to track that, but that would be my hypothesis, at least. I can be corrected, but that would be my hypothesis.
This is why we need to celebrate librarians.
Absolutely.
They are, you might not go to the library often, but they're literally keeping knowledge alive.
Yeah, it's funny. I've been thinking about libraries a lot recently. One of the most beautiful libraries in the world, I don't know if anybody's been to Switzerland, but in St. Gallen, there's a really famous old library where they have a lot of really, really old illuminated manuscripts and stuff like that. If you just look up the Library of St. Gallen, it'll blow your mind. I live about an hour away from there, and I go there often. It's really remarkable.
I may or may not have smoked pot in the Library of Congress bathroom once.
I believe you did. I'll pull up a picture. That sounds cool. Right? Go pull a picture of the library.
It's so beautiful. It'll blow your mind. And just going there too is just like, it's ridiculous. But I've been thinking about, the other thing I've been thinking about libraries lately, so I think most people know I live in Europe, and I have a huge library, like over 1,000 books, and when I die, as I've been thinking about it, like what do I want done with my books? It's an interesting thought about.
No, it is. Yeah.
I wouldn't just want them to go to Goodwill or the equivalent. It's like
right along Microsoft's crystalline, the storage thing they did. I'm talking about the crystalline, very specific etched. I'm sorry, I'm fucking something. I think it's a silicate. It lasts like over to Claude or ChatGPT, and then have it just create a database of where your books are. All right, third row.
I scanned all the ISBN codes.
But it's like just from the picture of the what was it called? The spine. It'll be able to tell you third row 50. I did this with my cookbooks.
Oh, cool.
I'm like, I need a recipe for this.
Oh, cool.
I'm like, I need a recipe for this. And all right, do this. I'm like, where do I find it?
Yeah, because database. Yeah, I know. When I get into my fiction books, like just random fiction books, I think I like the idea of the Claude thing, because like I have in my head, if you ask me where a particular book is, the other day someone was asking me about Shakespeare, and I knew exactly where it was, but there's no reason it's there. Like Shakespeare's right next to Anne Sexton. What the fuck? That doesn't make any sense.
I just thought of this. You could actually do this easily. You just every time you take out a book and then you put it back, you take a picture, and you have it itself, and you can streamline that with a little bit of code.
Yeah. Like it's sort of like the legacy of it a lot of my books have a lot of value too, just because they're like signed or first editions and things like that. And like my wife, she's not really a literature person. I mean, she reads obviously, but she's not super into it like I am. And I'm just so worried that like, you know, she'll throw out my first edition Joy Williams or something. You know, I'm like, no, so I told her, I said, if something happens to me, you have to bring in like my sister, who's also very literate, like to triage this stuff.
I mean, I have a signed copy of the Communist Manifesto in SoCal vinyl.
That's pretty cool.
Totally made that up.
I have some William Gibson signed books, which are pretty cool, actually. So.
I actually do have. I have a bunch of.
I mentioned your man also.
Robert Heinlein.
Oh yeah.
Signed, first edition signed.
Cool. William Gibson, I have signed actually, and I just saw William Gibson's like auctioning off one of his books for charity, signed. Actually, I'm like, yeah, I already got one.
I want Brian Greene to sign my The Meaning of It All book.
It's funny when I actually I bought a book. There's this British author that I love. His name is Magnus Mills, and he's just hysterical and direct. He's like really awesome. And I bought one of those books online, and I through a secondhand source, and it came signed. I didn't even know that. So cool.
Yeah, that's very cool. Yeah, I have such respect for that, and I love Feynman, right? And he was so high level. Yeah. Just as a goof, I really want to do that.
My dad was actually a student of Feynman's too, actually. So, and for Christmas a couple of years ago, I bought him the lecture books.
My mom was one of the strippers he hung out with when he was painting this.
Oh, just stop. Feynman was pretty awesome.
Well, and so is Brian Greene. I hate how underappreciated he is. I mean, he's not Feynman, but like, I feel like he gets shit on all the time. It bothers me.
About physics, that's pretty impressive. You know?
That's what I mean. He dumbs it down, and that is like, yeah, he's not doing new physics, but he's doing something so important, and he has such a capacity to do it well. It really, like I've been in many like dinner parties or social whatever, and I'll talk about Brian Greene, and they're like, Brian Greene, I know you're
he's a hack.
And I'm like, no, like the dude has talent. He's really good, like at making shit that none of you can understand. Understandable.
As much as possible.
What religion? No, Marlo.
Yesterday, I thought you said you didn't think much of the legal argument on security. Maybe I misheard you, but if that's the case, then why don't you think it's very hard?
No, I don't think it's not that I don't think much, but it's not like, it doesn't give me certainty. I think it was a good argument. I think it's a great argument, actually. Yeah, it just doesn't give me certainty. I think I'll just say it. I'm not like one of these atheist circle jerking purists, you know, where everything like, where my claiming to be an agnostic is not even acknowledged by them. And so they keep asking me questions about whether or not I'm agnostic. They ask it in various different ways, and I keep saying, yes, I'm an agnostic, and they just don't accept it. And so I think they were asking about the polynomial, but the polynomial is a good argument. I'm not going to say that it's not. And we could talk about it all day long in here, as we often do. But it doesn't give me certainty that there is or is not a God. It just kind of like puts things on the scale and goes, yep, I'm still an atheist.
So wait, are you an agnostic or not?
I'm an agnostic atheist.
I'm joking, dude.
Oh man, I'm going to come over there and smack you, Austin.
But do you think it's actually showing a contradiction, or just
Being an agnostic atheist?
no, probably not.
It doesn't show a it depends on which theist you're talking to. I think a lot of I can bash my fellow atheists, you know. I think a lot of the atheists that come in, particularly to your rooms, Andrew, only care about Abrahamic atheists, people who are atheists about Abrahamic religions. And my perspective is a little bit broader than that. I include, Scientologists. I include,
no, but do you think it shows a contradiction to the Abrahamic gods?
I would say it creates a little bit of a dilemma for them. I don't know if it's a direct contradiction because they have an apology. They have an apology for it, right? There's an apology. Yeah. So it's not enough to show a bond to, except for, repeating talking points. And to me, that's like a really sort of leaning towards your belief system is probably mistaken.
Okay.
I like wokeism over materialistic atheism.
What do you like over it? That is, what is that? It's what happens in the morning when you get snooze. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the kind of atheism that Buddha is.
What?
What?
You know, Buddha is an atheist.
Talking about fat.
Not necessarily.
I'm a little confused.
I've never heard this word before.
I totally agree with your nonsense, sir.
When you say woke,
Yeah, Buddha was an atheist. You know that Buddha was an atheist?
Buddha was not necessarily an atheist. I don't think it's something
He didn't believe in
You
God.
think you mean an ascetic?
Yeah, an ascetic is not necessarily an atheist. Like, he just never spoke of God. It doesn't mean that he did not, iterate God.
Let's get to the bottom of this.
Have anyone ever read Sheldon Kopp's book? It's called.
You know, the atheism of Terence McKenna or something like that is different than atheism of Jordan Peterson.
Thank goodness. Let's not bring up Jordan Peterson.
What the fuck just happened?
If you meet Buddha on the road, kill him. And everybody gets really offended when people say that, but it's actually a quote from Buddha.
Yes.
Sure, I'm here. I think we're getting off topic with something called wokeism.
Yeah, no, for sure. I don't know how often you talk to Muslims, Frank, but
Yep. All the time. Muhammad and I have great conversations. Muhammad and I talked. Yeah, we had a conversation. Good knowledge of the text, and it was a great conversation. We don't agree, obviously, on lots of things, but it was a really good conversation.
Yeah, that's how I feel about it.
I feel like we should say peanut butter uranium hydrogen just if we're talking about Muhammad. Sorry.
Thank you for that. Lucian, are you there, buddy? I don't know if you're able to speak.
Yeah, I'm just listening right now.
Okay, well, if you get a chance to weigh in, I'm curious what you think about the high IQ correlation to atheism. If you can't weigh in, it's all good. But what do you think about that, Muhammad and Katie? Go ahead.
Well, I'm wondering if these come from a higher socioeconomic class, they're just going to be a bit more likely to go to college and be educated as a.
That's a good point.
But is that an identification thing, or is that like an actual belief thing? That would be interesting also. You're saying atheists are... so you're saying atheists are more likely to go to higher education, right?
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, is that like, I would be interested to see how deep those beliefs are. When we were discussing this in among different professions in the U.S., we ran into a problem where people who have they don't really believe in it, but they just lightly identify with it. It's hard to know whether they actually are religious or not in different professions, right? So I'd be interested to know how that affects that opposite result, where you have a higher level of atheism, but is that because there's an expectation you're atheist, or is that just because they are atheists? Sorry, that was a lot. I don't articulate.
Yeah.
Did you follow that at all?
I'm having a hard time tracking the question, actually.
I think the data is going to be self-reported, and they're going to say, yeah, they're atheists or not religious, sort of thought. Which might not be exactly. I mean, I don't mean that they don't have to be like personality types, but if you just look at the pool of American atheists, they're going to be more likely to come from, like, children of professionals or something like that.
I would say upper middle class is a good way to put it too, probably.
No, we found out.
Also more likely to be more educated, which I think we associate with intelligence.
So, what is it? Frenchie?
Yeah.
Well-educated people were mathematicians.
Where was that study?
It was done at the.
I'm sorry, something by the Christian Science.
That was a joke. Right. Hang on, let me explain it. So it was consistent among different specializations, and what it seemed to indicate was there was when you had these specializations, people actually identified as theists. And where we ran into a problem, which I was trying to explain, is are they actual theists, or are they just low observing atheists who are just going along with social norms?
Okay, so you're saying that is it that out of all mathematicians, there are proportion more theists, than atheists versus, let's say, biologists? Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I said.
Right. See, I don't know what you mean when you say there's a high prevalence.
Yeah. Among specialties.
A larger portion of those fields are theists compared to the other ones.
But it's still not. Yeah, but it's not a majority either. It's still it's 30 to 40% for mathematicians.
No, I think it's 67.
I'm looking at a study, peer reviewed, right in front of me. It says 30 to 40 for mathematicians.
Well, we'll go with that. But then,
you've got 100 mathematicians and 100 biologists, right? And there are more Christian mathematicians than biologists. Is that what we're saying? Is that?
Yeah, I'm not saying that definitively, but that was the understanding we came to.
Yes.
The numbers that I'm looking at say mathematicians are around 30 to 40% express belief in God. Biologists and physicists typically under 15%, often closer to 5 to 10%.
Because math people are Platonists, like really close to God.
That could be it. Maybe also biologists, physicists are confronting whether there's a God more than mathematicians. Is it possible? Like biologists are finding out about evolution, and they're like, "Oh shit, I've been lied to my whole life." And physicists look at the universe, going, "We probably don't have a God here." So maybe that's why.
I think it's definitely a field of study related. I think you could be a mathematician and there's this openness to mystery, basically, in mathematics, we could call it, whereas biology is grounded in things that are directly so I think that's where you see it.
During this discussion earlier, one of them. Go ahead, Mom. Sorry. I want to say, this is my view on it. I don't see the direct connection between higher IQ and speed, because usually what higher IQ, and this is what I understand, is problem solving, or how fast you can solve a problem and things like that, how intelligent you are. But if you don't care about there is a God or there isn't a God, you probably wouldn't even think about it or have idea, but you don't care about the subject at all. So I don't see the direct relationship between the belief and the higher IQ. That's it.
Let me expand on that real quick. So one of the things when we were discussing this earlier, when we were looking into this, is there is not a distinction that I could find between low observance, which is probably just social, and actual devout theists. So you can have people who just do it because that's what people around them do. It's custom rather than it's religion. And it's very hard to differentiate that data. So it became very murky what the real prevalence was.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think the terminology too just doesn't lend itself to getting to something where we're all going to go down the same path here. Religiosity, IQ, the semantics here are so filled with, contextual bias that it's really hard to, I find it really hard to sort of land on anything in this other than the fact that I can say of mathematicians, blah, blah, blah. But the whole IQ thing, I'm right with you on that, Muhammad. It's I think that IQ tests are more about problem solving and they don't really tell me anything about much else.
As a low IQ person, Frank, I'll tell you this: there's not enough big words in there for you to impress me.
See, it's like you should just listen to Phoenix in the chat. I was just writing as a response to one of his things. I was just saying, what in the word salad are you talking about?
I love just using words without meaning.
Yeah, materialistic atheism offers a cold empirical clarity. Woke atheism functions as a cognitive bridge that attempts to reconcile a godless universe with an intense drive for justice.
Dude, now let's pause. Here's that flux capacitor. Let's pause.
Yeah, there's no flux capacitor in there. He hasn't used the word phenomenology. It's not true.
Yeah, no. So, sorry, sir, you failed.
You didn't use the word contingency. Fuck off. There was not a single entailment in there.
Are you guys? If you're not an onomatopoeia, you're clearly a palindrome. But you can't be both.
Oh, Narge is right. We didn't use necessary.
Not the most important word, necessary.
Yes, exactly. Necessary contingency.
Necessarily necessary. Let's just, it's necessary we point that out.
Oh, and
I have a funny existence anecdote. As I was in college many years ago at UCLA.
Hold on, talking about my existence.
Okay, and we all dropped a bunch of acid, and we were like in the laundry room, and there was like a piece of tape stuck to the wall of the laundry room, and we were all convinced that piece of tape like was the universe. You know, that was our entire existence of the universe was in this piece of tape on the wall. We were all talking about it, and it was like real tripping balls, you know. And this girl came into the laundry room, and she's like, and she wasn't tripping, and she's like, existence, I took that last quarter, and we all laughed and forgot about it. So, whenever anybody mentions existence, I'm always like, existence, I took that last quarter. I just assume for utility that I do. Yeah, I can't. You know, I don't do a whole lot of. Yeah, it's just for utilitarian purposes. It is one of my presuppositions. Yes, I don't spend a lot of time debating it too, because it's kind of like then you end up talking about the matrix and simulations and things that don't really interest me.
Frank, what do you think of these conceptions of God like Nargis has, where it's like basically her shoe is God?
Yeah.
And you know, so she's kind of down like that, and I don't know, maybe she'd be willing.
absolutely not. Frank, after 3 hours of discussing with Andrew about absolute divine simplicity, he comes to the conclusion that people who take from ABS worship a shoe.
It's funny you say
This
that.
is debate with Andrew, bro. Like, this is debate with Andrew.
If you've ever debated me, you know that's something I say all the time. I was like, I could just say my God is a coffee cup.
I thought that was the pantheists, was it not? They do absolutely you say.
Let me go to the Sky Daddy, Andrew. Don't let me use the word Sky Daddy.
Wait, Phoenix has a new one for us. Phoenix has a new one for us in the chat. Materialistic red pill atheism operates as a hyper-rationalist framework that strips away metaphysical
as she understands it, she'll take the hits on, you know, she snites at the Abraham and the Asperger's like,
Bro, my model is from like Maimonides, Avicenna, like these kind of guys. And I don't know, Andrew, this is really hard for you to understand because you believe in the traditionalist man God, and there are quite a few of us who don't believe in your traditionalist man God. I'm not debating with you. It's going to go back to the shoe. Andrew, after all that back and forth, it's going to go back to the shoe.
I know. Listen, Frank and French will listen. They're much more bright than I am. They're going to understand exactly.
Because of the just do it thing.
Just do it.
I say to pantheists, I say, why is my cat not God? They have to be like, yeah, it probably is. But
yeah. They think so.
I just got confused when you're a little muffled, French, you just say no. Isn't that what Christians believe? Muslims?
You're
yeah, I mean, absolute divine simplicity doesn't have to like have a religion.
You're muffled, French, you just know.
Sorry, Andrew, I'm definitely an atheist.
Oh.
That's her taking jabs, but Nargis, go ahead and just describe it. Just say it's the eternal woo now.
The eternal woo.
Look at this jazz. Look at this jazz.
Is it astrology too?
He thinks it's woo-woo. Like it's a serious philosophy. He thinks it's woo-woo, man.
The now, it's eternal. It's the source of all, and the woo, and all.
But there's an Eckhart Tolle room for that.
Yes, I know.
And there's a wokeism room for that too. I think Phoenix, do you have a wokeism room? I think.
Oh my God, Phoenix is just like pointing to his dictionary again. It's like backwards.
You have pink. Only with pink hair you can answer.
Oh man, only with pink
Karen can answer. I guess I'm out. I have no hair.
Frank, I'll give you Albedo's argument. I don't know Albedo. I don't know if he'll turtle up here, but he's got an argument for theism.
Okay.
And that is that he has a very social based epistemology kind of thing. So he's like, hey, look, there's a lot of people, like a good portion of the planet, believes in God, and so that is a good reason to believe, because the many people do believe. Not that it's true.
Yeah.
Because of that, but that it's evidence.
But that's so weak. I mean, that's like, that's clearly not someone who's done a lot of debates, because that argument, it assumes that there's like one God, first of all, and that's clearly, to an atheist, that's clearly not true. There's one God concept. And secondarily, it's just an ad populum fallacy. It's like popular doesn't equal true. So that's different from an ad populum fallacy. If your argument is literally just lots of other people believe it, therefore that's an argument that it's true, that's literally the definition of an ad populum fallacy.
If you look it up, it says that the truth of it is guaranteed. If something is popular, that means it has to be true.
No, no, you're not reading the fallacy correctly. I'm sorry.
Okay, do you want to send a link?
Yeah, I can probably find one. Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that's the first part. The other thing is, some things are just purely dictated by their popularity.
Sure, but not truth claims.
No, truth claims.
Like, give me an example of one.
It's true that if something's the most popular based on its popularity.
That's a tautology. That's a tautology.
But tautologies are true, right?
Again, yeah, but they're trivially true. So yeah, they're self-referentially trivially true. So okay. So argument. It's an informal fallacy. It would be evidence to support more research. Absolutely.
I don't know if that means.
It means like it would. It should probably be investigated, but it doesn't add to the certainty of it. It just means it's popular. It doesn't. That's all.
I think that. Okay, then you want to explain what peer review is?
Peer review is a way of correcting errors by not being able to repeat it.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with peers?
Because the peers are the people who are qualified to do the repetition.
Right, but it's their opinion.
Yeah,
how they did it, right?
But it's not an opinion. It's they have to demonstrate.
But we're talking about people who make evaluations supposedly on reasons, or evidence, whatever. I think people are doing that all over the place.
Yes, I agree too. Yeah.
I think that they do that with theism too.
What do you mean?
I don't think that people just suddenly, like when they start thinking about God, they're like, oh, we don't need to do that anymore. I don't need to think about how I got to this or anything.
Well, yeah, but you're missing some of the nuances of what's being done in that secular context. It's not just thinking about it and publishing. It's actually saying, hey, I couldn't reproduce your results when I ran that experiment. No one's doing that with God. Right? No, and it's a totally different process.
I think that they are. I think that's exactly what.
What do you mean that's exactly what?
You're saying, look, you have like some thing that you're claiming, and I can't reproduce it, so I don't believe it.
Okay. And?
I'm just saying that is what you're doing.
Yeah, because that's my approach, basically, and I would do that with science as well. Yeah. But you said they do it for the alternative, and that's like, I mean, the opposite. I don't think, maybe that's not what you're saying. Maybe I'm mistaken. That's fine.
Remember, like, there's some like thing, experiment or whatever, and then people can go and like reproduce it if they want.
Yes.
If there's a whole bunch of people that reproduce it, and maybe there's like a small subsection who doesn't, do you think that it's more likely true, given that a lot of people were able to reproduce it?
If they're actually doing an experiment by my standards of what an experiment is, sure.
Well, why is that for your standards?
Because, well, not my standards, but the standards of scientific evidence, I would say. Then that is a no. Because that's what I choose.
Okay. Well, I guess that
Yeah.
seems kind of hard.
Yeah, if you choose just, I read a book, therefore it's true. Someone else read a book they think is true. Oh gosh, the book is true. Hey, that's the religious standard.
I'm not saying we should just take an art, like, we should just have any standard. I'm just asking why that standard.
Yeah, because it's proven to be good. It's demonstrated. It's fucking.
It is actually like a good standard to me, but it seems like we have all kinds of beliefs that don't meet that standard.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, 100%. We're human. I don't apply the scientific. I don't apply the scientific method to my relationships.
Right, but yet you have good reasons to believe in stuff.
Yes.
Right. So I'm just talking about having beliefs that we have good reasons to believe, even if they don't meet that scientific standard.
Yeah, we do it all the time. You know.
Okay. Well, then why don't you think that's maybe what's going on with theism?
Because it hasn't. It doesn't rise to that level for me. It's not the case that I would use that for theism. Like, see, to me, it's too important of a question.
Like the relationship, you didn't apply the scientific standard.
Right.
Okay. And yet you still believe it, and you think that's right.
Yeah, I do.
So why is that not acceptable for theism?
Because theism is a much more consequential thing.
I mean, I think people would view their relationships as very consequential.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
I mean, do you not?
I've had a lot of them, so I don't. It's not in the same category as me. Sorry, it's kind of a category problem for me.
I feel my relationships are very important.
Okay. Mine are too. Don't worry. I think mine are too. But it's like I don't do like fMRIs on my girlfriends to find out whether or not they love me.
I agree. I don't even. I think that my relationships with my family or my girlfriend, spouse, whatever, is probably more important than the question.
Okay.
Much like I don't really give a shit about electrons.
Okay.
Like they found out like there were like another particle that existed. I wouldn't give a shit.
Okay.
I mean, don't you agree? Like if you had a choice, you could give up one in your relationship or like the knowing of a particle. Probably would give up the knowing of a particle.
I think it. Yeah, I don't really understand. The question is so absurd. I don't really understand how to answer. Sorry. I want whatever Phoenix is smoking. He's got some sort of generator going on, is my suspicion. There's something that's generating this word salad. I can't believe this comes out of a brain that's functioning. ChatGPT, generate me some word salad about philosophy. We should start responding to him with ChatGPT. Take what he writes, plug it into Claude, and see what it says.
You ever use the argument of divine hiddenness?
Me?
Yeah.
I've heard it. It's interesting. Yeah, I think it's not a bad argument. It usually comes up with deists, actually.
He's better against Christians.
Yeah. Well, I remember when I was first kind of getting into atheist debating, I thought it was a really good argument at some point. It hasn't come up recently. I'm not saying it's a bad argument or anything, but I haven't used it recently, I would say. There's a lot of arguments, obviously. That's just one of them, yeah.
I think that one and probably more compelling and well known. There's some like more what's the word? I want to say esoteric, but I think I'm probably using that word wrong.
No, that's actually probably not a bad word in some cases. Even though sometimes that's a bad word, but.
For me to understand. And I think they can definitely bamboozle most of these. Not all, of course, because there's some really clever ones.
I always go with like they've had 2,000 years to refine their apologies, and some of them are really good at it because of that. You know, they've learned. Oh, it's not maximally logical. It's blah blah blah. If you see how like William Lane Craig's arguments have evolved over the years and things like that, it's that. It's like when you talk to a really convinced flat earther sometimes, like I can't say a single thing like, oh, the moon goes from waxing to waning in the northern hemisphere and waning to waxing in the southern hemisphere. What's your explanation for that? Other than it's a sphere. They have an answer. They literally have an answer to that. It's bullshit. It doesn't conform to any known laws of the natural universe, but they have one. And I feel that way about apologists sometimes too. It's like they've had a long time to say, oh, if you interpret that Greek word as meaning this instead of this, and you combine it with this chapter over here, you get this. And it's like, I haven't done that. I haven't been around for 2,000 years making my atheist apologies. Yeah, Phoenix is definitely generating this stuff out of something. Spiritual wokeism functions as a modern alchemy. Yeah. Let me take his quote and I'm going to feed it into ChatGPT and see what it says. I'll use Claude actually because of that. It's just that sentence sounds profound, but when I try to pin down what it's actually claiming, it mostly dissolves. Spiritual wokeism also isn't a defined thing. I can engage with any of those, but the original sentence is more incantation. That is so funny.
Yeah, I think universe is a woke person. We do a lot of tarot card readings and stuff.
Yeah. I think this may come as a surprise to some people here, but I'm not really opposed to tarot cards. I think they actually have a really interesting function in psychology. Not as a truth tool, but as an exploration of archetypes. They're super cool.
I mean, I'm really interested in psychedelics and what it did during the 60s or something. The counterculture and wokeism, the whole thing is really good.
Can you just define wokeism like in a sentence? Because I don't think you know what it means.
Yeah, I don't either.
Fight against injustice. To be aware of injustice, is the first to be awakened to injustice, like racism. They started from the African American communities to fight injustice.
So like 10 years, it's been around.
Yeah, and what is the relationship between psychedelics and wokeism? I think that's tenuous at best.
I think that it seems like conservatives don't like.
Yeah.
Conservative environments don't like psychedelics because it makes people.
Okay, you're just totally generalizing here, and I'm sorry.
Around way too much. For example, a lot of New Age Christians. A lot of woke people are going to be Christian, right? There's nothing connecting wokeism with atheism.
Yeah.
It's just completely confused that these two.
Yeah, wokeism and woke atheism are not performance.
Can you just stop using the word woke? It's really dumb. It's really, really dumb. It makes you sound like a pedantic conservative.
There are liberal Christians that are woke.
Yeah.
Do you think that I care about this?
All right, wokeism
Yeah.
to do with atheism per se.
Yeah. It's really.
I think it's fighting injustice against.
Yeah, but okay, then call it fighting injustice, which many of us would support you with. But to use the word woke is used as a pejorative term by the right about those things. So when you're using it, you sound like some sort of incel piece of shit. So stop doing it.
No, I will not stop.
Okay, have a nice day then. No one here is going to engage with you on the topic either.
I like Pink Floyd, so I like Pink Floyd.
Why are you saying that? Do you think they're woke?
I love Pink Floyd. I just don't know they're woke.
Of course they're not. He's just a weirdo. Now he's just saying random shit.
It's how you're using woke. Yeah, just explain that.
He's awaken.
One is really.
Many woke people are Christian. That's your problem. Stop saying it's anything to do with atheism.
Yeah, I think it is.
Look, if you saw like a Black Lives Matter protest, right, and you just polled everyone there, I guarantee you the vast majority would say they're Christian. This is just like a really dumb conversation we're having.
I think being awakened is better than being intelligent.
What does that even mean? I'm sorry. Like, yeah, it's really bad. And if you're trying to come off as, liberally enlightened, you're doing a very bad job of it.
The work is about liberally enlightened. Thank you.
Yeah, but you're doing a bad job.
Thank you for defining it for me.
If that's what you're trying to do, you wouldn't be using the word woke.
I forget that eye, Frank. Go ahead.
Go watch Melancholia. It's a better movie.
Have you seen that the Buddhist?
What's that? Oh, it's such a great movie. It's my acid test for relationships. If you watch that movie and you get depressed, we're not going to work out. But if you watch that movie and you go, life rocks, we could be friends. Yeah. And the soundtrack, oh my God, that Tristan Hill soundtrack. It's just like. Yeah.
As a baby Christian, have you come up with or have you always had a response to divisiveness?
I think it's evidence.
Interesting.
That's just the reason that I employ for that argument basically as a counter. It's like a second argument that points to the answer.
Okay, so you said sort of evidence for atheism, but you've got counter evidence.
With the same, so when we ask, okay, why do we believe premise two that there are non-resistant?
Yeah.
My answer is because I take their testimony to be like a true representation of the world, of their psychology.
Okay.
And then I say, I do the same thing when people say, I saw a God. I think that there is a true testimony about their.
I see. Yeah. So if atheism were true, why are they theists? Kind of idea. I mean,
Couldn't you say the opposite though? Like, if theism is true, why are there atheists?
Well, that's the point. That's what others are doing. If the argument starts off with if theism is true, why are there non-resistant unbelievers? And unbelievers like, fair enough. But if atheism is true, I think the atheist would just immediately be like, oh, they're just all deluded, right? And he thinks that's like saying the non-resistant
Like, okay, there's like 100,000 deluded people.
Yeah.
But then you would be committed to saying billions upon billions and far. Well, I think that's less likely.
Yeah.
Which one's more likely? 100,000 people are mistaken, or billions and billions of people?
It's dominated bias and heritage. So many other words you can repeat them.
Yeah, and I think it also depends on what topic you're talking about. If you're talking about like thunder and lightning being gods on top of mountains, throwing down lightning bolts, then what do you call all the millions and millions of people that believe that for thousands of years? Deluded, mistaken, the numbers don't really matter. You can't just say there's 100,000 on this side and there's a million on this side. The context matters too. The topic matters. And what we've learned as human beings, I start with, knowledge is cumulative. Like, I don't believe in like mystical ancient knowledge or anything bullshit like that. knowledge is cumulative. And so, yes, we've been wrong about some things. And I think we're wrong about God. But I can't stand and go, here's the one thing that proves we're wrong about God, like we can do with, a lot of other stuff. But I still think that the people who believe it are wrong. It doesn't matter if there's millions of them or thousands of them. I still think they're wrong. I don't think they're deluded. I don't think they're psychotic. I don't think they're, in a cult. I just think they're wrong. Just like the people who believe that lightning bolts being thrown off the mountains were wrong. And there were millions of them.
I feel like so you're asking the atheists to give an account for why there are billions of theists. I mean, they could give an altruistic account, I think.
You can give an account. I think that's not really the problem. It's like justifying that premise without also implicitly justifying the other premise that I use.
Yeah, I mean, right. Unless they just want to flat out say the language, probably that's not the way they want to go. Because how can they prove that?
Right.
But the atheist account doesn't have to do that. It's like,
well, the whole idea is if you're going to reject the premise,
yeah,
you're taking a stance that I think in most people's eyes are going to find problematic to some extent. But that also just means we should reason towards the other side. That's my view.
Yeah, that is your stance. It's just like the divine hiddenness of atheism.
Isn't it kind of like just the difference between being valid and sound? You can make a perfectly valid argument, but it's not sound because your premises aren't demonstrated.
Abdullah thinks it is sound.
Oh, okay. But I mean, and so my response to that when people do that with me in one-on-one debates is take your premise and make it the conclusion of a different argument.
Yeah.
And demonstrate that, whatever it is, and generally they can't because it's
if God's triomny and you can want to believe in him, we shouldn't expect there to be non-resistant non-believers. There are non-resistant non-believers, therefore God isn't triomny, it doesn't exist, whatever the conclusion. And then the argument for premise 2 is justifying on the basis of, well, there's a lot of people that say it, and it's very unlikely that it would be just unlikely that every one of them is mistaken. And so,
but that's not true, though. We can demonstrate that. Yeah, but you can demonstrate that premise isn't true.
Not deistic. Okay, so you're fighting with one hand. I think you would agree with this argument. A non-resistant non-believer is someone who has the capability of believing in God, i.e., they've got cognitive functions. Is not actively hostile to the idea of God, but yet continues not to believe.
Yeah, I would probably fall into that camp.
Okay. I mean, no, you wouldn't.
Why?
Because you're.
Why should we believe you that
you spend your time actively arguing? I would think you are, based on the fact that your hobby or pursuit or profession is, I'm a professional atheist.
That's not actually so. I have another profession.
You have a fucking room saying I'm asking atheists.
Yes, that doesn't make me a professional atheist. I never claimed to be one. Again, it makes me not a non-believer. It doesn't make me resistant. I'm an a flying fuck what you think I am. So stop it. Stop it. I don't really care what you think I am.
By the way, I'm an ex-atheist. The worst nightmare for atheists.
Oh, shut up. Oh, my God.
If you want to know what I am from belief, you just have to ask me. And you don't get to tell me. You're already categorizing me as a professional atheist, which is bullshit, number one. And number two, I'm an agnostic. I'm open to the possibility of a God. And you can't...
That doesn't mean you're not resistant. talk about how you debate Christians
Yes.
all
Yes.
the time.
And what if that is being driven by my curiosity about whether or not it's true?
How many years have you been doing this?
40.
And have you found any evidence that compels you yet?
Nope.
But you still think you will, right?
Could happen.
How likely is that?
I don't know, but could happen.
Stop lying.
Oh, please.
No,
Please.
it's not likely.
Frenchie, just stop. Frenchie, you're embarrassing. You're embarrassing to atheists, and I'm done talking to you. Goodbye. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Ciao.
Thank God.
Here, I'm going to flush a toilet for you. There you go.
He is looking for evidence, but he doesn't know how likely it is. What a liar.
This is what I was talking about in the back channel, Andrew. These.
I'm just telling you,
You're just an unhinged atheist, and you're giving us a bad name.
Every Christian would agree with me that you are.
Yeah, sure they would. Okay, fine. Your whole world is your ego on Clubhouse. I'm sorry, and you're just such an arrogant little piece of shit. I really don't even care. You do nothing but pedantics here, and every time I've been in a room talking to you, I've had 10 people come in and tell me she's just an arrogant person, and all she does is like to scream at people. So people have a very low opinion of you here because of this pedantics, and maybe that makes you happy, but it's true.
Are you done with the voting?
I'm done.
Okay, great. And
Bye.
Oh, you're leaving now? What a fucking bitch. What a fucking little bitch. He's been doing this for 40 years and he thinks he's non-resistant. 40 years doing atheist debates and he thinks he's non-resistant.
They asked him what the evidence was.
Well, I left the fucking definite silence. No one actually backed me up. Probably left thinking you do all think I'm an arrogant piece of shit. Thanks a lot for that.
Well,
You asked, like,
I don't care about any of that, but he literally said he doesn't care about the opinion of the roots. And I just got back after dropping my son.
I want to ask you about determinism and the other one, free what? The conversation that you had with Charles.
Which one? Compatibilism or?
No, the conversation that you had with Charles about determinism and free will.
Okay, who are you asking?
I'm asking you. You had a conversation with him.
Oh, okay. Yeah, what's up?
If you could steal man his position, and I would give you an argument against it, can you do that?
I mean, I feel like yes, I could, but I can't.
Rather not to.
I can't. Yeah, just like I would feel like dishonest by doing it because I think that what he's doing is making a mistake.
Okay. Can I say something? Like how we can define determinism and how we can define free will. If we say A is true no matter what, that means it is determinism. And if A is a possible, that means it is freedom of free will. Would you accept that definition?
I mean, those are definitions I would want to work with, but I think for the purposes of the discussion that Charles would have, it's probably sufficient.
Yeah. But let's say, make it simple. Let's say the action is A, God, human, and if it is A, it's true always. That means determinism. If A is a possible, like it could be B or A, that means freedom of will. Do you accept those?
Sure.
Okay. So if you take like the point of view of God, A will always be determinism. But if you take the point of view of a human, A is always a possible. So yeah, if you take always like the true fact of God, you have right to say everything is determined. But if you take the point of view of a human, it will always be a possibility that will make it a free will. Yeah, but I have to accept the harm to give another harm. Like you can. So, would that be like a response to that? Like you prove the freedom of will exists even in the framework of the predeterminism.
I mean, you can say it to him, whether or not he thinks that that's the right way to look at it.
Yeah, but that's like a good point of view. Do you guys? Yes, not. Because
me personally, like how I feel about that. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's just like a totally wrong framing of it. I wouldn't want to think free will. I don't think is something that we're looking at as like, well, it kind of just depends on who's looking at it. I don't think that's how it works.
It's depends. So he denying that he's dependable. The free will is dependable.
No, you're saying, well, it depends on what perspective we're looking at, or if you.
Exactly.
I'm saying I don't think we should look at it like that.
To the humans is true, then it's true for a human.
I feel like I want to resist saying every truth is relative, but there might be like a trivial sense in which you're using it, which I would agree with. So it's probably not what people mean when they say like truth relativism, like in philosophy. You just mean like there's a relation between something's accuracy and like the way the world is or something. Like context makes it true or something, or truth conditions.
True, yeah, something like that.
There's like truth makers, maybe.
Yeah, those are truth. I agree with you, but that's usually not what relativism is. Like the philosophy usage of it. So I'm just making it clear that I would disagree with the philosophy relativism, but if you're talking about like conditions,
Really understand what did you mean by saying truth is relative?
It is relative to all humans. Like, for example, the truth being having the ability to choose is true for all the human. We make it tautology for the human will, and most of the time, human when they take a tautology, they consider it as true. But if you're gonna put God into the factors, yeah, things change. So according to all human, A is possible. That make it.
What makes a proposition involving human free will is actually the human being that's doing the free will action that serves as like the truth maker. It's concrete universe that corresponds to.
I don't think that you can find out the answers to this question without going and asking way more questions.
Okay.
I mean, you can follow that up.
I thought Nabila. I was interrupting you and Mohammed, right? Nabila.
No. I'd actually rather someone speak. I'm trying to do something that just got some noise out there.
Okay. So what were you guys?
So just quick question. Like I asked him, like
people try to know Charles's position. I mean, I can restate it. I'll just tell you where I think the mistake is. He thinks that because once the fact about what will occur is fixed, that it means it couldn't not occur. Like it's impossible for like the negation. No, I mean I think that like follows from something that will occur is that it's impossible for it to not will occur.
But I can understand your point of view because you build in your idea on the premise that knowledge have to be externalized to be true, have to be done to make it true. This is according to your belief. But in my belief, like whether like even if the action didn't happen, the knowledge is true. That's like where we will have a difference between my view and your view.
He's saying that it's like actually I'm not even sure. Like if you're sure it's the same.
No. According to our previous conversation about the knowledge of God and what do you believe that knowledge of God need external sources to be true or to be confirmed? Do you remember that conversation? That's why you're making that argument. But in my view, you don't think every truth, every knowledge that God has.
I don't think every truth has to be actual.
Yeah, but I take the other one.
Seem like they're not actual.
Also, Albino, you don't take your mouth like a truth.
So
yeah. Yeah. But you're right. I mean, actually, I think like most people say, like even most correspondence theorists of truth are not like truth maker maximists, right? Of course, they would want to maximize as much as possible, as much truth makers. They would say like, yeah, certain propositions would truly correspond.
Understand the defense that you make for the argument because you depended on the action and the knowledge for them to be true. But in my position, like God knowledge is always true. Like even if the action didn't happen yet, it will happen. So there is no other way.
Yeah. I mean, you in a sense, you have to hold to that if you believe that God has infallible knowledge, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh yeah, brother. What happened with Frank?
He had a tantrum and left because I said he was a non-resistant non-believer.
Well, you said he was a resistant believer.
Sorry, I said he was a resistant non-believer. And he thinks he's non-resistant.
It was weird. I was listening. I couldn't talk because I was like managing my son. But he I think at some point he claimed. No, he got hung up on that like professional atheism.
Well, I think he thought. I mean, when I say professional atheism, I don't actually mean that's the job that you're advertising.
No, I know.
You
just mean high profile. You create
so
rooms. You're a community organizer.
Like you're a professional, you know. It's a personality.
Great analogy.
Yes, thank you. Anyway, point is, A, he didn't understand that, but he doesn't actually let anyone
tell, but he has like at the core, they're the same kind of atheist.
Well, I mean,
Steve is much more difficult to talk to.
I think he thought it was like an insult, or like I'm a resistant non-believer. It's no big deal. Just means that,
maybe he didn't quite understand what you meant or something. Like I think what you want to say, is that he's like motivated. You know, he's like highly motivated because he has a huge dog in the fight. He has invested a lot of social clout into being an atheist.
The evidence suggests that he's resistant, but I don't think he even. I think he didn't even like. He just tantrum, so it couldn't even be like, "This is what it means. This is why I think you are resistant." And then he just started bullshitting, like hardcore, because he said he's been looking for evidence for 40 years. And I said, what do you think the chances are of you finding some? And he said he doesn't know. I just don't think that's true. I think he thinks the chances are extremely low that he'll find some evidence in the next 40 years. But he didn't want to say that, right? Because that kind of undermined his and just.
I don't fuck with any of these like philosophy. You know, that's just the woo.
Well, yeah, but he comes here and wants to do all the talking, so.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You got to actually trust it.
But are you talking about Steve, the atheist guy?
No, not Frank.
Oh, Frank.
Well, we're talking about Frank right now. I was just comparing him to Steve Appel.
Steve Appel is. Yeah.
The Dash. Okay.
I think he once told me that he thinks there's no evidence for God or naturalism. This is Steve, and when I asked him, so why are you a naturalist? He says, well, because he divorced his wife, and because of the amount of issues he had to deal with, he basically was emotionally moved to naturalism, but even though there's no proof for that.
What?
What does that have to do with the divorce?
Yeah, what does it do with it?
I don't know, bro.
So also, why do you guys keep up like things with Jed? Just like, as soon as I came back to my phone, I fucking wrote it down.
Steve Appel is difficult to talk to because
I can see social.
you can't
So-
track even simple differences, unfortunately.
Right.
So it's very difficult to just have a
Did Albedo talk to Frank about his
stand.
argument at Upshur?
Albie, did you think he understood your argument?
Probably not entirely, no.
Don't get me wrong, I don't like this epistemic approach that Albedo takes, but it's not a fallacy. Oh yeah.
Well, Andrew explained it, so it's possible that Andrew didn't do it justice. Well,
Did Andrew explain it to Frank?
yes.
Yeah, we don't want to be in the position of having Andrew explain other people's views.
No, he said because a lot of
Very
people's
rarely
views,
goes well.
You know,
Is Andrew around?
he was a little while ago. He's probably pulled an all-nighter on his nail cut.
Yeah. I
Andrew's
was talking to that guy, Austin Powers. And it's like I have just realized that as long as someone isn't like difficult to talk to, you can talk to anyone about basically. It gives me optimism. Yeah, I like me. Like for my, I just lose patience immediately when someone is difficult to talk to. Like Muhammad is basically carrying this like clubhouse Islam on his shoulder.
Because he's the only one who's not. By difficult to talk to, do you mean aggressive, or do you mean just like
ranting for a long time and
Yes.
they become upset if you interrupt for clarifications or something like that.
right?
They're kind of belligerent in the way, and they're like, I want to finish my plane. Like that kind of.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh my god.
There's a really good example of that yesterday. I think it's because someone said, referred to
Yes.
they do this, or I don't, it doesn't matter. And a couple of people immediately come in and said, who's they?
Yeah.
And she's like, if you let me finish. But it's like, no. Because you've been over 10 minutes. We still don't know who they are.
Right.
You've got to stop.
Yeah, they're like completely insensitive to the fact that they're using a pronoun
Right.
that is completely vague and nobody understands what they're saying.
Yeah.
They're like, they don't even make room for that.
No, and I think it's
Unless Nathan is in there rigorously moderating, then it's all fine.
I think that moderation is a little too gentle.
No, it is way too gentle. That's what I mean. Like, unless Nathan is there to kind of, pull the ears up on people.
He's
Because he's the only one who aggressively moderates.
yeah.
You know why? He used to be a PNR moderator.
Well,
No, I remember. I go way back.
I don't think he's aggressive enough, but he will say stuff.
Sometimes he's not. I agree.
He will do the basics, and yeah, some of the other ones don't seem to be doing it. I just think that's usually sleep or something. But there's some really wackadoos in that. And also just some really obnoxious, like, oh fuck, who's that guy yesterday? I think Andre was beating you up.
Oops.
Oh, no. He's beating you up about something, and he just wouldn't let you speak at all. He was just like doing that game. In chillism.
Andrew has left this one alone.
Was it Mr. something?
I think he was arguing with the same guy.
Oh.
Just really,
Yes.
Yeah, so relative truth is truth.
Yeah.
Well, what is an example of a relative truth, you think? Like, you mean like,
Free will.
I'm in the middle, and, I thought you meant,
Truth for all humanity. I mean, this is truth for all humanity. Red is red according to
but what does the word relative do?
relative to human. Like you can't say that truth is truth without using human into a factor.
You can't say truth is truth without taking making humans into.
So every truth that we consider truth have relative to humans.
Sorry, big guy, I'm not
following. You just have to find context afterwards. Like Congressman equals to. Yeah, it is relative to human mind.
What? I don't agree with that.
Okay, if you don't
like logical truths, if you take that to be a logical truth or like a necessary truth, they're supposed to like not be that kind of things.
Okay, I agree, but logical is dependent on mind too.
Okay. All this is I didn't know. He's saying logic. Like the laws of logic are dependent on the human mind.
I suspect there's an equivocation going on.
Yeah,
when it comes to the use of logic. Like I agree with you. In order to do logic or reason, you have to have a mind. But when I say logical truth, I mean something different than using a cognitive faculty. I mean stuff that is true in virtue of I don't know axioms of logic. They're not the kind of thing. They're not the kind of thing where you would say, well, they're true here or true there, or they're like true dependent on others.
No, I accepted that. Like I have no problem in logical truth, but when you mention logical truth, it's still dependent. It's still relative to human mind. So that's my point.
But like maybe we when I say logical truth, I mean something very specific. I mean something that's true, and it doesn't really depend on like what the propositions are supposed to be. You know, I don't know. A equals A. It doesn't matter what the proposition is. That's just going to be a logical truth. So if you take like it's not just true, it's also true under any sort of its propositions. It's still going to be true. So that kind of thing to me.
I'm not denying that.
Okay. But just so we know what I mean when I say logical truth.
No, I'm not denying that. But you need the faculty to assess that logical truth. And that faculty is a human, or for example, say supercomputer or something that can think about it. So
that's an epistemic concern. Okay, that's about like how do we know this?
Okay, so it is relative.
No, the truth isn't. Like there's a difference between like the sun, you know, is such and so and so extended it's spatial temporally. You know, it's such and such rate. That kind of whatever grounds the truth of a proposition like that. There's our epistemic access to that fact, but then there's the fact itself.
Correct. Yeah.
Saying the fact itself doesn't seem to me to be dependent on minds.
Exactly.
What you could say is there's an interpretive framework by which you are apprehending something, and then it goes through your epistemic filters, and then you interpret that. That might be fallible, and that's going to be mind dependent in some sense, but the truth itself, so to speak.
Yeah, I would absolutely correct. Yeah, I think it's absolutely.
No, I'm not disagreeing with it at all. Actually, I agree with it. Like there is moon and sun, whether you exist or not. But to reach
there's truth about the moon and sun, whether you exist or not.
Yeah. So I know what you're saying, but the only way to confirm that truly the fact that it's a human.
No, I understand. Yeah.
Oh,
okay. Like our epistemic attitudes about propositions and truths. No, I agree with that. Those obviously require minds, but I don't think that's a very substantial claim.
Yeah, but if we accept that, then every truth that we consider truth is relative to him. And makes it a knowledge. That's why we take it as
maybe you could say that. I just think that some things like analytic truths, you know, something that's true in virtue of its meaning, it's difficult to say that that's in a sense true relative to humans, if I'm borrowing your phrasing, but in a sense, it's just like under any interpretation or in any possible world, if these are like necessary truths. So it's difficult to say, but maybe you would say that, hey, the fact that they are necessary truths, that's, that depends on human investigation, and you could be wrong about that. I agree, but I don't know. That just points to some general fallibilism.
Yeah,
I'm not saying the truth is not true. No,
I know. I wasn't trying to
I'm accepting the truth, but I'm just saying all the truth are relative. Like they need a human. Yeah.
Well, in the sense that you outlined, sure.
But but brother, but on that aspect, though, say for instance, if I'm eating something that's spicy to me, it's true to me, it's a fact. But if you was to eat it, you would not think that it was spicy. Let me give you like an example. So it's all about relativity.
Well, that's an example of you could say a fact that's stance dependent. Like what makes it true or false is indexed to the stance of a mind. That's a different kind of truth. That's one kind, but there are also going to be stance independent facts or truths, and those don't depend.
You know what I'm saying is the fact that say for instance, if I say everything that's true is relative, right? Then there could be like
determined and freedom of will. And if we say A, like the action A is always true for God.
It always happens.
Yeah, it's always true for God. So the action, like for example, you doing action A, it's always true for God. You're gonna do that action. There is no possibility.
Sorry. You're saying the choices, whatever choice you're going to make, God has knowledge of the truth of whatever choice you're going to make.
Exactly. So that make it determined. But in the case of a human,
I don't agree with that.
Okay. But I'm saying in the case of a human, A is always choice. It's not determined. So according to the human, as a relative truth, A is always choice. That's what make it freedom of free will.
Oh, okay. When you say determined, you didn't mean that because God knows my choice is determined. You didn't mean that.
No, I'm putting relative to it. I'm saying A for God is determined, but A for a human is not determined. That's what
Right. I get you. So someone's gonna have to pick it up. I'll be right back.
I get what you were saying, brother, about that. So you're basically saying like with God and with humans, it's different.
That's what create, like the knowledge of A is creating the freedom of God. This is my insight. For God is always true, for human it is possible. So it is relative for human. When it is possible, so it is relatively freedom of will. But for God, it's always true, then it means determinism. It's how you see it.
Muhammad, do you think you can know anything without God revealing it to you? You say yes.
understand what you're trying to say.
Do you think when you're using your eyes and you're seeing the world, it's you that's producing an understanding of the world, or do you think it's God that's producing that understanding of the world?
It's a matter of perspective, like I said. God created.
No, it's like this. It's either like this. It's got to be one.
Yeah, I'm saying it could be both cases depending on how we are.
Okay, so if it's both, that means each given thing that I know is from God, right?
Right?
That's revealed by
He's
God.
saying that everything is revealed by God or created by God. Okay, I accept that.
Do you think that it's possible for God to reveal something and it not be true?
Never. No. No.
Okay. So the same way you constitute what you're seeing with your eyes is revelation from God. In Surah 844, the Quraysh saw the Muslims saw the Quraysh as food. Was this also revelation from God?
Revelation is talking about the Quran. Yeah, the Quran is revelation from God.
I'm talking about what they saw during the battle. Is what they, because remember when I asked you is what you see revelation, you said yeah, it's God revealing the world to you. So
yeah, you kind of broke up. What did you say?
I'm saying he agrees that it's God revealing the world to us when we're seeing. In Surah 844, was it God revealing the world to the Muslims? Because if so, what he revealed was false. Therefore, God's revelation can be false. And now, if all of your knowledge is from that,
I'm not.
God's revelation,
I really don't understand.
What?
Could you like? I really don't understand. I'm trying to really understand.
You don't understand what?
No, what you were saying.
What? Okay, what do you understand?
No, I'm not understanding the
I know, bro. I'm saying, what do you? Okay, so you're confused about the What? You want me to restart the whole thing?
First of all, question. He wasn't clear.
Chef, are you running some attack arguments?
No, I'm just saying it's possible for God to reveal something that's false.
Okay, so
according
to
you
don't believe that God has infallible knowledge, Chef.
I'm saying it's slowing. I'm not saying what I
okay. But you mix in two things between revelation and what you see. There is different. Like what you see and the revelation are two different things.
Yeah, but when I clarify what I mean by revelation and what I mean two different things, because all revelation is communication of information from Allah, and I'm pretty sure in the Quran it says that when you see, you're seeing because Allah is making you see. Does it not say something like that?
No.
Do you believe that? Okay. Do you believe like when you're seeing something, it's Allah revealing the world to you instead of you revealing it to yourself?
No, I don't think that the word revelation will be fit in that category. Like you could say you see the world and God created the world. I understand that. But saying revelation now you like enter in so many factors that doesn't like it's not according to the definition that we have.
Okay, look, I'm saying reveal and there's information communicated. Okay. Do you think when you're seeing the world and there's information that goes from outside to into your mind, that's God doing it? Okay, so there's signs. Yeah, we believe that. No, I'm talking about the world. You said the world, right? You're saying that the fact that if you're seeing the world, when you're seeing the world, you're seeing it through God's. Basically, that's what you were saying, right? I'm saying anytime you see something and there's an understanding of the thing you're seeing in your mind, or the experience of that seeing in your mind, I'm saying that information being put in your mind is not put there by you or the object, or it's put by God. And you can say you as an object are participating, but it's ultimately put there by God. That's the point of it. Yeah, it's ultimately put by God, but it's your mind, in your eyes. Okay, so the knowledge in your mind is put there by God. So it's revealed by God. When the world is revealed to you, it's not you that reveals it, it's not the object that reveals it, it's God. So I'm saying, when God is putting the information about the world in your mind, is it possible for him to put information about the world in your mind, which is false? And obviously, according to Sir 844, it is possibly false, because he put something in their minds which was not true. So listen. When God does certain stuff, right? It doesn't mean that we can do that. So God didn't deceive anybody, and those people that you was talking about. That's not the point I'm making. Right? You're jumping ahead of me. I'm not saying God deceived. I'm not saying God lied. All I'm saying is, when there's information from God, it's possibly false. That's all I'm establishing. Right? It can't be false. Okay, so is it true? Okay, so if yeah. Okay, so so that's what they see. What they look like a smaller group. Oh, okay. So okay, I see. So there was an actual number, but what they saw was less than that. Remember the prophet when Allah showed them in your dream as few in numbers. First of all, it says when Allah showed them, is all. And he showed them to you as many people. Perfect. Why you saying I'm going to read the word God? And he showed them to you as many. No, I said it's perfect. I'm reading the verse, bro. Reading the verse. Okay, I said that's good. Well, I can't say it's perfect, what you were saying. I thought you did paraphrase. My fault, bro. Okay, so you believers would have certainly faltered and disputed in the matter, but Allah spared you from them. Surely He knows best what is hidden in the heart. And this is the verse I was quoting. Then, when your armies met, Allah made them appear as few in your eyes, and made you appear as few in theirs. So, wait, I thought you said there was Allah making them appear as few or revealing you. Okay. It says Allah's the one that showed them as few. Alright, okay, so let me explain that, right? So this is something God showed them, it's something they seen. But how did God lie about anything? I didn't even use that word, my brother. You're not even. No, I'm using that word. Well, why are you using that word? It's just not relevant. Because that's what it said. It said God showed them, right? So you said it says God lied. No, you said that though. I didn't say lie. I didn't say the word lie. Then what did you say? I lied. I said it's possible that there's information from God which is false, and you're conceding that. You're saying that when the army. Okay, so do you agree that the information from God that they were few in number was false? The fact that happened? No, that they were few in number. Is that a false fact? Or it wouldn't be a fact. Is that false that they were few? Whatever God says is correct. God doesn't. Okay, God says there are many, but the Quraysh saw few. So which one is it, Big? No, the Quraysh, the enemies when they saw the Muslims. Or I meant the Muslims saw the Quraysh. Well, they saw each other as few because there's a hadith that says. No. When the enemies. Okay. The point is, the Muslims saw the Quraysh as few because of Allah. So Allah made them look like they were few, but they were not. Okay? Yeah. So what Allah showed in the world was not true. Okay, who said it's not true? Where did you get that from? The Quran, because it says, verse 43 says that He showed them as few, because if He showed them as many, they wouldn't have gone and fought. So He's saying. So what's wrong about that? This is what it's saying, babe. He's saying Allah is saying if He did not show you, has to be distinct from what the actual number is.
for it to be motivational and encouraging to the believers to make a difference whether or not they're going to fight. And also, if you go to verse 66 in the same chapter, it says, the encouragement lighten their burden. How could it lighten their burden if the quantity didn't actually change, or at least apparent to them? So it has to be a different number. The number they saw has to be less than the actual number, which would make it a false number, but that's the number that Allah showed them. So Allah showed them something false.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, I get what you're saying. So
that is possible for the information that Allah puts in your mind to be false.
listen, he didn't put nothing in somebody's mind.
Wait a second.
So I thought you said everything in our minds is put there by Allah. I thought you said that.
No, I didn't say that.
Who said that?
You said when we're seeing
Just a
the
second.
world, when we're seeing the world, the revelation of the world is revealed by God. That's what you said.
No, that's what you said. I
asked
corrected you
you,
when I said.
Okay, so let's
Yeah, I corrected it. And I said God created the world, and we see the world that God created. That's it.
That's true. There's no other propositions that are true about the world.
What do you mean?
True. Like, okay, when you look at something, this object is being revealed to you, okay, and reflected in your mind. Is that revelation and reflection from God, from yourself, from the object? Where's it from?
Yeah, exactly. I said I don't accept the word revelation for the things that you see. You mix in two things that aren't. According to the definition of revelation, it's not what you see. Like you can see things and things can deceive you. There is no problem.
Okay, then you know what, Muhammad? I won't use the word revelation.
Okay.
When we say something is true, which is a piece of knowledge, when we say we know something, is that in virtue of receiving that knowledge from God?
Is that in virtue of receiving the knowledge of God? I don't see.
From God.
Yes.
So, wait a second. Can you explain that?
You know, or you would say you know things. When you say you know something, you're referring to the contents of your mind, which to you.
But that knowledge,
okay.
My knowledge is not absolute.
Okay.
How do you mean that the knowledge you got from God?
Is it?
There is a.
Okay,
I'm saying. I can repeat it.
You said, what do you mean? I'm going to clarify. Do you know what knowledge is?
Yeah.
Do you know what it is to receive something from God?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any knowledge you have without receiving it from God?
Is there any knowledge you have? You didn't receive. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yes. Yes, I said yes.
What knowledge do you receive without God?
Yeah. For example, I didn't have direct revelation of math, and I studied math.
Okay. What do you think it means to get something from God? When I said receive something, what does that mean?
Direct message from God.
Oh. Okay. Do you receive love from God?
Do you receive love from God? I don't know how to say that.
Receive love from God?
It could be the case.
Oh, does that contain any propositional content? No, right? So receiving things from God doesn't just have to do with words or like declarations or something like that. It's more.
But you need to modify.
I'll re-ask the questions. It's obviously not limited to some kind of propositional revelation or something like that. Do you receive any knowledge? Or, sorry, do you have any knowledge without receiving it from God?
Yeah.
Like what?
I just give you an example. I didn't have received message from God about math, and I study math.
Bro, I just explained to you why that's not what that means. It's cool, bro.
Hey, Chef, bro, what's wrong with you, man?
Good morning. I wanted to have two questions for the stage. How long has the room been running, and how far away are we from the title of the Hey, Simon.
I'm on the panel, so praise God.
I don't know how long it's been, Monica, but we're for topic. What do you want to talk about? Feminism and abortion. So I'll talk about.
Well, I believe that the original started getting into trouble in third and fourth wave feminism.
Isn't that the one that gave you guys rights? The 19th Amendment?
Right. What did you hear me say?
Is that your point? Is that you maybe have to listen to the first one?
I said the first wave feminism was a good idea. I think giving the right for women to vote was a good idea. And then we started getting into trouble with the second wave feminism. And that
Why do you think women should vote?
Third and fourth wave feminism. That's the topic you want to discuss. Because women pay taxes. Because women pay taxes and we get representation in government. That's why. Anything else?
Monica, what if, like, do you think women just have a problem? What if women just have
I'd like to hear from Sam, Chef, actually.
Okay, fine.
What if women just, because of their higher empathy, they tend to, like, prioritize what feels good as opposed to, like, long-term strategic interests? Like, would that be an argument that they shouldn't be able to vote? Or is that just principle of if they have pay taxes, they need representation, regardless of whether or not they make good or bad voting decisions, is what you should go with?
Well, that's a valid concern, and we've seen it implemented tragically when women lead with their emotions. And, well, actually, all humans lead with their emotions and make decisions with their emotions. However, men seem to have the logic on lock where they're able to substantiate their decisions with more reason and logic. But Sam, my argument is more information to make the decisions as sound and reasonable with logic that they emotionally do. If you like, so in other words, in summary, if the ideas that we support are bad ideas, how come the guys aren't presenting us with better ideas that we can support?
What if the good ideas just intrinsically sound bad?
Yeah, that's a huge problem. I'm trying to control my crazy sisters, a la Jordan Peterson, and they're crazy. And I'm seeing an increase in not only verbal violence, which women are greatly skilled at, but physical violence too. Some of these women will snatch the hair off your head, and I'm not inclined to engage in that kind of battle.
Well, you see, men can do in a conversation because they know that violence is on the table, but we don't know how to control a woman who's out of control. Our culture hasn't yet designed the right mechanisms to control an out of control woman.
Yeah, no, that's a valid concern.
Someone just muted me. Who muted me?
Your Jordan Peterson impression has been better in the past.
My bad.
I think you're out of skill. Yeah, practice. But your who was it that you did such a spot on impression of?
Yeah, I used to do it more Kermit-y. I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's better if it's Kermit-y. The question is whether stupid people should vote. That's
Man, that's it.
Like an IQ test?
No. This is great. No, this is good. Y'all should talk about this because there are some men who are not making good decisions either, but the women get the brunt of it because we're like loud with our wrongness.
Right to exercise political power over me if you're too stupid to like fucking know what 3 times 3 is. Like, you do not have the right to exert that kind of power. You just are not confident enough. In the same way you get a fucking driver's license, you get a little test, or a fucking test where you get a gun.
What if they're
vote or not?
What about a poll tax where you have to take the citizenship test before you vote?
Are you saying that there should be some kinds of restrictions for like blindness and dyslexia?
No.
There should be restrictions for if you don't know the 3 branches of government. If you don't know 3.
Oh, you want like a citizenship test?
You just
How many Americans would pass a citizenship test?
You need some mixture of knowledge and intelligence to be able to vote. You have to be competent enough to wield power over So you're saying, I'm going to use the state to enforce certain mandates on other people.
And you're saying like you have that right over the dummies?
Yes, I do. They're basically they're children that need to be controlled. And so, like, yeah.
They should be qualified for voters.
Even early theorists of liberalism, like John Stuart Mill, said things like this, and I don't know why this idea has become so unpopular. That like, oh, voting is good because you want people to have representation in their government, but also it's a real big problem when complete fucking morons that don't know anything have lots of political power.
Yeah, that's part of the point. Like, after me comes the flood. Once you like empower the wise, conscientious landowners to all civilly vote on matters of import, everyone else joins.
I just don't think landownership is relevant. Landownership is just not relevant to whether you make good decisions about.
Oh, it used to be.
Why would it be in any way relevant whether you
Wait, hold on. He's not finished straw manning you.
No, I'm just saying the original.
Keep straw manning.
I'm just saying the original voting rights, it didn't go to everyone, it was to landowners because they envisioned it a bit more like a gated community where everyone is literally a combined cooperative of different land-owning interests of like, again, that's what I'm saying. They got rid of that. They said, we don't want to limit it to homeowners. Also, not just like the men as representative of that tract of land, the women too. So like, you know, they're also getting a vote. They threw that in. Also, they had to, you know, parse out the approximation of population, their sense of like an enlightened common man of some kind of landowning site type. But like after me comes,
yeah, so we removed that.
Sam.
Yeah, just like we gave too many people the right to vote, and now we need to roll it back. You need to know something about branches of government, something about the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and then you need to know some basic stuff, like a really basic logic question. Is the globe? Yeah, is the Earth a globe?
Is evolution true?
Wait a minute. You want to disenfranchise the flat earthers?
Yes.
Keep that down, yes.
So in the military, if your IQ is lower than 80, they don't take you because they figured out that people with low IQ and handing them weapons is a bad idea. They seem to cause more disruption and harm than they do service and skill. So if Sam's argument is that we shouldn't allow people to have authority over. Good morning, Coptic. I was actually looking for you. I have fears that this room is lasting longer than 12 hours. I'd hate for the replay to be deleted, but no one knew when it started. If you could tell Andrew when he starts the room to put the timestamp in the chat, you know, and that way we can have an estimate so no replays are lost.
Andrew has that going for him, but maybe I haven't thought to put it in the chat. Yo, Mixed, I think Monica's asking you a question. Sorry for the interruption.
Yeah, that's why I was pushing back. I'm not really pushing back on anyone's idea of how to set up voting rights. I'm more saying it's hard to take away voting rights. They lead to more voting rights.
Look, Monica, I wanted to ask, so you believe that you have to have people who have better IQ in the military? Like they prefer better IQ? Because I think all you really need to do is just learn how to shoot. Or, you know what I mean? This is the army.
Right. No, and Banks, really cool PTR. Really think that PTR is epic. So there's a cutoff.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, there's a cutoff. Like 81 IQ, great, welcome in. But I think it's 80 or lower, they can't take you. They can't even take you to scrub the pots and pans. Because sadly, along with low IQ, sometimes it is met also with violence, limited verbal vocabulary. So impulse control. Not all, but those are factors when the military, it's a standard, and so those standards have reasons and value and purpose, and I think we forget them to our detriment. Just like, let me think of another example that's a cultural one. We have standards for people renting cars, not IQ, but age and insurance. So when we don't have our standards, things go badly pretty quickly. Now, they can get too authoritarian. They could get too stagnant, too dogmatic, too strict, and we should watch out for that too. But I'm of the opinion that we educate people, provide them with as much information as they need to make the best decisions possible, then gatekeep them from ideas.
Yeah, but but I don't think that they like. Do you believe that? Say for instance, a person's at war and he's a sniper, and he's the best sniper that's known. What really matters about his IQ?
Well, we already know he has a higher IQ than 80, so there's nothing wrong with him. Thank you for your service, sir. Appreciate your duty. And you're doing with the military standards that enlisted have to have a higher IQ than 80. You just want to argue? Oh, you want to argue? I can't argue with you.
That just wants to argue, huh? Okay. Sorry, I wasn't listening carefully.
Yeah, but I don't think
I took it as a gold standard, but let me
What happens when your enemy is lower than 80 IQ? Should you still fight them?
Yeah, so there's no law about that.
Also, if your enemy's IQ is higher than your IQ, are you not allowed to wage war against him?
Actually, you can't date people that are too lower IQ than you because there's a power asymmetry. Like, so if you're like, I can't. I have very few people I'm able to date ethically. Because
You're saying like some mixed marriages?
Yeah, like if I date just an average girl, the IQ gap is too high, and then not having power asymmetry over there is a problem.
Are you serious?
Okay, guys, before I leave, and thank you for the mic time and the stage time, the ASVAB is what the military used to determine whether someone is able to be enlisted or not. It has a high corollary to IQ, so while you probably won't find anything that says the IQ cutoff is 80, the ASVAB correlates to it to 0.8, I believe. The link is in the chat. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I already know about that, but that's different thing.
So, like, if we have these dumbos in society, why even keep them as citizens? We could just, below 80, no longer American, right? We're doing that with the illegals, and they had jobs.
Yeah, McZed is feisty. I hope you get some breakfast and some coffee soon, McZed. You sound hangry.
I just want a smarter America.
Education.
Like, now you're beginning to irritate me. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good, Chris.
Forced to look at.
Wait a minute. I didn't give you. You didn't give me consent. I forced you. You had no consent. I believe I asked two questions when I joined the stage. How long has the room been running, and how far away from the topic? And then Sam said, "Oh, Monica, we are very far away from the topic. Why don't we go back to Mohammed, Islam, right, Sam? We're talking about religions and the dangers of them and the benefits of them.
Yeah,
Have at it."
That any religion is true because there's so many other religions that you have to consider. So the default hypothesis is that it's not true rather than true because of the thousands of other religions.
that you shouldn't go to Muhammad's house early for dinner because he's shy, and that's eternal revelation. The Gog and Magog are trapped behind some mountain, behind a wall waves of mountains at a time. That earth and ants and lightning can talk. And you go, oh, this is fucking stupid. It's already started off with a low probability because of the thousands of other religions. And then you look at the book and it just has multiple errors in it. Just errors.
Only one error.
Oh, that's dumb.
The thing that you're saying, just show me one where is the error. That's more important. But instead of me getting into details about ants communicating, we know humans. They know now that ants communicate.
Not human concepts.
Okay, so this is something that you would never believe.
Okay, so you do believe in atheism then?
Which is good and correct.
The Quran says that humans are made directly from clay, as opposed to coming from apes, and that's an error. The Quran says that slavery is acceptable. That's unethical. The Quran has a contradiction on when earth and heaven were created, like which came first. That's a contradiction. That's logically impossible for that to be true. The Quran claims that salt and fresh water don't mix. When they do, the existence of bracket is great.
One to the same.
I'm just trying to let everyone know.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to
one by one.
I'm not trying to give the non-believers like a chance.
And thus, feminism is good.
Stupid, and it's completely decisively stupid, and it's not a sort of thing that you just can't respond to because too many issues.
Okay, can I show you that what you're saying is not right? I can give you a chance to talk.
Address one of them. Just take one and address it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to do.
It's just like pick one of the
anything I'm saying.
I like the sperm one. Sperm comes from the back.
Yeah, let's go with sperm from the.
One says that sperm comes from between the backbone and the ribs, but in fact it comes between it comes from the nutsack, not from between the backbone and the ribs.
I mean, that's close.
Also, it's very bizarre that they wouldn't know that sperm comes from the balls, given that they did castration of slaves. So shouldn't they just fucking already know that's relevant?
That kind of helps their argument. That's really bad because their point is that the Arabic word for bag isn't actually bag. It has broader meaning. And when you say it really doesn't make sense given the historical context, then it's okay, it's probably the subject.
So it's a translational thing.
That's what they say.
So they say spine means nutsack?
They say it means lower back, so it's closer to that. It's not the nutsack. I'm trying to tell you where the semen comes from. It's not the actual ball sack is higher, so it's close to the lower back. So if it was the broader meaning of the word and talking about the lower back, it would technically be correct. Actually, where the semen's coming from is kind of close to the lower back.
But it's between the ribs and the lower back, and that's still not going to be where your nuts are.
Well, yeah, but if it's saying between that area and the lower back is low enough it's not from your nuts, bro. As long as the lower back is low enough to be fair, but that, if I remember the verse correctly, that's the response.
Yeah, I want to know that verse too. I never.
The verse?
Oh, if you don't know the verse, you should not talk about it if you don't know.
Is what's it called? Surah Al-Tariq 86, verse 6. Alright. And then let's look at it. Let's look at some translations. Okay.
Yeah, they should be a standard. If you don't know the verses, then you shouldn't talk about it.
Yeah, just kick back.
What do you mean? You expect me? You expect me to just lie to you?
Yeah, if you don't know the verse, you don't know the verse.
Do you understand? We're apologists. We're your enemy, bro. How are you gonna come to the enemy for advice on your position?
No, I'm talking about what part are you saying about the Quran that says that? That's what I'm trying to understand.
You don't know the verse. Why would you argue?
I don't know what you're saying. I don't see anywhere in the Quran that says that.
So I've been listening the whole time, and I just heard somebody just quoted. I forget what he said. It was probably Sam, I guess, or sorry for whoever that is. But he just said it comes from this thing, number 8 or something. So then 5 minutes later, you're saying, you need to tell me where it comes from. It's like, communication is really important. You know, when you have, I mean, John says it all the time, but you have 2 ears and 1 mouth. And I am somebody who spends a lot of time on Clubhouse happily listening because I enjoy listening to political, religious, philosophical debates. I enjoy listening to high level exchange. And so that's why I like just chilling here and listening to you guys. But I can't say that it's not frustrating to listen to you guys sometimes when you say Islam, and somebody says sperm comes from the back, and then the other guy says, here's the verse, and then 2 minutes later you say, wait, where's the verse? He just said it.
Let me say one thing about that, right? Muslims, Islam, the religion is perfect, but we're not perfect.
I'm not trying to shame you or fault you. I'm sure you're a striving, good-hearted man with flaws just like me. But Mr. Beef, please repeat where in the Quran does it say sperm comes from the back? I know you just said it 3 years ago.
Surah 86.
Surah 86.
And then it's verse 6 and 7.
Verse 6 and 7. So I heard you. I hope everybody else did.
He's gonna ask for the verse again. It's just a tick. They have to ask the verse 3 times before they actually will do the verse. It guarantees the verse again.
Yeah, what's the verse?
Let's move on to something else from my list of criticisms. You guys don't even know. The background thing. So let's just move on to something else.
Y'all don't even know sperm come from the back. You don't even know about the back.
Yeah. So it says that salt water and fresh water have a boundary between them where they don't mix.
That's another good one. That's a good one.
Now, there's a thing called brackish water. You just look at the Wikipedia page of brackish water. That's where salt water and fresh water do mix. So the book claims they don't mix. Brackish water exists. Therefore, Islam is false. QED. It's just like Christian. No, I'm an atheist.
That's another thing that he already said like 10 minutes ago. Literally 10 minutes ago he said that.
I wasn't who's yelling at me?
Okay, it says you reason with your heart.
I get you're running down what everybody's saying, bro, but some of us are doing stuff.
I'm not. I'm actually in the middle of a field clipping vines with a pair of pruners for a basket class that I'm going to teach in 15 minutes.
Wait, you're clipping vines?
Oh my god.
Vines, vines with a V. Vines.
Okay.
Yeah, my phone died on me.
That should be calming. You sound way too angry to be doing something that calm.
You don't want to talk about the brackish water completely falsifying Islam? You don't want to...
Bro, that's the shit part.
How?
Okay.
Wait, what about the...
Have you ever seen what a sunset looks like?
About the 8-year-old girl riding on a road.
What does sunset have to do with salt water?
Yeah.
Well, I just think that's a really...
Salt water. I mean, that also, you can apply the same principle to. The Quran is speaking to man, so it wouldn't be unexpected for the Quran to speak from the perspective of man. From the perspective of man, when they look at, the braid, or whatever you want to call it, between the salt and fresh water, when they look at that, it looks like there's a line. And so, how are you going to prove that the intention of the author is to literally say that there's a border rather than imply what is more likely that there's a line comparing what you look at?
Alright, so here's what the Quran exactly says. It says, and he is the one who merges the two bodies of water, the one fresh and drinkable, the other salty and bitter, and placing between
between them about a barrier that they cannot cross. He doesn't say it appears like there's a barrier. He doesn't say
There is a barrier.
from a human perspective.
I know.
There is a barrier.
Beef, did you hear what he just said? He just said there is a barrier. He's now, and that brackish water is not a thing, and that the fish who live in brackish water do not exist, and that there is a barrier.
Okay, so listen. So there's literally a line that differentiates one side from another, and they do not.
And the point is, it's not an actual border stopping them from mixing, which is what he's saying the Quran's saying.
It does say that there's a barrier that's not.
Yeah, I'm saying that's not what the Quran's saying.
You just read the Quran.
Which translation did you read?
When you just hold on. When you read those words, okay, why is it that your assumption is that Allah is speaking literally rather than speaking in respect to the perception of the people he's speaking to?
Because it doesn't say the appearance of it. It doesn't say.
I'm not saying it does, but it could still be. Okay, but this is the point.
If I say I built a barrier between fucking me and my neighbor, the implied meaning is that I put a fucking barrier there, not that I fucking made a wall of illusions that seems that way.
Brother,
I get it.
the barrier. Listen, the barrier.
If I called you a lumberjack, would you be mad at me and say I don't cut down trees? Why you call me a lumberjack? Or would you say, well, oh, Mr. Kind Sir, even though you didn't beforehand or afterwards say I'm speaking metaphorically and not being literal, you assume that because of the nature of what I'm saying, that I'm safe so that man can understand in his own perspective. What is crazy about some of his words not being either literal like you're saying, and that when it says there's a border, it's talking about relative to the perspective of men. It's not saying literally there's a border.
But it's not even relative to our part. It doesn't even look like there's a barrier.
And you're invoking.
But it doesn't even look like from our
It
perspective.
does look like there is a
Okay,
barrier.
you know what barrier means?
It does.
You asked me a question. Now let me respond to the question. It doesn't even look from our perspective like there is a barrier. You can just go to brackish water and
It does. Sam,
appear to be a barrier. So even if you think it's nothing,
Human piece of trash.
shut up. Stop you and shit. Shut the fuck up. So it does not even from our perspective look
Somebody
like a
give him a
barrier.
lollipop.
So it is not.
Wait, Chef.
Tired of
Can I jump in first, real quick?
Tired of that it's from our perspective doesn't even work for this fucking case because it doesn't look like that.
Beef. Wait, Chef. Let me. Quick. Beef. Are you calling me a trash? Are you calling me a piece of trash right now?
Who cares about that? Just tell them about the ocean.
All right. So I'm just saying I am a trash bag. But listen, Beef. I was down in Key West like 3 weeks ago, and you can see the line. It's like water versus like a lighter greenish water, and the darker water is the salt water, and the lighter water is the fresh water, and it looks like there is a line sometimes, but other than that, what Mr. Beef, who just called me a subhuman piece of garbage, what Beef is saying is correct, is that brackish water is a thing. Underneath the water, the shit is mixing. It's not like there's like a steel wall or like a barrier. But Beef, you gotta give it to him. 1,000 years ago, it looks like there's a line in the water that's like the shit is divided, you know?
Okay, but look, the meaning of barrier could just mean something that restricts passage or divides.
You can't. If you say that, then he wins.
What do you mean?
The point is, listen, the only way you get out of this is by saying it's not an actual border. When you say it's an actual border, then there's a contradiction.
No, I didn't say border. I said a barrier. They do not. But listen, if there was missing, then one side and the other side, you won't be able to differentiate. Why is it not just one color? And if I was to go, so you're saying if I was to go there, the water will become salt water and it won't be drinkable?
Either way, it's not drinkable.
You know what I'm saying? One of them is ocean water.
You can't drink either.
What do you mean? Yes, you can.
Can't even count.
One of is ocean water, and the other is what's the word?
Fresh water.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, that wouldn't make sense. So we don't believe it touches it, but they cannot. No way. That's what barrier is. Simple.
You guys do realize that if everything can just be a metaphor, then I could say 2 + 2 = 5 is a metaphor for how you can get more from a little, and you can get more from.
You know what's dumb about
There's
that?
such a thing as synergy. Or
You know what's dumb
you
about
gotta
that?
realize that you gotta have some discipline with what principles you think are right. Like you can't just say whenever there's an error, it's a metaphor. You need to have some sort of background theory for when metaphors are appropriate to use and not.
Who said that?
Yeah, so you can make that point.
Who said anything about metaphor?
It's better to use the word hyperbole. Hyperbole is a better word. Beef. Everything is a hyperbole.
But the point is that when someone says something that usually isn't said, we either assume they're confused or they're speaking metaphorically. If we know that God cannot be confused and we're reading the Quran assuming it's the word of God, then if there's something which is out of character from his literal speech, which would be false things, then it's probably metaphor, and that not all of it's true, and specific contents of it are shared with what he's actually talking about. Which makes sense, because if God is
exactly, so we don't, when we're reading the Quran, we don't like give our own explanations. We go to the hadith and the tafsir that explain to us that if something's a metaphor or something is this or that.
Bank, you gotta fix your smoke detector beeper. It's going off the ears. And you gotta just put the batteries in.
So that's not a big.
There's a battery section at the grocery store. There's a whole section that just says batteries.
Yeah, I was just fucking with you guys. I calm down, man. Yeah, no, it was a video I seen that was like where people usually don't change the battery. What?
Just okay, if you're not gonna have a working smoking detector, just throw it in the garbage.
Yeah, at least take it off. Just take the shit out and just leave it dangling off the wall, and then it doesn't fucking beep, and it doesn't go off every time you cook, which you probably never do. But if you ever learn how to cook, then you might sometimes. Anyway, never mind. I'm gonna mute up.
Bro, I didn't know anything about me. I'm getting emotional right now.
Just throw it in the garbage at this point. You're not gonna fix the battery. Just throw it away.
Just get into the garbage, climb into the garbage, and settle in.
Stop doing it with your mouth, though, please. Because I thought that was what they were complaining about.
No. We're complaining about the actor.
Yeah, I heard the actor. Don't do the mouth.
Whose fire alarm was that? And
That's actually
very
But yeah, other funny stuff in the Quran. It says that every fruit comes in pairs. What does that mean? What does that mean?
There's a female and a male.
You know that most fruits are hermaphrodites? Like most fruits are hermaphrodites. Daddy fruit. You can just ask Shakespeare right now. Are most fruity plants?
Let him tell us. Like, where's the fruit?
The what?
Because you're saying there's a male fruit and a female fruit. How do you tell the difference?
yeah, duh.
Bro,
Obviously,
so look, there's a feminine plant, and then there's a male plant, bro.
Yeah, most of them are
They don't even know what that word is. What he is saying. What he is saying is that on the same tree there are males because the bees are eating the juice, and then they drop it around and it makes sex, and then they get an apple.
Right, that's not the same as fruit.
Apple is a type of fruit.
No, but like a bee is like a bee is a different than a fruit.
Yes, a bee is not a type of fruit. A bee is a type of bug.
Yeah, like the queen bee. Yeah.
Yes, a queen bee is a type of bee.
Yeah, but you don't have a queen fruit. Like the fruit.
That's true. You don't have a queen fruit. You have male flowers and female flowers on the same tree, and then you got the bees floating around.
So my whole point is that I asked someone, what is it? It's that they're all fruits go in pairs. They say there's female plants and there's male plants. I said of fruiting plants, about 90 to 94% of them are hermaphrodites, which means they're not male or female. They're both. So
they come in pairs. No, they don't come in pairs. I just explained this.
No. So you're reading one
Yeah,
part,
so I was
bro.
asking me why is he think that?
Hold on, let me just finish what I'm trying to. So you're reading one part, bro. So how about announcement that yes, there are female and male plants.
Yes, it do, but at the same time, they ain't.
It says every fruit.
What do you mean they ain't? That doesn't make sense.
It do be, but at the same time, ain't nothing ever.
Okay, so this is Shar al-Rad. Allah created fruits of every kind in pairs. Okay, that's in every kind. As in all of them are made in pairs. But most of them are not made in pairs because they are hermaphrodites. They don't have a male and a female version. So it's not true that every.
Okay. So listen. So all that means is a pair means something there has to be one thing and another thing that come together and then continue their legacy.
Some plants are asexual. Wait, there's no pair of anything. There's no. But it's talking about the fruits, not the plants, bro. Well, the fruits themselves have no sex whatsoever. They're just. It's like saying your hands. Okay, so.
What do you mean? How about it's like weed? There's female weed and there's male. So what type of
weed is a fruit?
It's a plant, bro.
Listen, bro. Listen. We're talking about fruit. What is a female apple? Yeah, I guess if you're very technical, none of the. This guy is saying that fruits have sexes. Let him explain that real quick, bro. Why y'all not letting him explain it? How do you tell the difference between a fruit with a penis and a fruit with a vagina? Where do you look?
Okay, look. So you gotta ask somebody who learned about that. But all I know.
Okay. And they're saying there's no sex.
They do, but
the plant has the sex, but the fruit doesn't.
Plants, they can have it within like a single plant and have a male and a female.
That's not the fruit though. That's not the fruit. What's the difference in the fruit?
What?
I'm saying I get it.
I'm listening to a bunch of female fruits right now. I'll tell you that.
What? I get it with female.
Listen.
All. Listen. It's a simple question. How do you know that a fruit is female and not male? How do you know?
Listen. Okay, so I seen let me give you something. I seen for example, the weed plant. But one of them buds don't grow, the other one they do.
Just take that plant and complete it. This is not all bad up, bro.
I just gave it to you, bro. You don't want to believe it.
That's not a fruit. That's not a fruit.
Yeah, there are some plants that work like that where there's a male. I'm gonna mute up. Never mind.
Exactly. Now go ahead. But you just prove me right though.
It doesn't matter though. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Because no one's talking about plants.
But that's what we first was talking about.
No, we're talking about fruits. Because that's what the verse says.
Yeah, okay.
All right, I know more about plants than you.
Basket.
Yeah, man. So I don't know why, devils run away when there's proof right in front of their eyes.
So that was the only person agreeing with you.
What do you mean? So you don't believe there's a female and a male?
Female and a male what?
Fruit?
No, what the fuck is that? I've never heard of
fruits don't have asexuality.
I actually
fruits.
Yes, there was, and there actually are some fruits that do need to be next to each other that only have like ones have
Yeah, it says all of them.
pollen.
It says all of them have that.
What? Because what you saying? No. See, most are hermaphroditic, as both male and female flowers are in one flower, like apples, tomatoes, strawberries. Then you have monoecious plants, which are separate male and female flowers on the same plant, like corn, squash, kiwi, papayas, and date palms. Learn something new every day. I didn't know.
I mentioned that earlier to them too. So thank you for at least letting them know.
But then I looked it up and I was like, I guess
that actually makes sense because they love eating dates over there. So if dates is one of those fruits, it makes sense that they say that.
Dates are gross.
You're funny, man.
Dates are fire, actually.
Yeah, okay, so that verse where you're saying where it says, okay, God created everything as in pairs. So there's your answer.
I don't think it was talking about plants. Was it talking about plants?
No, it was just saying.
One part of the Quran says that everything was made in pairs. Another part of the Quran says every fruit was created in pairs. Both of those are an error, by the way. They're both not true.
No. Where?
What pair, though? What does pair mean? Because I was talking about sex.
Oh, okay. Look.
Male and female parts of something, or you just use whatever. You can't just
The Quran says Allah created fruits of every kind.
Wow. You gotta become a teacher over here.
Yes, but like even if you're hermaphrodite and say like you reproduce within yourself, like it's still like a male and female parts reproduce and make something. Like you can't just like have only one or have like a third one. Like there's no
Exactly. Wow.
single. And so you need those two parts, like whether it's within one organism or within it's with two organisms.
Exactly. Yeah.
Is that what we're doing at? That's everything.
Yes, you understand and see how simple it was for you.
Adding to the Quran. The Quran was not saying.
No, I was not using the Quran. I was just using context.
No, I'm saying, hey, he's acting like you're saying it, but the Quran did not say all of what you just said.
Bro, first of all, I don't believe like she saved me like that. That's what I'm saying. To you, this is just like a problem.
Nah, she did low key save you.
But anyways, look, she's the first person that agreed with me, and she wasn't like you. You would not agree with a person even if you shit right in front of you. You're that type of person, but if you was to see an anchor right now, you would probably still not believe.
We're disagreeing or saying like, oh, you disagree with me or whatever. Like, why do they think what I said is wrong?
Well, I don't think the Quran is saying that.
I didn't say about the Quran. You're just coming from a Quran perspective. This is what I'm getting.
I'd say that the Quran makes many different false claims.
Where the Quran says God doesn't have a son. That's pretty crazy.
Okay, first of all, we believe God. There's nothing compared to nothing like Him in this world. Nothing.
Nothing like Him. So how do you know anything about Him?
Okay, so we know
is the content of the revelation like Him?
What do you mean?
Is the content? Do you know what the word content means?
Content?
Yeah.
Like stuff like the thing about Him, like the thing about Him.
No. The thing of like when you say revelation, there's information in it. Is the information like God in any way?
No.
Okay, if it's not, then none of the information is right. Understanding of God is not reflect God, right? So you don't know God.
Okay, so what do you mean? Like it's not like people who would say like they have the same, they have like this.
What do you mean? Well, I mean, that's what you said.
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying like the way you're saying is like they have like the same DNA or something.
What?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
No. Okay. But do you think that when you talk about a person, the content of your words is similar to the person you're trying to describe? It is, right? Because when you say has brown hair, that content is describing him in that it's accurate and similar to what his actual description is. So when you say you know something about God, you're saying that because there's an actual description which is reflected in the set of given words. But you're saying no, there is no such description that could possibly be contained in any set of words. Therefore, you can't understand any kind of description because it can't be communicated to you through words.
I'm confused, man. How did you get to that, bro? You was just saying, basically, the Quran, you was basically making him equal to God. So all I'm saying is that it's just we believe that's the words of Allah. The Quran is the words of Allah. Okay.
So what was the consistent message throughout the Old and New Testament according to Islam? Was it one God?
Worshipping one God.
Okay. So then why is it then you guys have to say worship one God and the messenger? When I thought the message was just one God.
No. We don't look. Just the thing. We never said it was one message. It was 4 books all together.
Why is the Quran unaltered?
Because God is going to protect that. God said,
protect that.
Why would you believe in a religion with corrupted scriptures?
Okay, so listen, we believe so. Jesus, he was sent to the Jews. Okay? So
Was he Jewish or was he Muslim?
Muslim, yeah, he did submit his will to God, yes. That's what a Muslim
But he was sent to the Jews. How could he be a Muslim?
What do you mean? What's wrong with you being sent to Jews? What do you mean? At that time, there wasn't no Muhammad, peace be upon him. So at that time, I would be believing in Jesus.
Why is Allah preserving the Quran, but Allah didn't want to preserve the Injil and Torah?
That's what I'm trying to explain to you. That because that the Jews, not Jews, but Jesus, he was sent to only the Jews, okay? So
How was he a Muslim if he only sent to the Jews?
I know your question is why do you guys believe that was altered? So I'm trying to so let me land it though.
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking why was the Quran not altered, just like the rest of the books?
Oh, okay. So the Quran wasn't altered because there were people were memorizing it.
Why would memorizing
this that time? And another thing is that
why would memorizing it stop it from being?
Okay, so listen. So we believe at the time of Prophet Muhammad, at the time he was alive,
I know
everything that he was speaking about, everything that he revealed was written and compiled into book.
So it can't be corrupted
at that time. So and then it was multiple people at that time that accepted it, that were making books and yeah.
So you're saying?
Yo, chef, let him finish, bro. Let him get the full lie out.
So you're saying the reason it's not corrupted is because multiple people wrote it down.
And multiple people remember it, yes.
Okay. So wait, why is that not true of the Bible also?
Because the Bible already, from the automatically speaking, it's automatically. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that it was
for something to be corrupted. There's this necessary condition that it was both not memorized and not written down at the same time. I'm saying, why is that not true of the Christians? Why is it true that the Christians were memorizing it?
That's first of all, that's not what I was trying to say.
You're saying that is what they were doing. I'm saying prove it.
Okay, first of all, that's not what I was trying to say. You just put that in my mouth the first thing.
We're trying to draw a distinction between how you know a certain book is correct.
Let me just
Can I finish, bro? Can I say it, bro?
Everyone, wait.
So with that being said, the Bible, it came down in what language? Aramaic and Greek, right? So automatically from that being translated, there are already errors and changes in concept. You get what I'm saying? That's just one way.
Why is Injil a Greek word?
Okay, so
Why is it not? Hold on, chill out, chef. Give me 1 second, chef. Chill. I'm being so chill, man. So if the Injil you're saying is in Aramaic, it's supposed to be in Aramaic, why use a Greek word? Why not use an Aramaic word for good news? Why use evangelion? Like the Torah is Hebrew. The Quran is Arabic. You're saying the original language of Jesus is Aramaic. So why use a Greek word, evangelion, Injil, to say the good news? Why not use an Aramaic word? Really simple. And you're just gonna say you don't understand what I'm saying.
No, I'm saying, what are you trying to get at? Like, I don't
Are you
understand.
serious? I'm gonna say it again really slow. Really, really slow. So,
So, Bank, remember how you said, oh, the Bible has errors. So we know, because it has errors, it wasn't written down or memorized.
What the heck happened? Was that assassination?
Yeah, assassination. But this is the point, okay? Let's say it's true that we know the Bible has errors.
You don't let me finish with that, right? So, first of all, no, you didn't let me finish. I said I only told you one aspect of why there's errors, because it's being translated from one religion to another. And the second thing is, and the second thing is that the Bible was only compiled 50,000, 100 years after Jesus. Okay?
Yeah, 50,000 is a long time. That's true.
No, I didn't say 50. I said 50 years to 100 years.
So, this is the point.
That's the second.
This is the point. I'm saying, how do you know that? So let's say the earliest manuscripts we have, you're right, 50 to 100 years, or even 200 years later. How do you know there wasn't originally a manuscript which was written down and was memorized?
I'm saying it's just not available. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so I got you. So this is the confusion I think you're not understanding. I guess I'm clarifying for you. The Quran you're saying we know is not corrupted because it's one written down by a bunch of people and two memorized by a bunch of people. Okay? I'm saying, how do you know those two things are not also true of the Bible, the Torah, and the Zebor? And you saying it's corrupted doesn't give me.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to say. The difference, I'm trying to tell you the difference. I already told you, so I don't know how much I'm at.
Are you saying that it
literally that are from his lineage that are still alive to this day that believe in it? And that memorize the Quran.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. What do you? Okay, so tell me what you think I'm saying. What you?
The Quran be erred, right?
No, I'm not saying. I'm not talking about errors, bro. I'm talking about preservation, because it could have zero errors.
Exactly.
But it could have zero errors and be perfectly preserved, or it could.
Okay.
Or it could have only errors and not be preserved.
I get what you're saying. That's what I was trying to say. Okay.
So I don't care about errors. I'm just talking about preservation. The way you know the Quran is preserved is because people memorized it and wrote it down.
Yeah.
How do you know the same isn't true for the first 3 books that got corrupted before the Quran?
Okay, so like I said, right, it's because said that was there. They compiled it. And
that's what I'm saying.
What version of the Quran are you talking about?
no, okay, because you know how I know? Because if that was the case, there would literally be people now that would tell you, yeah, I came from Jesus. I came from Jesus. Jesus is my great, 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 great.
What?
Wow. That's a very valid reaction.
No, okay, so look, so this is what I'm trying to say, right? So with Muhammad, right, peace be upon him, right? There are people now that
we don't believe Jesus is wrong.
Like
yeah, I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about that. I didn't say anything about that.
No, I didn't. And what you're describing sounds like an adapted version. Okay.
Right, just give me a second. You're going around in circles here, right? So the reason we know that the Bible's corrupted or not preserved exactly is because there's 5,600 old manuscripts and they're all different. As for the Quran, I'm finished in the middle of the sentence. Do you mind? Can I just speak? It's the first time I've said anything, they cut me off. You cut me off.
Yeah, that's about your point, but let me finish. I've told you, Chef, you're talking.
Right, hang on, Chris. Can I just speak?
I've been talking less.
If you've been speaking all this time, it's the first time I've opened my mouth and you cut me off. Right.
You thought you done with that.
As for the Quran, right, there were loads of different copies of the Quran. They destroyed them all.
Okay, so the copies that were destroyed, right, were like Bibles that were ripped up. Certain chapters were ripped up. Certain chapters were finished, and stuff like that. It wasn't destroyed because there were errors and stuff like that in it.
What version are you telling us is the correct one?
What, the Quran?
Yes.
All of them.
But there are
What do you mean all of them?
Like in the book of Maccabees, some Christians were destroyed. That's not something that's unique to Islam. Christian, Muslims, Jews.
That's what they said.
So how can you be so confident that one version that you are testing is the correct version?
Because the original older manuscripts got destroyed doesn't mean the contents weren't preserved in the lesson books. So
yeah, but
because of something called mass transmission, it's the same principle. The Quran is preserved because a large community of people preserves the contents are destroyed. Doesn't matter, just make copies.
Okay, so there you can find literally Christian scholars that tell you that there's certain things about the Bible that they don't even believe, and they do believe that there are errors and misconceptions in certain things. How? But you gotta understand. Okay, so this is no. What do you mean? I'm not arguing. I'm just saying. Show me the facts. Okay, so you're saying a person that's a scholar in the religion is wrong. Okay, what gives you that basis to speak about that?
Bro, you think a different God created me and that's wrong? You think he can
No.
Okay, so if I'm looking at the same world and I'm offered the same facts, why can't I use my brain to come to a different conclusion and be right and then be mistaken?
Okay, because one person was literally studying it for what? I'm talking about and you come and he asks you, oh yeah, you have all these tools, do whatever you can. That doesn't mean you're gonna do it the same way.
That's all doubt. You gotta be back in real quick.
Okay. I was trying about what you were saying, bro.
Forgot what I was saying. Did you forget what I was saying? So. Yeah. What's that?
Rain was at the end of the day, man. But yeah, but then you know me, bro. I'm gonna keep it real. If I don't know something about the Quran, right, or something, I don't have the right to debate. I'm gonna say I don't know because there's parts that I probably can't remember. You know what I mean? I'm not like those people that have an answer for every everything. If there's something that I don't understand, I don't know. Then I'll look it up and then I read about it. Okay, but that or maybe I don't remember that. But that doesn't person that I wanted to learn about all the religions.
You did grow up with area.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I grew up in America. I wasn't studying or nothing like that. Like I wanted to find my own way. So this is one thing people don't know. The Quran literally tells you. God literally tells you. Go to those the books, those other books, the people of the book, and then go read about it. Go to all these religions. Whatever you think is correct. Let me finish. Let me just finish what I'm trying to say.
Would you marry a 9-year-old? Yeah, finish in that.
Bro,
finish in that.
Yeah, fuck it, but go ahead. What you say?
I said, would you marry a 9-year-old?
Okay, first of all, I would not marry a 9-year-old. Second of all, listen. You have to understand the concept and at one time, what was the moral norms? Alright? Because
I thought Muhammad is a role model for all generations according to the Quran. So is it only for some generations? Like no, but there's only a role model also for So when he got jiggy with a little girl, he was a role model for some generations or all?
Okay, so listen, right? Okay, if you want to say that, right? How old was Mary in the Bible when she became pregnant?
Why you? It's like you're scared of it. I'll answer though.
She wasn't 9.
I'll answer.
What do you mean? I ask you the same thing. What's wrong with you?
Bro. She was at the very minimum at least 15 years old. It's impossible, in my belief, for her to be lower than 15. Okay. So you can do it, and I think she was older, but that's definitely better.
No, she was 12 years old.
Okay. Prove she was 12 because I can give you evidence. I believe she was definitely over 15. So give me
she was 12.
Okay, so according to what was she 12?
Okay, the early Christian tradition, the proto-evangelium of James.
That's not a Christian tradition.
What do you mean?
That's not that's a heretical tradition. Is what that is.
It literally says early Christian traditions, my dude.
Well, I don't care what words someone else put above that text. It's got nothing to do with Jesus.
What do you mean, bro? That's literally, how does it have anything to do with Jesus? That's his mother.
Yeah, Mary's his mother, but what it's saying about his mother is not actually about his mother because it's wrong.
Yeah, so, okay, whatever. Okay. You can say whatever. I have facts. No, if you're not trying to accept it, I just told you, like, what can I do?
You're saying it's Christian. I'm saying it's not. Prove it's Christian.
What's Christian? What I was just telling you?
Evangelion of James.
What do you mean prove to me? It's literally from the Bible.
Bro. You can't even say the name of it. No, it's not. The proto-evangelion of James is not in the Bible. If it is.
So what are they using?
Bullshit.
What? So how's it bullshit, my dude? Okay, so how do you know she's not that age? How do you know she's not that age?
Okay, because there's something called the Dasnagi of Kitover, and it's not like an infallible rule of faith or something, but it's the legal code that the church used for 1,000 years, and it's the church established by Christ. And in this book, it says that at minimum for a woman to be married, she must be at least 15. At least that's if she's officially mature. Okay? So
she was 15, she has to be 15, you said, or 16?
Bro, if I said no to 14, what do you think I'm saying to that? You think I'm gonna change my answer when you go lower? Bro, she was not 3, bro. Man, okay, look. If you just
Exactly, you are right. It was 3. Perfect.
no, I said she was not.
We didn't say that about her in certain
It says age. What implies that she wasn't mature?
Oh, but that doesn't matter. We're not saying mature or nothing like that. We're talking about age.
Yeah, age.
That though, right?
That she's 3? No, I'm saying she's not 3. What implies that she was a young age? Nothing there implies that she was a young age. Actually, everything there would imply she's older.
What?
Everything there would imply she's of an older. Like, she's a woman. She's offering him things. She's getting heavy buckets of water, bringing it to him. Acting as a servant. Like, she's acting like a grown woman. So what?
Just because he was bringing water?
Well, it was pretty heavy, and she was speaking fluent Hebrew. How many 3-year-olds you know that can speak fluent Hebrew and carry 60 kilos of water, bro? And, like, if you read it, like, the way... Right. Yeah, but the way she was taking care of Isaac, I've never heard no 3-year-old talk.
Okay, but this is, this is what they say about all I'm saying, bro. Some classic.
You know who said that? The fucking Jews, bro. Okay,
it doesn't matter, though.
It's not my Bible. My Bible is... Okay, if it's my Bible, show me where my Bible says that.
Bro, you literally believe that the Jews are the chosen people of the world, right?
No, they're not.
How? It says that in the Bible.
Okay, they're chosen. How are they chosen?
In the Bible, doesn't it say that?
How are they chosen?
Okay, you want me to give you a verse in the Bible where it says that?
Fine, they're chosen. How are they chosen? What do you mean by that?
I'm going to give you a verse I'm about to read you now.
No, you're not understanding.
Okay, yes or no, does it say that?
So, when you say someone's chosen, that means they're chosen for what? Chosen for what? Where are they chosen?
Man, that's all I know. That's what they say.
I'll tell you. They're chosen by God. Okay? Who's chosen by God according to Scripture, man?
Who you asking?
You're asking you who's chosen.
What?
It's those who believe in Jesus. It's those who believe in Him. So, and even in Exodus 12, it says, before Jesus even came, if someone came and practiced the ceremony with the Jews, they too should be treated as against the land. So they too would be treated as chosen.
Okay, it says right here.
So that has nothing to do with a race, is what I'm saying, bro. It has
Okay,
to do
so
with
listen. Yes, it was those people at the time. Specifically.
No, I'm saying even before Jesus came, it was people who weren't descended from Jacob being treated like Jews.
No. Okay, how about in Deuteronomy where it says, "For you are a people holy to the Lord your God." The Lord your God has chosen you to be a people for His treasured possession out of all the people who are on the face of the earth. And here it says, "But you, Israel, my servant Jacob, whom I have chosen you and not cast you off." Okay.
Yeah, so what makes you think over there is talking about like their flesh or their physical lineage instead of the spiritual covenant they have with God? Because keep in mind, if the relevant context is their behavior and their faith, what makes you think is anything other than their relationship with God to be chosen? The covenant with Abraham was established. Keep in mind, he didn't even have a specific race, bro. He was from Chaldea. He was mixed with much different stuff. He was chosen not because of his race, not because of anything other than his faith. Chosen because of what? You can say because of his works, but he was chosen because of his faith. That's why all people are chosen. So if the Jews are faithless people, no, they're not chosen.
Okay, where it says right here, Romans, it says Paul lists privileges of Israel they are Israelites, and to them belong the adoption, the glory, the covenants. They are Israelites, and to them belong the adoption, the glory, the covenant. Huh? He's talking about the Israelites, Jews.
Oh, he's talking about physical Jews.
Yes.
Wait, actually, before I say anything, let's see the verse.
Okay, look at Romans 9:4.
It is not as though the word of God has failed, for not all those descended from Israel are Israelites, and not all of Abraham's children are his descendants, but it is through Isaac that descendants shall be named to you. So literally right after it tells you the people that are actually Israelites.
Exactly, because they became the chosen people because of that covenant.
Okay, so are the Gentiles a part of that covenant?
No.
Do you think that distinction is ethnic or a belief system?
What?
Like someone being like a Jew or a Gentile, is that?
It's both. It's
like,
both.
is Jew or a spiritual state, or is this an ethnic given?
Yeah, it was ethnic given.
Okay, so here it says, in the days to come, the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established as the highest of the mountains. It shall be raised above the hills. All the nations shall stream to it. Many people shall come and say, let us go on, shall go forth the instruction of the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. So saying the word is going to go out from this place, and all the nations through this word
coming right back.
Go into the house of Jacob. That was fun though.
I said it again, my bad.
Yeah, I was saying Isaiah 2 verses 2 to 3 says that all the Gentiles on their judgment that are left are going to go to the house of Jacob, go into the house. And so this means the Gentiles are going to be in the house of Jacob. They're going to be in that covenant with them. Okay? So that means if the covenant, what? Say, bro? I was trying to keep your work. Nobody's trying to be. That is. This is as far as y'all go. Oh. You know, I don't understand your case for married being 15 when a virgin means a young girl. Why do you say she's 15? Are you talking about Oma? You say the word virgin? Yeah, I'm saying it doesn't. I'm saying the word virgin doesn't always mean. So what does it mean then? Have not had sex. But I do believe Mary was a young girl. Yeah. So if that's what it is, she's a young girl. So why do you put her at being older than 15? Because I think, well, actually, I don't think I'm using young girl in the same sense.
But still able to bear children or raising them.
Well, not just bear, like she was sufficiently bodily and mentally.
want to answer that?
It's not a specific game.
What is it? What is the typical sign of somebody being ready to go shot?
Puberty. There's multiple.
Okay, puberty. You said puberty. Thank you. Okay, so at what age were people getting puberty?
Exactly, it changes, bro. That's what I'm trying to say. So, but I know you just, man. You have to understand, bro.
Hold on. He said later. He said if he makes the thing later, let's give him an opportunity to explain things.
Increased rate of development or precocious puberty, things that contribute to precocious puberty are usually things like, given that those are the conditions that are more prevalent today, then it's going to, since the conditions that speed up are more prevalent, then I look forward to that.
Yeah, sounds good though. Sounds correct though. Sounds correct. So not because wrong.
Yeah, one thing about him, I give it up to him. He make it sound good. Yeah, man.
So we can look up what causes puberty.
I'm gonna pull up the specific.
Yeah, one verse says, psychosocial stress.
More stressed out. You be more stressed out in the 20th century.
Wait, that would make it slower. That would make it faster.
You said stress makes it come later. Are they saying stress makes it come faster?
Yeah, no, it makes you hit puberty faster.
Okay, so basically puberty faster. I would say people of ancient times were more stressed out.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Of course.
University. I'm gonna read that.
No, hold on.
Stress increases cortisol levels, which inhibits the production of growth hormones, leading to reduced height and slower skeleton development.
No, but we're talking about the period of the woman.
I just looked up that's his son.
Yeah.
More stress speeds
Yeah,
up.
that's bullshit.
So do you think that people back then were more or less stressed than people are today? That's what I would answer. For even one.
But at time.
So we're not gonna answer the question that's on there. I just heard you sit here for 20, 30 minutes and go deviate with this man, asking all types of stuff. And now it's your turn to do it. Now it's so long. You're not even acknowledge.
I looked it up. It says chronic stress does commonly cause early puberty, but it's not like crazy studies. So this is the thing.
Okay, so you just said I was a plump.
Yeah, I didn't think you were mine, but But this is the thing. It's still true that it's still true that conditions which contribute to earlier puberty are present now. So maybe you can make an argument that it might even be kind of similar, since you have all these things that speed it up and all these things that.
Okay, so look, now you're trying to say similar. Bro, so all I'll say is, right, it doesn't look, so at that time, people were going to war. Life wasn't easy. You know what I mean? So they reached puberty faster.
Yeah, but now this is the other problem. Okay. And even if it's true that they're reaching puberty earlier, that doesn't mean it's sufficient for them to have kids or have a family.
But I'm asking you where you got 15 from. That's more so what I'm asking. So
I got that from a civil code in my church.
So and you got it from a civil code in your church that dates back to when?
1100 or something.
1100, and we're talking about something that happened at 4 BC.
Yeah, but I'm saying the church is a source of divine revelation, and so if the church is guiding the people by means of the civil law says 15, I think if there's nothing that contradicts it, within reason we
plenty of stuff that contradicts it.
And when did the dude I was talking to,
Like what?
did he
If
just
you're
leave?
talking about other traditions, I mean,
No, not other traditions. Just like people simply taking on young maidens who are under the age of 15.
how does that contradict my position?
Because you're using that something that was done in the 1100s. They got 15 to get married.
Well, in a sense, yeah, you could say
Okay,
that.
so
And that,
tell me where he said
that, if it's true, then it's from Jesus.
Bro, it doesn't say that anywhere, bro. Why are you just like making up things?
What?
Is your claim that Mary was 15 or older when she had Jesus?
And you're saying
That's the claim.
you're saying there's evidence that goes against that.
No, I'm asking you for your evidence, and I'm attacking your evidence. And right now, your evidence is very close.
Okay, so let's see what the Bible says about that. Let's go to John 16.
You should have went to the Bible in the first place. You went to your church.
Exactly. You was speaking like you already had evidence.
You think I'm not about to go right back to my church? Watch how fast we go right back to my church. And about righteousness, because I'm going to the Father and you see me no longer. About judgment, because the ruler of this world has been condemned. I still have many things to say to you, but you cannot bear them now. When the Spirit of truth comes, he will guide you into all the truth. For he will not speak on his own, but he will speak whatever he hears, and he will declare to you the things that are to come. So Jesus is saying, other than what he said on earth, he's going to continue saying things.
What the heck? Where did you get that from, bro?
That's what I just read.
Okay, that doesn't make sense.
But even when you say that, the context of that is speaking about things in the future. It doesn't say anything about.
It has nothing to do with that.
Yeah, what is the future he's talking about?
Bro,
it's not the future of whether Mary was 15 or not. That's for sure. What are we talking about?
I know.
You know what's crazy? I actually agree with you. That's the crazy part. I actually definitely agree with you. And I'm against this whole. I actually agree with you. That's the crazy part. But your evidence is so flimsy.
What do you mean evidence? You haven't even understood the argument I'm saying.
I've plenty of understood the argument. I listened here for 30 minutes.
So that's like you don't have to bring it back. You don't have to bring it back, bro.
So what am I saying about John 16?
You don't have to repeat it.
Hold on, man. What am I saying about John 16 right now?
You're trying to use that to get validation.
What am I saying about it?
Okay, so this is what you said.
You're using that to validate your position.
I know I'm using it as an argument. What is the move I'm making with John 16? When I'm pointing to the contents of John 16, what about? Okay, so
you're saying go ahead, but at least let's come on, man.
I'm getting too angry for you to talk over right now.
What is telling him to calm down?
Hold on. What is it you're agreeing with last night?
Fucking tell so nobody argues.
What is it that you're agreeing with last night when I read John 16? You don't even know? Okay. I'll be reading about just because I'm going to the Father, see me no longer. About judgment because the ruler of this world has been condemned. I still have many things to say to you. So Jesus is saying, other than this,
that does not make sense.
That's not my point. That's what I mean. I've
already answered that.
Yes.
I've already answered that. I said nowhere in there does it entail that what's going to come in the future is a commentary on what's going on in the past.
Okay. So what is it that comes in the future? That's what.
It would be information about the future.
Okay. So then why does he say he wants to say it now?
Why does he say he wants to lie?
He says he wants to say it now, but they can't.
But he said that people won't understand.
Okay. If it's
only people understand.
If he's only speaking about the future, what is the relevance of him saying it now?
My whole point is he's not speaking about the past. Correction. Okay. He's not speaking about the past. Just to make a quick correction.
How do you know?
And let me say one thing. Let me say one thing real quick.
How do you know when he continues his speech, he will not speak about the past?
How do you know that he will?
Bro, you gotta change the subject, bro. All I want to know was, last time, are you the one that I was talking to?
Can you speak?
It's coming in all time.
Is the speech of the church, or sorry, the speech of the Holy Spirit of the church. That's the continuous.
Bro, last time, was I talking to you the whole time?
No, you weren't.
Oh,
I listened to you
got
and Chef
confused.
talk. Yeah, I listened to you and Chef talk, but I actually agree with Chef. I just think the evidence that he had was
Chef was the one that said that, you said?
yeah.
Bro, I hate when
No, it wasn't Chef that said that, bro.
It was Chef. I was literally
I'm playing with you, man.
no, I'm serious, bro. I was literally in the booth. I've been listening to you guys.
whatever.
When I came on, Chef was like, yo, there's nobody that wants to debate.
You're getting that it's not about the past. So in order to continue the speech, now the question is, Jesus promised it, so where is it? And then we look, we could, maybe say it's Paul's letters, but then that falls short because Paul's letters also say that there's a tradition given with the scripture. So if what the Holy Spirit is speaking, if what John 16 is speaking of is in fact Paul's letters and what was given to Paul, then that also includes the oral tradition that Paul transmitted.
Bro, how do we get to this concept, man? I want to know.
Because Paul is second, because Paul is second, which Christ's words is the letters of Paul, then it also must be true that it's the oral traditions of Paul. If it's the oral traditions of Paul, then it's the church. If it's the church, then it's what I cited.
Okay, so the first is we was trying to figure out where whoever said that Mary, Jesus said that only a person that's above the age of 15. A woman can only get married if she's above the age of 15.
Yeah, so I explained it earlier. It's not an if. I find it reasonable to believe that this is the minimum age for a woman to be mature.
Yeah, okay, we're not following your tradition. You said Jesus, my daughter.
But I'm justifying it through Christ. I'm showing Christ agrees with my church.
Okay, where the Christ doesn't say that.
Yes, he does. I quoted it to you.
Okay, but it has nothing to do with women. It doesn't. Okay, so by you just reading it, it just doesn't pop up in your head.
No, that's
where do you get that specific number from?
The law says 15.
Oh, the law in America, right?
No, the law that I'm quoting from says 15.
Where does it say that?
Don't
read the same thing.
I know. I'm quoting here. I'll put it in the chat.
Okay, long story short, bro, that was at that time when Prophet Muhammad married her. That was the norms at that time, and some of the scholars even say that she was really 17 years old. When people start saying that about your religion,
I'll put it in the chat.
Then you kind of. What the heck is that?
That's what I've been quoting to you this whole time.
That's not the Bible?
No, man.
What is it?
It's a civil ruling that my church used a long time ago. For a long time.
So what are you, a Jew?
My boy, if I'm saying church, what makes you think I'm a fucking Jew?
This is what your church believes?
No, bro. It's not like a theological thing. That's about how people should behave. So, you see, it says law code. That's literally what. That's not.
What the heck? So you don't follow the law code of the Bible, but you follow this?
Bro, you're not listening. Listen. There's writings about our beliefs. There's writings about our behaviors. Sometimes when people quote Aquinas, they're quoting people writing about our beliefs. When I'm quoting this is people talking about how we should behave.
So it says in our behavior we shouldn't have sex with 15-year-olds. That's what it says.
Okay, but that's not the Bible, bro. So take that back to wherever you got.
Okay, but the Bible confirms this.
No. Yeah, take that back to wherever you got it from.
I'm showing you how the Bible confirms it.
Take it back to the scraps you got it from. We're talking about the Bible, my dude.
I got it.
The Quran.
You want to give it back to me?
You're trying to find some. Okay.
I don't think he wants it back.
Next time when I start saying something, stuff, I'm gonna just start bringing stuff up from my history class.
Okay, so now can you tell me if you have sex with a man?
Look, you already said that's not the norms of the time we are in now.
Okay, so do you think right and wrong depends on what time it is?
No, but it's not about right
Okay,
or
so
wrong.
then it doesn't matter.
If a woman reaches maturity, yes. Listen.
Doesn't matter when it was. You just said time doesn't matter, so it doesn't matter when it was. I'm saying.
No, time.
You just said it doesn't matter.
No, I mean when it comes to, I said there are stuff that are norms to the public and people.
So does good
So
and
if
bad
at that time, I probably would if it was normal and everybody was doing it.
Is it good or bad though?
It's not bad if she physically reached full puberty. And no, come on, bro.
Yes, they can.
Now you just want to start saying shit.
Yep, there's a 2-year-old girl in Germany a couple years ago who hit puberty.
Well, show me the facts, bro. Now you just, bro, how can I even on your bed with you, bro?
Girl that hit puberty. Let's see. First thing that pops up. Oh, wait.
Bro, stop telling me stuff about that. Mechatal Gush. Whatever that shit said, law code. Mechatal Gush. Gush.
What is wrong with you, bro?
You know what I'm saying? Don't give me my Muslim brothers and sisters to their house. Just give me their address. They're gonna come.
Bro, they're gonna come and kill me.
Maybe to the religion a little bit more.
If I gave you my address, the Muslims would come and fucking kill me.
Why?
Because I'll be blasphemy, bro. You don't like that.
Listen, but they're cool people. Trust me, you're good.
No, they're not. Dude,
you're good. This is my peoples, man.
Bro, they have doxed me. They have tried to track me down. They doxed me. You know my address and shit.
For what? You're in America. It's a free country, man.
Yeah. I mean, you didn't stop me.
You act like, bro, you're in fucking Babylon or some shit.
Yeah, now if I started getting out like that, what happened when Muhammad sent what's it called? What's that word, bro? When you send someone.
What do you mean send something?
I forgot the word. It sent Civilization 6, bro.
I mean, like, what do you mean? You sent them somewhere?
No, you send someone to another country. Yeah, you know when Muhammad sent a missionary to Syria, you know what the Roman king did?
What?
Chopped his head off. Yeah, and then he actually got mad by the Muslims. Maybe I gotta rethink my plan.
You know what happened to the Muslim, the Roman Empire? They literally got crushed by, I'm talking about literally 10 to 1.
Oh, but you know,
got their asses kicked.
You know what happened to the strongest Muslim empire, though? They got their ass kicked.
The what?
Armies were the strongest Muslims, and they got raped by Russians.
Who did? The Muslims? No, but we're talking about at Islam.
Bro, man, Russia raped the Turks. And, bro,
they raped the Turks?
Russia did the Turks worse than Turkey did, bro. Let's be honest.
Are you serious? Romans were killing, going around, doing all these things. Bro, they got to a point where they were even saying, "Oh, I'm a Muslim. I believe in one God. Please don't kill me." They got to that point.
Oh, you were there. You heard them say.
But there's movies out here that acting would describe it in that manner. Bro, they would describe it in that manner. You see it.
We'll see a movie like that. That was actual war, bro. Like, bro, but you went. Damn, I didn't know they had cameras.
Nah, but really, the Quran tells us that because there was a story where one of the companions of the Prophet, when he was at war, that it was this man, he got on his knees, he's like, "I believe in the one God." He took his sword and cut his head off, and then the Prophet heard about that. He said, "Why would you do that?" He was like, he was just doing it just so to spare him, because you don't know his heart.
Why you telling me this, bro?
But I know you want to accept Islam, bro. Just get to the point.
Like, it's like a cool religion.
And look, man, you just gotta, but there's this. Just look up the story of a guy. His name is Yusuf Estes. He spelled it as Yusuf Y-U-S. He hated Muslims. So there was a time where his dad had a business had a business proposition with this Muslim guy, and his dad sent him to go talk to him, and he just couldn't believe that his dad was even doing business with this like terrorist and stuff like that. So he wanted to go there and debate him and teach him Christianity. But when he seen his manner and the way he's conducting himself, and then he explained,
Bro, and he became Muslim. He went to hell.
No, he became Muslim, and inshallah he will go to heaven.
Bro, you cooked him, bro. Fuck, man. You couldn't leave him.
No, bro, it's the truth, brother. Like, what do you want, bro? I want you to go to. You said what? Subhanallah.
I said no, it's not.
Bro, yeah, bro, it's over. It's kind of hard for you to stop believing what your forefathers believe.
Yeah, I was an atheist and a Satanist and a universalist and an omniist. Yeah, you don't know what I was. I was gonna be Muslim. At a certain point, I was about to become Muslim.
What happened?
Shit, I found out Muhammad fucked a 9-year-old, and I'm like, fuck.
First of all, he got married, and he didn't consummate the marriage until she was old enough. No, he didn't.
Before he had sex with that same 9-year-old, he married her. That doesn't make it better.
Yeah, but that was like, but then he did it. Listen, first of all, and then the girl that he was marrying was literally his friend's daughter.
I know.
So you gotta understand, that was the norm at that time, right? And she was a very educated. What?
Her dad was a pedophile too.
Bro, you're intimidating right now. You're trying to say something. You know what I mean? Now you're talking shit.
Okay, let me ask you. Would you ever let your daughter?
I'm not gonna lie. My daughter right now
Be penetrated by a 60-year-old man who, by the way, has had multiple previous sexual partners and likely, given the conditions that they're living in, probably has some kind of disease sexually transmitted. Would you ever let your 9-year-old daughter have sex with that man?
Okay, now you're just saying shit. Okay, first of all, and to be honest with you, yes, the Prophet, I would let my daughter marry him
and have sex with him. You would let the 60-year-old man
let them get married. Yes, if she was fully hit puberty and she was mentally capable of getting married, yes, I would. Knows right or wrong. She has the mind.
What makes you think a 9-year-old could be fully through puberty?
Okay, so let me say one thing to you, right? right now, if you go to certain places in the Muslim countries, right, you will see a lot of young kids that are literally 8 years old, man. I swear to God, I'm not saying this to talk shit. That are literally smarter than 14, 15-year-old kids here. Bro, I'm trying to say, bro, that is not that we don't allow that now. Yes.
Okay. Do you think good and bad is eternal? Or sorry, do you think good is eternal? Let me say that. Do you think goodness is eternal?
Bro, listen, we're not
No,
talking
yes or
about
no? Is goodness eternal?
Yes.
Okay. So there's never any point in time where something that is good stops being good, because goodness is always, right?
Okay.
Okay. So if at that time it's constituted good to have sex with a 9-year-old, and goodness is eternal, then that means it doesn't matter if the time changes, it's still good. So at this time, even though it's a different time, it's still good.
What you trying to say?
I'm trying to say, according to you, it's good to have sex with 9-year-olds.
Oh, yo, I said, listen, at this time, people were literally going to. It could be bad. You could think something
good is eternal. You said it, and I agree with you.
Okay, listen. I see as goodness is, but you're saying something that is good is bad. So if you man,
no, I'm not. I'm saying if at January 22nd, 680, it's okay to have is eternal. It doesn't change.
So what are you trying to say is wrong?
If you're saying that having sex with kids is okay at one time, then it's okay at the next time, and it's okay at the next time, and it's okay at the next time.
Bro, listen. In your own Bible, it says that Rebecca was married.
Oh, that sounds like okay. So how about so instead of shifting,
that's the facts.
So instead of shifting to my position, answer what I'm saying, bro.
Bro, I'm trying to scramble. It goes both ways, my dude.
No, it does not.
Bro, that's why like a lot of people at Christmas come out sheep. They don't like when you bring up stuff about their Bible. They're like, oh, why are you bringing up the Bible? But you're bringing up the Quran.
We can talk about the Bible after we're done talking about whatever we're talking about.
Okay, no, first justify it in the Bible.
Man, you gotta show it. You're the one saying that there's something that's in the Bible, so show it.
No, you're saying something is something wrong. You literally. Yeah, man, that's one thing, bro. I don't know why. When you start literally dissecting what they're saying, it literally gets to their heart, man. And they don't know how to take it no more. Like, bro, be open-minded about something. You know what I mean? Like, why? Why get mad when you say something to me, but when I say the same thing to you, you don't believe it, man? Imbeciles. Alright, guys, man. It was good talking to you guys, man. Appreciate everybody, man, in here.
here to be like abused by misogynistic men. So, Andrew, could you please tell me about how even if I got raped by a man with a mutant disorder, that I wouldn't be able to get an abortion and you're okay with that? Please. That's why I came in here. Come on. Hurry up.
It's Iran's fault. Nothing to do with Trump or the US or Israel, just Iran. So that's it to me, basically. They didn't for the US to go to the negotiation table. You know that illegal internationally. Definitely illegal.
They know winners. Whoa.
I don't know, but at the same time, we just have to know that Iran has control of their country. That's the great issue. Because Trump keeps saying there's no leader over there, all of these are dead, all of this is dead, this and that dead, but the country is still doing what it needs to do. That's not dead to me. So, when you maybe you beat up somebody, you beat them really bad, and then they pick up the knife and maybe your brother or somebody's truth, and they were threatening you to get back. Will you really say those people are winning like the person at all? So will you say the person is winning? Will you say that because this is the kind of scenario that is going on because the streets is not for it's not really for Iran, even though it's in their region. It is an international waterway, just like Iran owns part of the street. Oman also owns part of the street, and it's almost like that scenario where somebody's being beaten and then they pick up knife and place it on another person's throat that just to get them to back up. So will you say in that scenario that person is winning? Well, I think friends are it's a bit realistic but not realistic, to be honest with you. You have to look at 2003 era where the US went into the Middle East and how they systematically busted the West they traveled to. Yeah, cool. Yeah, and like most of the countries never had the infrastructure sense or making any sense, so he's agreed to. sounds good. Because big bad Israel. If you're so worried about Israel, Israel's controlling everything. Why aren't you afraid about Israel bombing your fucking house? No, I'm not angry. I'm not angry, actually. That's weakness what you're doing. Because you're.
That's great. That's
Why do you support Israel every fucking day? Why do you support Israel every day? Can you answer me that? One last question. I have a question. Why do you support Israel? You do. Every fucking day you do. Blindly. Blindly you do. Blindly you do. Like you support child slave labor in China as well. You fucking idiot. You're so ignorant. What are you lying, man? You're on this app right now using your phone with the security on your phone. You're supporting Israel.
This guy's delusional. Yeah, you're delusional.
No, it's because I'm making sense and I'm right. That's the problem. You're a moron.
Well, you know, the funny thing is that you're using your phone and supporting Israel as well.
I do support Israel.
Oh, okay. Okay, just making sure though. So if that is the case, why are you, I'm assuming that, I'm guessing that you're an American, correct? So you're an American Zionist, correct? Am I correct in my understanding of you?
No, you're wrong. You're wrong in that one too.
Oh, okay, so you're a Canadian Zionist?
I'm an African. I was born in
Raised California. Nice to meet you. How you doing? Are we having a good day today? Because you know.